if you want to get P-bombed. Are we supposed to turn on our cameras on Discord too?
You don't have to on Discord.
He's not sharing Discord on the stream. For me, it's nice because I like being able to see the people when they debate, but it's by no means a requirement.
You know what? I'll do it just for you, Incom.
Oh,
let's go.
I can't watch multiple things.
Does someone have the stream for his Twitch?
Yeah,
they can just throw in here.
I mean, yeah, twitch.tv/the_horseradish.
I linked it in the waiting room
chat. You guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear the people talking?
Okay. If you guys have access, I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Okay, there we go. All right, and then I'll wait for you guys to do whatever you got to do. I have the stream up.
And can you hear that?
So
perfect. Now, before we do that, I'm just going to slide you this little electronic device, and you can tap the 15%, the 30%, or the 45%, based off of the service you had here today. No. All right, you guys are about to be brought in.
Okay, sounds good.
Rapture time, baby.
Quite delayed, but he's going to bring us in. Oh, people are getting raptured. Oh, fuck.
DMZ. This is a place where we try to practice good faith rhetoric, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to your opponent, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they're saying. So please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After each of the debates tonight, there will be a free link to where you can go to vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case. We want you to vote based on the debate and rhetoric skills, not just of who you agree with or who you like the most. So sit back, relax, get ready to cast those votes, and welcome to the DMZ. Now, tonight we have got 3 really good debates scheduled. And as I mentioned earlier, we have got, I think, 5 debaters who have never been here before. So we're going to introduce each of them before their actual debates as well. And we're going to get a little bit more. But before we do, I'm going to go ahead and introduce one at a time, just to go over at the debate prompts. We are going to go through debate number 1. Hold on, sorry, let me get this pulled up. Debate number 1 is going to be Donald Trump's actions are not significantly more extreme than previous U.S. presidents. That is going to be between the Vagene and the Vince Wilson Show. Also, our second debate of the night.
I can't hear anyone now. What the fuck?
Poverty in America is a sign of exploitation. On the affirmative for that one, we're going to have Nightwisher. And on the negative, we're going to have Alley Cat.
What did I just do?
Can't see him just yet, but we're still trying to get that sorted out. And then last but not least, our final debate of the night is going to be rights are absolute. This one is going to be between a regular here who's also not shown up yet, but he's just running a little bit late from work. We're not going to wait. And another new face on the negative is BrandonMize, making his day.
Everything's scuffed. Can you guys hear now? My whole audio got fucked. Okay, tell me if you can hear it now. I don't know what the fuck happened. My whole thing just got fucked.
Oh, another fun fact, if it's $10 or more, we will stop the clock right then and ask the question that you put in there immediately, even if it's in the middle of the debate. Now, lastly, after the 3 debates have been completed, we will open this up to a open panel for ourselves. We're going to go back through with 30 minutes on the clock for each of the prompts, and the debaters who weren't involved in that debate get to go through and have their 2 cents. They get to have their thoughts, the shit that they were screaming on mute into their camera when nobody was hearing them. They actually get to put that out there. So we have that 30 minutes each, and then after that, we're going to rate ourselves out, and that's kind of when the drinking starts. That's when we start getting a little saucy. That's when we let people come in.
My mouse disappeared. This isn't a drinking problem. My mouse disappeared. I can't see my mouse.
Conversation as well. So
what in the fuck?
If we have any questions, everybody's good. We're good to go. All right. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and jump straight into our first debate. Thank you guys again for all of your patience. 30 minutes start late is not that bad for a DMZ with this many new faces. So again, our first debate of the night is going to be between VageneMachine.
Can you guys hear them?
VinceWilsonShow.
My
VageneMachine on the
vanished.
affirmative. Please
what
tell
is
the folks who
happening
you
with my
are,
computer?
what you're about, and where they can find you. I will drop your link in the chat.
Horseradish, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I'm not familiar with VDO Ninja, and I'm used to StreamYard where I get popped into a room and I do not see anybody other than myself.
For sure. I'm sorry. Thank you, buddy. Nope. Here you go. I've been to tell you guys this. For those of you in the channel, because you're also going to need to see that clock. Watch this. So, nope. Watch this. Here we go. Boom. Now you should be able to see everybody. That is our all 6 faces, and you're going to be able to see the timer in the top right corner. Is that a little bit better for you in the Discord channel?
Yes. Give me just 1 second.
Yep. No worries. Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to push that button. I'm an amateur, y'all. Bear with me. Every week we figure out shit. So
give me just a second.
You take
your time.
Continue going. Yeah, and I do want to remind you guys,
video will go away. I don't know if I can fix
that Video Ninja website, because sometimes people can jump in there and say and do shit that we don't want them to. So just make sure you got that website muted, and we're going to do all of the audio through the Discord. So. And then Vince, you are streaming on Twitch, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and X, but I'm struggling right now to get to where I need to be. So if y'all want to just give me just a quick second.
No, you take as long as you need to, my friend. I'm sorry. Yeah, we try to get all of this set up
so bad. In the front. I have no idea why.
But it's still, there's always.
I'm assuming that's on Horse's end.
At all. But I am going to send you a stream together. Vagine, did you say that you also stream on Twitch, just to make sure?
I do, however, because my husband is kind of taken over the streaming thing for me. I'm not sure if he's streaming on Twitch or not.
Sure. Okay.
I'm not sure what he decided to stream on. If he did, it's we're offended, you're offended.
We're offended.
No, the quality keeps going so bad. That's not on me, right?
Just so you know, again, like I said, we like to help build each other's communities. So whenever we do get the chance, we will do the stream together, which I don't know if you can do on YouTube. I don't think I can because I'm not big enough on YouTube. But over here on Twitch, basically, like we have a shared chat.
At least a better format where you guys can kind of see
them. Each other, and plus we all get the benefit of everybody's numbers, which is pretty cool.
Even if it's like seeing them through a fucking potato.
But again, it's it's nice,
if especially for people like you who are established on YouTube,
my voice will come to be able to get a little toe in over on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? To
then if I talk,
getting some views.
So I have to constantly mute and unmute myself. Is the problem.
How we doing, Vince?
I'm good to go. The picture is a little bit blurry, but that's fine by me. I can work with it. So.
All right, sorry, man. Yeah, you look great on our screen. And for what it's worth, another option is if you pull up my stream. Like I said, I sent you the link for the stream together. And if you pull up my screen, you'll be able to see who is speaking at that time. That's what a lot of the other streamers
StreamYard Emmett.
It's okay.
All
We'll
right.
rock and
I'm
roll.
just
with it. I don't wanna
capturing
hold up
All
anymore.
right.
Let's go
All
ahead
right,
and
cool,
share
cool, cool.
screen.
Let's make it happen. All right, Vagine, would you please be so kind as to tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you? I will drop your link in the chat.
My gaming name is VageneMachine. Real is Kim. I host a podcast with my husband called We're Offended, You're Offended. We do that live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday now, 8 p.m. Central. Twitch, or not Twitch, I'm on Lord. X, YouTube, and Rumble. We have all socials, stuff like that. Find us at the same places. We're Offended Show. So that's what I'm about. Our podcast is more controversial. We like to push people's buttons and say the things that people don't want to say or too afraid to say. That is what we do.
And we have nothing wrong with that here, just as long as we stay within TOS. That's
Promise, I
the
think if I have
only
my
rules,
notes
is
open,
what
then
Twitch
they go
says is
black,
allowed.
right?
So,
I don't know if
and
I
for
can
you,
fix that.
Vince Wilson Show, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about,
Yeah,
and where
like
they
for
can
me to
find you.
take
Again, your
notes,
link is in the
then.
chat.
That's unfortunate.
You are muted, my friend.
Unless I pin it.
I am muted. That is correct. I am the Vince Wilson
Actually,
Show.
yeah, that should work.
I stream
I
on
pin it.
YouTube, X. I do some TikToks. And yeah, I am a liberal content creator. I stream Wednesdays and Fridays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I look
Can't
forward to the
type that
debate. I appreciate
fast.
you inviting me in.
Cheers. Our pleasure. Glad to have you. All right. So there is one last thing I want to tell everybody, because I did not mention this yet. If at any time there's any sources or references that you want brought up, I can actually, if you just say the word, I will pause the time. We actually have the ability to bring sources up on screen. So you would just either DM them to me or drop the link in chat, and I will be able to pull it up in real time. But we're not going to lose time for it. Like I said, the clock will be stopped until we sort it out. Then we'll get back into it. So, all right. And like I said, just ask for it when you're ready and it'll happen. So 3 minutes is going to start us off. Uninterrupted opening. Vagine, please tell us why you believe that Donald Trump's actions are not significantly more extreme
Time
than
to
previous
lock
US
the
presidents.
fuck in. Holy shit, I'm locked in.
Okay. Well, first off, good evening, everybody. Hope
Good
you all are
evening.
having a fantastic day so far.
1 point
First
for
off, I would
charisma
like
and
to
being
thank
nice.
Horseradish for hosting this debate.
Thank the
and
judges
inviting
or
me
you
on.
lose
This
a
is
point.
my first formal debate, so hopefully I don't disappoint too much. I
I'll
would
make the
also like to
rules.
thank my audience and my opponent. During
Not the
our
judges?
debate, my
That's
opponent,
crazy.
who
Minus
I'm
1
sure
point.
has TDS, will be trying to explain why Trump is the most extreme president in America has had. Sure, Trump is bombastic, says off the rail shiz, and uses social media, but that is far from what I would consider as extreme. Now, I could give you lots of other options that are across the pond, but the prompt is America.
Me too,
So let
brother.
me tell
too.
you, or so you tell me, what actions would you consider to be extreme? Would they be that of Andrew Jackson, who dramatically shifted power towards the executive branch by using a presidential veto more than any other previous presidents combined? Or when he famously ignored the U.S. Extreme Court rulings that protected Native American sovereign lands? Or how he aggressively enforced the Indian Removal Act, leading to the forced displacement and deaths of 1,000 Native Americans along the infamously known as Trail of Tears? Or how about good old Honest Abe? He unilaterally
only works if you
suspended
go,
the
like,
legal
really
rights
far
to
back in
challenge
time, by the
unlawful
way, but
detention,
we'll see
leading
if,
to the imprisonment of thousands of
we'll see if
suspected
Vince
Confederate
pushes back on
sympathizers
that.
without trial. Or when his administration shut down dissenting newspapers, conscripting citizens into military services, and implemented the nation's first income tax. Thanks for that, by the way. Really appreciate it. Now, the man that I think takes the cake.
What
The
does Dusty
undisputed,
do?
the most extreme, the most unprecedented
Nacho.
president of the United States, who did the most radical shit
What's wrong with me?
than any other president in
What
American
bet
history.
would I have lost?
The man, FDR. He attempted to fundamentally reconstruct the judicial branch by expanding the Supreme Court to add justices who favored his policies. Sounds familiar? Also, to combat the Great Depression, Roosevelt vastly expanded the size and scope of federal government through his New Deal policies. He forcibly removed gold from people's homes, compelling them to use paper money, also known as
That's
U.S.
savage.
currency today, instead of gold.
Terrible times.
And
We gotta go
the
back to the
best
gold
for the
standard.
last, when he signed the Executive Order 9066, which forced over 120,000 Japanese Americans not talking about illegals, Americans, into internment camps without due process. Now that sounds pretty extreme to me. Trump doesn't even come close to the most extreme president by any metric, and that is actually the most expressed by his own base. He has actually gone, or he hasn't gone far enough on trade, on deportations, on prosecutions, etc. Look at the fumbling of the Epstein files. Need I say more? Trump's second term has actually been quite unremarkable. Strides in the right direction, but certainly not outside the norm. But if you can prove how Trump is actually more extreme than any other president mentioned, I would love to hear it.
Nice. Is that you, Testy? Stop.
Very good. And as I'm sure you guys just noticed, if you get to the end of your timer, I'm not like super strict about it. I'm going to let you finish your thought. Eventually, you will see me start to raise my finger up. We just lost video feed, Vagene.
How do I turn on
you will see me hold my
mode? I
finger up
forget.
just for a moment, just to let you guys know. But again, I'm going to give it up to a minute or two if you need extra. So anyways, so this is now 3 minutes on the clock. Vince, this is your time. You can either use this to set up arguments or set up questions. You can poke holes or you can just rebut. It's your time to use as you please. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. So tonight we're debating whether Trump is genuinely more extreme than past presidents. My answer is obviously yes. And I want to be upfront about what I'm not arguing. I'm not saying Trump invented corrupt.
Vince, I'm sorry to stop you. I just want to make sure you understand this is not your opening. You're going to get 3 minutes to open as well. This is your time to poke holes in her argument. You're still welcome to continue if you like to, though. Sorry, I just want to make sure you knew that. You're going to get a total of 6 minutes back to back. So this is your cross-X time, as you were saying.
Mode. Fuck it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, when we talk about Andrew Jackson, who dramatically shifted power than any other previous president, would you say then, well, is this, just to be clear, is this me asking her the question and then she answers, or is it just me rebutting it? I want to be very clear.
That is exactly correct. You can choose to either use this time to directly engage with and refute the things she said, or to ask questions about what she said. It is your time to control. But again, I just want to let you know it's different from your actual opening time. You will also get 3 minutes to open. Okay. So as you were saying, no worries. It's your first time. That's why I wanted to stop.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay. So Andrew Jackson, who dramatically shifted power through than any other previous president. If the idea is that shifting power away from, say, I don't know, the legislature through, I don't know, emergency powers or executive orders or other ways to try to take away that power, if that's what makes somebody extreme, I think Donald Trump checks that box off when we look at the fact that he's declared, 9 national emergencies already in the past year and a half. When you say that Abraham Lincoln suspended due process rights, we're seeing where this administration has chiseled away at due process rights, namely specifically Abrego Garcia. There was another case in which he deported somebody throughout in the middle of the evening, trying to make sure they get to, I think it was El Salvador, before the court had a chance to even really do anything about it. And they said, no, turn that plane around. And he didn't do so. FDR attempted to fundamentally reconstruct the Supreme Court. Sure, I would agree with that. The argument is not whether or not Trump is, again, the debate prompt is Donald Trump's actions are significantly more extreme than previous presidents. Not the most extreme, is more extreme than previous presidents. I can simply prove FDR went through and did fundamentally change a lot of different things. He was hailed as a progressive candidate and things of that nature. But I don't think that I would necessarily argue or disagree with you on that. When we talk about, changing the nature of the Supreme Court, we can look at where Donald Trump himself has said that there are certain Supreme Court justices like Kavanaugh that they need to remember who nominated them. So when we talk about that, I think that's incredibly important as well. When we talk about Japanese internments, sure. Again, this goes back to the same idea as Andrew Jackson. If the idea is that interning U.S. citizens, in which case we have seen U.S. citizens being detained by ICE and put into certain detainment centers, well, we're seeing that now. So if that's extreme, then Donald Trump checks that box off. And you saying he's not gone far enough on trade or deportations, I would say putting in a blanket tariff globally is pretty far. And even trying to do so even after he was told by the Supreme Court that he couldn't enter IEEPA tariffs and that he tried to find another way around it in which to do so. So that's my rebuttal. Oh, when do I get the opening?
Sure. Yeah, no, again, if you don't need to use all of the time, we can stop it right there. Once again, I do apologize. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough. So yeah, and you'll, just so you know, Vagine, after his opening, you're going to get 3 minutes to either ask him questions, set up arguments, or again, just even if you want to directly engage with the things he just said, it just gives you both the opportunity to sort of get your thoughts out and not necessarily have to worry about people talking over you. So anyways, 3 minutes. Oop, wrong button. Sorry, what was that, Vagine?
No, that actually, I think answered my question right at the end, because I said, or I was gonna say, like, when he's saying these things, am I allowed to say something, or am I just listening?
Technically, here he can either ask you a question or he can just talk back to the things you just said. It's his choice, and you're gonna have that same control in your cross. So again, I will disappear back into the ether. 3 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Andrew. This is your uninterrupted opening. Go ahead and start it up whenever you're ready, sir.
You said Andrew. I think you meant Vince.
Vince, I'm sorry.
No, I know you didn't mix me up with Andrew Wilson.
No, I did not do that.
Yeah,
I did
Andrew
not
Wilson.
do that. That did not happen.
Baby,
That did not
let's
happen.
fucking go.
Nope.
So
Sorry.
wait, you want my opener, right?
Yes, sir. Now it is time for you to do your opening. I apologize.
Okay.
For
All
everything.
right. Okay, got it. So tonight we're debating whether Trump is genuinely more extreme than past presidents. My answer is obviously yes. And I want to be upfront about what I'm not arguing. I'm not saying Trump invented corruption. Nixon weaponized the government against his enemies. Bush blew open the doors on war powers. Obama stretched executive authority further than a lot of people were comfortable with. Every modern president has some scandal, some abuse of power, some conflict of interest throughout their term or outside of their term. Here's what's different. With Trump, all of it is happening at once under one roof. Most presidencies get defined by one scandal, one controversy. People remember for decades. With Trump, stuff that would have ended under other administrations just keep happening. It's not the exception anymore. It's the simple day-to-day life. Now, I already know the counter argument coming. Well, someone did this before too. We've kind of already seen that. And sure, maybe, but picking these apart one at a time misses the actual point. You don't judge a presidency scandal by scandal. You look at the whole picture. Law enforcement allegedly aimed at political rivals, independent institutions under sustained attack, private financial interests tangled up with the presidency in ways we haven't really seen before, military authority getting used more aggressively than before, stack all of it up happening simultaneously, and that is where you get that Trump is more extreme. So no, I'm not claiming Trump invented every category of misconduct. I'm saying he took things that used to be scandals, the kind of thing that ends a presidency, and made them routine. If the whole defense boils down to someone else did something similar once, I'd ask, since when does precedent make abuse of power normal? Because if anything, normalizing what we used to call extreme doesn't make it less extreme.
Right. There we go. And yeah, like I said, you don't have to use all of the time. Now I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you, Vagine. Poke holes in what he said, respond to what he said, use the time as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, man. You are muted.
Vagine is muted.
I'm glad. Oh my God. Okay. So I'm going to apologize in advance. I am sick. So if the camera and stuff go out, my apologies.
You're good.
Okay. So when you're talking about, okay, so you had made a comment about how, well, I've made situations where things have happened once, to look at it as a whole. Okay, but when you look at all those other people as a whole, they're still significantly more extreme and worse than anything that you've seen out of Trump. Sorry, give me a minute.
No, it's fine. Take your time.
Remember, you can also ask him questions.
Am I allowed to answer when she asks them? I want to be very clear on how this format works.
Getting anxiety.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Let's continue.
Thank you, Ancom.
Okay, what I guess the question for you would be,
I don't think she's an idiot. I think
military
she's
is
having like some anxiety. She said she's nervous.
Used more extreme now than it was before. How is military being used more extreme now than it has been in the past?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So when we look at, for example, we've had certainly domestic affairs happen with under Abraham Lincoln and other presidents. Certainly that has happened. We've seen a nation divided. I wouldn't go as far to say that that is the most extreme that we've seen under Trump. We haven't had a civil war yet. However, we have seen where he has used it for the rest of the presidents that we have seen, going after, for example, labeling certain groups a terrorist organization in order to say,
as an emote.
I'm to say boom boom because I'm used to TikTok language, knock them out of the water. We've seen where he's gone into Venezuela, and in all of this, by the way, he declares a national emergency to avoid answering to Congress. Iran, for example, instead of going in and spending the 60 days that he's allotted, he is now claiming that he is in 2 different fronts. He said that the first front happened, I forgot what the date was, from the opening to when they had the ceasefire. And then they said, well, then now this is a different front. It's a different time period. So the time clock starts all over again. That doesn't happen that way. We've seen where he has kind of postured the military in a way to potentially take over Greenland, saying that that's as much as that he would do. We've seen where he's talked about using the military to go into Mexico. By the way, all of this through the guise of national emergencies and labeling certain groups terrorist organizations in order to justify not having to answer to Congress. I'd say that's pretty extreme.
He's not the first one. Okay, first off, let's get one thing clear. What is your definition of extreme?
My definition of extreme would be somebody trying to subvert the separation of powers. My definition of extreme would be essentially going dramatically outside of the mean or the median. And I would say Trump, and that's why when I look at, we can talk about in individual instances in which we have seen different presidents operate within, Nixon scandal or Bush or anything like that. But it's the mean, it's the average. And so Trump certainly seems to meet the extremes of that, outside of that average.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock now. This is just open crossfire. Y'all just having a conversation. Proceed, pick it up where you were, or you can take it a different direction as you see fit. I will jump in whenever the time's up. I'll let you know if we're going to extend it. Go ahead.
Do you think Trump is a fascist?
It depends on what definition you use of a fascist. Some would argue he is. Some would argue he's not.
Hyper-palindromic ultra-nationalism.
I don't know if I would necessarily ascribe him to be a fascist. I haven't looked too much into it to give one opinion away or another. But there's certainly authoritarian. I will tell you this. I can see this. There are certainly authoritarian-like tendencies that Trump has exhibited. Certainly that.
That's authoritarianism. That's not fascism. So if you like fascism, if you're not going by what the actual definition of fascism is, so do you know what the actual definition of fascism is?
Again, it depends. I believe there's different definitions depending on.
There's the real or made up.
No,
which definition are you getting from where?
No, there's Paxton, there's Griffin, there's Echo.
Definition of fascism, which comes from the father of fascism, Gentile.
Okay, so Gentile's, definition. That's what I was saying. There's Gentile's definition. You can go to Merriam-Webster and get their definition as well. But again, I don't know where we're going with this because it feels like we're building a straw man here.
Okay, so would you yourself consider Donald Trump a fascist?
I've already said I don't know where I'm particularly on that particular issue. I don't know if I would consider him a fascist. However, I would say that he has had certain authoritarian tendencies.
That's authoritarianism. If you don't consider him a fascist, then he's not extreme.
Was Andrew Jackson a fascist? Was Abraham Lincoln a fascist?
What is that? I don't know. That's not a good argument. Could be an extreme.
So,
communist.
Trump. People think he is extreme right wing. He is a little right to the center. He would not be what your definition
extreme isn't
of
just a political
fascism would be. And
thing,
if he's not a fascist.
I guess we'll see if Vince calls this out.
Then he's not extreme.
There's like so many other alley-oop for Vince.
But this is confusing to me because if your argument is that, first of all, an argument that I have not made is that Trump is a fascist. I've not said that. I've laid out numerous instances in which I think he's more extreme. But even if using your own idea that he has to be a fascist to be extreme, Andrew Jackson, would you say Andrew Jackson was a fascist? Abraham Lincoln was a fascist. FDR certainly wasn't a fascist, nor was he a communist. What if that's the case?
He is pointing out
those examples you just laid out go to the wayside.
It's for
You
your
can be an extreme
for
anything.
your definition. A lot,
Yeah, I
like
think she
with
was
a lot
maybe
of people,
hoping that
they
he would say this.
they talk about Donald Trump being a
But
fascist.
obviously, you could be extreme
Okay,
under
so
a
when you actually look at the
variety of
definition of a
metrics.
fascist, Donald Trump does not line up in that.
I don't know why
So
she's trying to turn this into
considering
I guess
him
he actually
something
thought that
super
he was
extreme,
going
I
to commit
wouldn't
to the
see.
fascism part.
So, and the thing is, whether I think that those other people are fascists or not, I think they are more extreme than what Donald Trump ever has been.
So let's dive into that. Why do you think that they're more extreme than what Donald, like you asked me my definition of extreme. So I'm going to ask you what categorizes those actions as extreme? Like what specific principle is exhibited in those examples that makes them extreme? And I'm not saying, I'm going to be very clear. I'm not saying they're not extreme. I'm just curious to your example so that I can parse through that.
Okay, so high
I'm
intensity.
going to pull an Andrew Wilson. 50
so
bucks super
high
chats
amounts
and
of
I'll open the
extreme heat
panel
or extreme
after.
pain. I'm pretty sure the Japanese people
150 bucks. I'll Speakeasy's Exxon.
Furthest point. Hold on. Really, this is not the time. My dog's trying to chime in. Anyway, it's extreme is what is far outside what people would consider normal, safe, or reasonable. I don't think that anything Donald Trump has done would prove to be the definition of extreme, especially when you're looking at past presidents. Now you have with past presidents, even in an economic way. So Nixon unilaterally unappended global monetary systems and imposed sweeping tariffs without Congress. Biden utilized the Board of Administration interpretations to attempt forgiving hundreds of billions in student loan debt for executive action. Sorry.
All good. It's all good. I understand it. I have kids and I totally, like, even with like, I totally understand. Go ahead.
Nixon imported or had the 10% import surcharge, trade tariffs, the withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. So the thing is, the things that he is doing that people are talking about, this isn't the first time certain things have happened. Immigration's an illegal. So a lot of people, they determine Trump's illegal or not illegal, the whole ICE movement and stuff like that to be extreme. The funny thing is when it comes to that, Obama was named what? The deporter in chief. During Trump's first term, he roughly
the dung
deported 932,000 non-Americans. Combined between his first term and this term, he's at 1.5 million, where at Obama was more than 3 million. He went through excessive measures. He was grabbing people, whether it was out of prisons. He had ICE going after them too. There wasn't anything different that Trump was doing in regards to ICE and stuff like that Obama didn't do himself. And the amount of deportations, Trump had actually put out there that people can voluntarily deport themselves and have a potential chance to come back.
So I want to hit on this. So a couple of things here. So in terms of what Trump is doing that's unique with ICE is that he has picked up U.S. citizens. He's also trying to send them to countries that they have no business going to. For example, with Abrego Garcia, he got deported to El Salvador. They ended up having to bring him back, and they continue. By the way, this is kind of fitting into my lawfare pillar, where they ended up bringing him back and then trying to now deport him out to Africa, where he has no family, no nothing, out to Africa. I don't know of an example that can be given about with Obama on that particular case. And yes, sure, they called him. Again, my argument is not that there hasn't been some level of extreme behavior or, the deportations that happened in other administrations. But you mentioned something that I thought was really interesting earlier. You said far outside of what people would consider normal to be extreme. Well, I can name a couple of things here. For example, we can look at lawfare. We can look at corruption. We can look at the foreign affairs that have happened in this administration, namely with the lawfare and the corruption. I don't think you can point to any other president that has ever created who's been the plaintiff and the defendant in the January 6th slush fund, in which Donald Trump sued his own IRS, waited till the event happened in 2019, and ended up waiting until he was in office to end up suing his own administration. We also see where he had went in and he ended up doing NVIDIA stocks. He bought stocks, which, by the way, typically is put into a blind trust that he also deviated away from the normal with and put it in the hands of his sons. And then he went in with, I believe it was NVIDIA, or no, it was Palantir. He said, go buy Palantir. with stocks he owned. Like that's outside of the norm.
Okay, but we can sit there and dive into other people's too. I didn't sit there and do research on the corruption that is out there or which president is most corrupt. We're talking about the one that is most extreme. So
I would say corruption is pretty extreme, right?
I would say corruption is a completely different talking point than what we're talking about right now.
Would you say going after your own political opponents would be pretty extreme? If like, for example, I don't know, Mark Kelly, or trying to fire the Fed governor board, what's her name? I don't remember her name. Oh goodness, Lisa Cook. Do you think firing like Lisa Cook, even though he has no grounds to, and the Supreme Court told them to not, we talked about earlier about ignoring the Supreme Court, rulings. Trump ignored the Supreme Court ruling with Lisa Cook. He's poised to now fire Lisa Cook.
Lincoln waged war on his own people and caused the Civil War. Barack Obama executed actions to bypass the locked Congress on immigration and conducted over 500 drone strikes without explicit congressional declarations of war.
So what about the Iran war?
Espionage. Like, what does this have to do with it? Okay.
Wait. Do you think you think Obama's drone strikes are pretty extreme, huh? Because then by that metric, we would have to say the Iran war, which Donald Trump has now gone around and not received any congressional approval and has depleted a lot of our munitions due to it. I would say that's pretty extreme to ignore Congress.
I never said that Donald Trump's actions and any of the things that he did aren't potentially considered extreme, but most extreme.
I know. No. Yeah. I keep trying and it's not working.
There are plenty of other presidents who are more extreme and have done more extreme things than he has ever done.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that there may be one or two that have done uniquely different actions that are probably more extreme. One or two, and we can point to a culmination between the lawfare. I just mentioned all those and the corruption and everything else. I would say for each one of the scandals, and like I said in my opening, each scandal you're going to bring up about each one of these individual presidents, Trump has done, which again, it's the culmination that would make him more extreme.
He's not done. He's not taken a bunch of actual Americans prisoners. He's not done that. He's not waged civil war on his own people. He has not gone in forcibly into people's homes and taken away their precious metals and given them paper. And so no.
He's gone. You know how the ICE warrants work, right?
Okay, we're talking about illegal immigrants. That has nothing to do. They are non-American citizens.
But wait, you understand that they're going into U.S. citizens' homes based upon their.
You don't think in the over 3 million immigrants that freaking Obama deported, that there wasn't one or two cases of wrongful deportation? Come on,
I'll rip your balls.
That's actually quite ignorant to think that only Trump and his ICE accidentally deported the wrong people, and we're like, oopsie. And yet Obama, when he has done more than half of what Trump has done, had a perfect freaking landslide. Not one person was wrongfully deported. That's ignorant.
Well,
it's not possible.
I don't doubt that there may have been. And again, it's interesting because you're kind of proving my point when you go from Obama,
think about it.
When you go to Lincoln or Jackson, and you're pointing out these individual points. Well, again, I can point to where Donald Trump is going into these individual houses without a judicial warrant. It's an administrative warrant.
What warrants? Yes, warrants issued by a judge.
No.
He's not going in there willy-nilly.
An administrative warrant does not require the signature of a judge. It requires an internal ICE. I believe it's an ICE administrative agent that is able to sign these administrative warrants, and they end up going into people's homes based upon that. So, and this goes back to, again, even then, okay, deploying the military onto streets. You do realize that Donald Trump deployed the Marine Corps to Los Angeles over the protests last year. Do you remember that? And they actually ruled that it was a violation of posse comitatus.
What?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What was that word you just said?
Yeah, posse comitatus. So essentially what it is that the president putting the military onto our streets to do police action is not allowed. And so essentially Donald Trump putting the Marines down into Los Angeles to assist the National Guard to arrest and detain U.S. citizens. And there was a famous picture I remember last year where the Marine Corps actually had put handcuffs onto a U.S. citizen, and they had to take that to court. And I believe it was I don't remember if it was a district court or whatnot, but one of the courts ended up ruling that it was a violation of posse comitatus.
What about the BLM LA riots? Restoring order when cities were in chaos.
Yeah, there was prosecution. There was prosecutions for it. A lot of the states, there was numerous prosecutions given by, especially in LA, New York. I think there was to the tune of thousands of arrests, and there was actually hundreds. I think to the tune of 900 felony arrests for that.
All right. Well, what about the U.S. Patriot Act? George W. Bush. Just 6 weeks after the September 11th terrorist attacks, he overhauled existing privacy and surveillance laws, granting enforcement sweeping new authorities, which went against the Fourth Amendment. It allowed them to search, surveillance, and use data without traditional warrants and standard probable cause. It also went against the First Amendment, which put gag orders and attached to national security letters prohibiting citizens and organizations from speaking out or challenging the requests, which, you know, the full free speech thing. What about Obama and his Fast and Furious? You remember that? The whole botched undercover law enforcement operation conducted by the Phoenix Law Division? The ATF permitted over 2,000 firearms to be sold by straw buyers. They lost 1,400 of them because they didn't have proper GPS because their batteries died.
I can't react.
And they didn't have enough proper people who were actually on the ground monitoring these things.
I have a pink light on
people
me.
over plus whatever of Americans and United States citizens died because of these weapons that were put out there from Obama. And the funny thing is, then in June 2012, that's a date, 2012, Eric Holder refused to hand over internal DOJ documents asserting executive privilege invoked by President Obama. So he gave him the hush-hush.
What about
the prohibition?
Well, wait, hold on. So let's pause there for a second, okay?
Okay.
You do see the deep irony in Obama not handing, or Eric Holder not handing over those documents when, again, and this is what I mentioned, for every example you provide, I'm going to provide one where Trump is doing the same exact thing.
So
where Trump's former personal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, is refusing to hand over the complete Epstein files. Like literally, it's a law, and he has refused to hand over all of them.
Judge, so
and he's actually gone. There's recent, no, I think, how much of our time do we have left? Because I keep seeing that timer going down.
Technically, the time is out. I was going to let y'all finish your thoughts.
Oh, it's okay. So I'm done on my thoughts. Yeah, I was going to say the Epstein files in which Todd Blanche ignored it. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. All right. So I'm actually going to do things a little bit different. We're going to change up the order. Normally, we would go through your closings and then we would go to the Q&A. Instead, I think we're going to try and do the Q&A first, if that is all right with everybody. And then I'll let you guys do your closings afterwards. Perhaps it might give you guys some inspirations or ideas for your closings as well that way. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's actually the way we used to do it. And hopefully the judges are ready. But it did also dawn on me that we didn't get the chance earlier to introduce our fine and illustrious judges before beyond me just tipping my hat to them. Confluence, sir, you first. I'm going to drop your link in chat. Would you please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they find you?
Well, thank you, Horse. I am Confluence. You can find me on YouTube at Confluence358. I host open panels every day. They are oftentimes chaotic about politics, religion, culture, etc. And I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. And Ancom, sir, I know you don't stream very much, although I did actually see you on your Angry Fogies stream earlier. Would you please tell everybody also who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you? I'm dropping your chat link as well. You are muted, my friend.
Of course I am. Yeah, I'm Ancom Psycom. I like Star Trek. I like science. I like politics. I'm an anarchist and a communist, and people make fun of me for those things all the time, and I don't care. Anyways, yeah. I enjoy talking about political ideas. I enjoy people going back and forth about these things and learning other people's perspectives on these very complex topics. So that's why I'm here.
See, there you go. And yeah, our judges, I always try to keep the judges fair and balanced. We've got a religious person who is conservative, and we have a non-religious person who is a communist. So again,
just say it the right way. I'm a filthy communist. Okay.
A filthy atheist, God-hating communist. Is that better? All right. So All right, so we're going to go through, and I'm going to ask. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to let you guys ask the questions first if you're ready. Each of y'all give one question to each of the two debaters. We'll start with Vagene, and then I will go third. Confluence, you have a question ready for Vagene?
I do, in fact. Vagene.
All right.
So in a lot of your opening, right, you were bringing up extreme things that kind of old presidents have done, and then in the back and forth, then you did bring up like the Fast and Furious with Obama and the drone strikes and stuff. But I guess if we narrow the scope a little bit to like presidents in like the more modern age, do you think any of them are actually more extreme? So I know you've said examples of like what Obama did, but do you actually think that's a more extreme thing than what Trump has done?
Yes.
Can you
feel free to put a little bit more on there? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you put more meat on the bones? Like what? Can you, if this was, because your opening I think was strong with like Andrew Jackson. Like we look back at people, you had me there. I'm like, yeah, okay, these people have done more extreme stuff. But yeah, just in terms of like the modern scope, can you kind of lay out in a few sentences maybe on like why you think that Obama or whoever you would say is more extreme than Trump?
Well, okay, with Obama, I think with the Fast and Furious thing, he literally put his own citizens and neighboring country citizens in jeopardy and at risk, and unfortunately died because of his actions with that. Then again, also, like I had mentioned, also with the deportations, he has done significantly more. He went a lot harder than Trump ever went. He deported tons of people. Hold on. Yeah, and the drone strikes. Okay, hold on. I've never done this before. Work with me here.
You are fine.
That's a fine answer, by the way. If you're done there, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's sufficient. You answered the question. Ancom, do you have a question for Vagene?
Yeah. So I would like you to tell me I would like you to name a president who you believe is less extreme than Donald Trump.
Sorry, on my end, you're super glitchy.
Yes.
I think you said name a president that's less extreme than Donald Trump.
Correct.
Yeah, sorry. Is anyone else getting me as glitchy?
Nope. No, you're fine.
No? Okay.
Just
So I would
out
like
the
you to
country.
name a president that you believe is less extreme than Donald Trump.
Let me think. Honestly, I don't know. I'm Canadian. I don't know. I did all this research just for this. I don't know.
I was actually going to make that caveat and let everybody know. Not only is this her first official her first structured debate like this, but she's also Canadian, arguing an American centric prompt. So props to you for it, and we appreciate the effort. So let me try and frame this same question. I think it's going to be the same sort of question that Ancom was trying to get at. Can you describe to me what sort of behaviors would have to happen for Donald Trump to be considered? Like, what is your actual method of measurement? What would a president have to do? What would Trump have to do to be significantly more extreme in your mind, Vagene?
Well, I mean, for one, that's something more than the norm. If you look at presidents from the past, and then you look at things that Trump is doing right now, clearly it's not outside of the norm. So it wouldn't be considered extreme. I think if his actions have resulted on what everybody was fearing before, a world war and a war on America and stuff like that, and lots of people die, I would definitely consider that more extreme and careless. I think the way that he's been doing things so far have been pretty not bland, but also kosher.
Okay. Good stuff. All right. Confluence. Vince is up. Do you have a question? I had to stop and think, make sure I was saying the right name. Do you have a question ready for Vince as well?
Yeah. So Vince, this is maybe a bit of an inverse of the question I asked Vagine.
Sure.
Vagine, but so you're in your kind of opener, you're kind of presenting a confluence of things, if you will, of that Trump that Trump has done that you think makes him bad. You're saying it's not any one thing. You give a list of examples of stuff that you think is the most extreme. But I guess I'm curious, is there one thing that would compare to the stuff that Andrew Jackson has done or the internments of the Japanese? Like, is it for you, is it purely just all these factors in totem? Or is there one thing that you think, yeah, what this thing that Trump did is more extreme than anything else another president's done?
Well, so that's kind of the hard part, right? Like, because for example, like has Donald Trump initiated a civil war? No. Right. So like, is there anything that's more extreme than that? Obviously not. Right. And this is where, like, again, I think the prompt got kind of lost in the weeds, because it's not about, is Donald Trump the most extreme US president? Rather, is he more extreme than previous presidents? And more would mean that he's outside of that mean and that he is more. It doesn't mean he's the most. It doesn't mean that he is, oversaw a civil war. So that's where, again, it's the culmination. Even in that one example I just mentioned, I can mention how Abraham Lincoln oversaw the Civil War, or Andrew Jackson, for example, in turn, or dramatically shifted power, or FDR with interning Japanese Americans. Again, it's the culmination of all of the similar things. Obviously, Trump is detaining U.S. citizens. He's putting them with getting wrapped up into ICE. We've seen where Donald Trump has initiated an extreme amount of national emergencies to kind of consolidate that power away from the legislature. So that is what sets him outside of the mean, which makes him more extreme than previous presidents. I don't know if there's necessarily one that I could point to. Maybe you could point to the violation of war powers resolutions, where he's trying to essentially go around Congress, and U.S. Americans have lost their lives. I think it's like 18. You could probably point to that, but it's difficult to say the most. I don't know if there's one here that would trump all that. No pun intended, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, you said the thing too. All right, Ancom, a question for Vince, please, sir.
Yeah, so one word that I didn't hear either person bring up, and I'm curious because the way the question is worded, you're actually kind of more on making the positive claim. So it's about being significantly more extreme.
That's true.
Obviously, we've heard Vagine give examples of previous presidents and their extreme actions. So I'm looking for you to explain, if we look at all of those previous actions by other presidents that were considered extreme, what makes what Trump is doing significantly more extreme?
Yeah, so we have our outliers, right? I would argue that Andrew Jackson or FDR even maybe fit on those outskirts of those things. But we can look at more modern day presidents where, for example, Obama got accused of lawfare. Joe Biden got accused of lawfare. When we look at Donald Trump, he's taking actions that are outside of that norm, in which we've seen with Letitia James going after her once for mortgage fraud. Donald Trump going after Lisa Cook twice. Where we've seen him going after James Comey, right? We can point to that. We can look at the sheer amount of corruption. The J6 slush fund, that's pretty extreme. So we can look at modern presidents like Bush, the Patriot Act. Okay, great. Well, we just had where Anthony Fauci ended up getting his phone records subpoenaed, or not subpoenaed. He ended up, they got access to his government phone with the congressional committee that he had. So there are numerous instances in which, in our modern day presidents, we can think of Nixon, the Nixon corruption scandal, right? Again, a singular issue that would be considered extreme in the modern era that almost got Nixon impeached. But we're seeing where Trump is going out and saying, hey, I have stock in NVIDIA, or I have a friend who donated like Dell to my Trump child accounts. And now I'm saying go out and buy a Dell computer 5 times. So is he the most extreme compared to Andrew Jackson or FDR, whoever you want to point to? No. But is he more extreme or significantly more extreme than any president in, say, previous modern history? I would argue yes.
Thank you.
All right. And my turn. So they're all going to kind of piggyback, and it's going to kind of feel like you're picking up where you just left off, but sort of a different framing of it. I have, among other people, I to be clear, I did not vote for Trump, but I also didn't vote for his opponents. A lot of people watched the way that Donald Trump was treated, both when he was in office the first time and immediately following when he left office the first time. And a lot of people saw an escalation, and there was reason to believe that what Donald Trump is doing now is just a step up based on the things that have been done to him, such as the illegal surveillance that was taking place of Donald Trump during his campaign, such as the Letitia James and all of the other lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. So again, can you just make a case putting to bed the idea that Donald Trump's current behaviors are just the logical escalation based on the way he was treated?
Yeah. So if you're talking about, well, so here's the thing: is you're saying the logical escalation of it. Well, if that was a bad thing, or if that was an extreme thing that Obama did with the surveillance and everything else like that, or Biden with the lawfare, necessarily Trump going after, say, not even just, and to be very clear, for every one instance you might find where they, tapped into his phones or whatever the theory or fact may be, we can point to the congruence or confluence, whatever, of Letitia James, James Comey, Mark Kelly, Don Lemon. People forget about that one. Don Lemon got swept up into that, by the way. The 14. We've also seen where he's gone after Mark Kelly in the Seditious Six and said even more extreme, which I'm glad. Damn, I'm glad I didn't think about this. More extreme was what Trump thought of the punishment should be for Mark Kelly, namely that it is treason and that it is punishable by unaliving. I say unaliving because of TikTok. That is what Trump said. And not just that, he then tried to prosecute them. And I could be wrong on this, but I think Mark Kelly might have been the one where they ended up someone was unable to do it or didn't want to do it. And so they replaced them with Lindsey Halligan. Or maybe it might have been James Comey. I forget the two because Trump is always going after his political opponents. Sorry, I had to do a little jab. So I don't think that for the one instance you have, or Trump going after Fauci, trying to find a way around the pardon, there are numerous instances that are just more than just a simple escalation. This is Trump trying to punish every bit of his political opponents that speaks out against him. Stuff that's new. Mark Kelly wasn't going. Mark Kelly was part of the J6. I think Mark Kelly was part of the J6 committee, but nonetheless, spoke up against Donald Trump. Don Lemon spoke up against Donald Trump. Donald Trump going after media organizations, right? You can say it's an escalation, but that's almost like saying, well, hey, Trump had one case against him and he went full scorched earth against anybody and everybody that he can find. I would think that's pretty extreme. Just sit there and go, well, now I'm just going to go full scorched earth, doesn't matter, collateral, and I'm going to take it even a step further where I've actually put some action into place to actually prosecute these individuals.
All right. Cheers. All right. So good stuff. Thanks, y'all. I did see at least one question come into the tip jar. It's not really a question. I just wanted to say that apparently Testes thinks that Trump is the fattest president minus Taft. So for what it's worth.
Someone forgot about Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, if we're going to be real, I was impressed that Teddy Roosevelt's horse could handle it sometimes, especially towards the end. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and go through our closings now. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you, Vagene, first. This is uninterrupted time for you to put your final thoughts. Use as much of the time as you want, and I will start the clock when you start to talk, man. Take your time. And you are muted.
Okay. I know. I did that specifically so you wouldn't start the time. Okay. So in closing, for one, I'm just going to say that you repeatedly conceded. You said that he wasn't the most extreme, and more extreme, most extreme, no matter on how you want to actually word it. If he's more extreme than the past presidents, that would make him most extreme. It's just being pedantic. It's just using the word in a different way. Either way, the statement still stands. I don't feel like he is more extreme than others. You had mentioned about the Fauci thing, which is actually kind of interesting because Biden is the one that actually granted him immunity. And then what was his trial when he had everything? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Literally, we turned it into a drinking game. Like every word that came out of his mouth is I plead the fifth. It was a joke. And that was because Biden granted him that immunity. You look at past presidents again. So even the Coolidge, when you had the prohibition mandate. So according to President Calvin Coolidge, they had manufacturers double the concentration of toxic additives to 10% wood alcohol alongside chemicals like kerosene and formaldehyde. The intention wasn't actually to unalive people. However, more than 10,000 people were unalived due to this, and other
die every year from
significant thousands were paralyzed or went blind from it. And when the president actually found out about this, that these were the things that were happening, it's not like he decided to stop it. He let it keep going. So he was intentionally, it might not have started out intentionally, but he knew it was affecting these people in these sort of ways, and he just let it keep going. So the thing is that whether it's in American history, whether it's something that is something
if I could just
more frequent
or
recent, there we go. He's not more extreme than other presidents that have out there. It's not, Trump hasn't done anything that is outside the norm. You have, when he was president, or even before. Okay, how many have you ever seen anybody else have this many assassination attempts put on them? When Trump was president, you had people, Kathy Griffin, who was literally holding up a decapitated head of his, pretending it was him. That people were talking about unaliving him. It was literally a thing everybody was talking about. You don't see that with other presidents. So the thing is, when you talk about him kind of backlashing and going against other people who are saying some pretty horrendous things about him, do you really blame him? But was it more extreme than what these past presidents have done? Absolutely not.
But that's not really, that's like what someone does in response to a president. It's not
All
like
right.
the president doing it.
Boom.
Great way to land the plane. And now we're going to go ahead and put the 3 minutes on the clock for you, Vince. This is your uninterrupted closing. So go ahead and start it up when you're ready, sir.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, yeah, I did concede that he is not the most extreme president that we have ever had, nor is the prompt the most extreme. And we got into a pedantic argument about what is fascism when I didn't even make the claim. Words have meaning. They certainly do. And I think more than is different than most. Most means he is the most. He is top one, right? More than means is that he deviates from the mean. And I think we can see where Donald Trump has deviated. Now, you mentioned that, he is not, Biden granted him immunity in terms of Fauci. Well, let's talk about that, because we now know why, two reasons why Biden gave him a pardon. And second, that pardon was only up to 2024. Secondly, why he was also pleading the fifth is because after they did that, guess what they did? They recommended him for contempt of congressional proceedings to the Trump DOJ. Trump's, again, former personal defense attorney. Can't find I don't know if you have another president out there that's ever had their personal defense attorney sitting as the new AG or acting AG. You talked about Coolidge. Oh, that's what I was referring him to that. Well, guess what? Fauci can be charged for those crimes. He absolutely should have pled the fifth because of that particular reason. Pardons do not cover the pardon would not cover the contempt of court because it's outside of that scope. Anyways, the 10,000 people that were unalived due to Coolidge, we can look again where Donald Trump has weakened our EPA guidelines. I don't understand. And I don't know how many. Now, granted, have 10,000 people been alive? Again, no, I don't think so. But still, he's weakened that. And we can also look at where Donald Trump has denied disaster aid to certain Democratic states. And by the way, it's been recently revealed that he's done so explicitly because they ended up voting for Kamala Harris. Also, we talk about more recent. He's not more extreme than other presidents. Do you blame him? Yeah, I blame him because he's the one doing these actions I have never seen. I would love for you to show me where Donald Trump or where any other president has explicitly called for a sitting U.S. senator to be charged with treason and what that punishment ought to be. You go look for it yourself. I don't know if any other president has ever done that before. Again, we can go through this entire list where Donald Trump has deviated from that norm, and you can't find any other president who's done such. Where Donald Trump, for example, has gone and done
Like, I don't regret my vote,
any other
but
president who has sued their own administrative agency, namely the IRS. Show me another president who's done so. There's a deviation from the norm. Where any other president who has bought into stocks and then told people to go buy that same stock he had. You can't find that. That is a deviation from the norm. We can look at where Donald Trump. Now, there have been authorized use of military actions that they've gone through Congress, but you can't find, at least maybe I'm not aware of this, of any other president who has sat there and gone outside of the 60-day window to continue an unnecessary war, or any other president who's gone after all these other national emergencies. It just doesn't exist. He deviates from the norm, and that's what makes Donald Trump significantly more extreme than any other president.
All right. So there we go. That is our first debate in the can. Great job to both of y'all. I want to repeat, first timers for both of y'all, and for Vagene, this is her first time at an actual formal debate like this. Vince, you can tell, has definitely done this a time or two. And again, Vagene is not an American, so discussing American politics is already a bit of a stream. But that said, we're not here to give people concessions. We're here to give people votes. So I am putting in the chat right now the straw poll link.
Oh, yeah.
Click that link. You'll be able to go and vote for which debater you think made the most compelling case. Again, who brought the arguments? Who was the most persuasive? Not just who you agreed with, not just who you already liked, or any of that stuff. Okay? Cost you nothing. Click that link. Give us a vote. And while we do that, I would like to remind you, this is our affirmative VageneMachine, and that is the number one. And number two in that poll is the Vince Wilson Show, our negative side debater. Now, I'm going to go through and I'm actually going to have our judges respond while you guys are voting. So you have until the judges have finished rendering their judgment to get your votes locked in. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and message that to you, Vagene, and to you as well. Vince, one, and
can you send it
there
to me
you go.
Of course.
I will send it to you as well, sir. Yep. Confluence. Does anybody else need to send them the link to the vote for you to put into your chat? Is that everybody?
Thanks, Testy.
All right, good stuff.
In my chat, but yeah, I'll try to grab
it. No worries. Yeah. Again, like I said, grab it, throw it in your chat, get everybody to vote. And while we do, let's go to our judges. Judges, so I had Confluence ask questions first. Ancom, are you ready to render judgment first, sir?
Yes.
All right, Ancom, where'd you come down on this and why? For everybody out there, the way that we do this, 10 points total to distribute as the judges see fit. It can be 10-0 or 5-5 or anywhere in between. And they're going to do this, again, based on rhetoric, based on skill, et cetera, et cetera. So, Ancom, lay it on us.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and start with the lead here. My score was 3-7 toward the negative. I generally think Vince brought the more convincing arguments. He stuck to the prompt better. Unfortunately, this was a case where the pedantry mattered because the claim that Trump is not the most extreme president isn't the prompt. The prompt is that he's not significantly more extreme. It is possible to have a most extreme president not be Donald Trump, but Trump still be more extreme than the average. And I think that is the argument that Vince brought, and that is the argument that I think won this.
Okay. So that is 3-7 for the negative from Ancom. Confluence, are you ready, sir?
I am, and I will bury the lead. Right. So starting with Vagene's opening, I thought this was a strong opening. I'm glad that you brought up the historical examples. We already kind of talked about it, but the Andrew Jackson stuff, shifting power to the executive branch, ignoring SCOTUS decisions, the FDR stuff with the Japanese internment. I thought that was good. I thought Vince did good in cross. And so, I thought there was a good discussion to be had there. Vince's opener, I think, was good. He did kind of build that it's not just one thing, it's all of these things. And I think that's a fair direction to take things. I think Vagine didn't do so well in when she was cross-examining. She kind of let Vince run the show a little bit. Okay, sorry, my notes are a little scattered here. Then we get into the meat of it all. Yeah, the fascism thing, I think, was a distraction. I mean, there is multiple definitions. If you're using Paxton or Griffin or Echo or whatever his name is, or just a dictionary definition, or Gentile, there's a lot of stuff. And those, as I think Vince correctly pointed out, you could be an extreme communist. You could be an extreme anything. Like, just because you're a fascist or not a fascist doesn't really mean much. Overall, I'll kind of cut to the chase a little bit. The last thing I want to say is I think that Vince really handled the Q&A well. And there was the question specifically to you, Vagine, from Ancom. You didn't have an answer to, but I understand you're Canadian and stuff like that. So I get that, but I think Vince fielded those questions very well. And so I do want to say, I'm glad both of you were here. And Vagine, it's your first time, and I think Vince is a hard opponent to be matched with on a first debate. So I think you deserve props for going up against him. I think you did a good job, but I would give this 2-8 in favor of Vince.
2-8. All right. So what that means, chat, is that unfortunately, just like in the American voting system, your votes are kind of useless and mean nothing except for show. But I still want to see where you guys landed. So please click the link. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case. However, at this point, we do know that our winner is the Vince Wilson Show. So I do want to parrot what they were saying there, Vagine. Great job for your first try. This is not an easy game to play, and the way we do it with the structure and stuff, I hope that you enjoyed it, at least the ability to, most people aren't used to, especially on the internet space, having the clock like that, and also not having somebody like interrupt you, right? So usually people are fucking yelling at each other, talking over each other, and they don't actually get the chance to get their full thoughts out. So I hope, at least from that perspective, you enjoyed yourself, and we will absolutely be inviting you back again. Please keep answering the prompts, and please keep coming back. So with that, also, Vince, yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second, Vince. I just want to say great job tonight, and you definitely are going to take the win. But I am going to look and see if this was a 3-0 or if this was a 2-1 split decision. So chatters, get those last locks in. What were you going to say now? I think that was you, compliments.
No, I was.
Oh, that was you, Vince. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was me. No, I wanted to say no. I really appreciate VageneMachine coming on, and I really do appreciate the debate. I look at all debates like an MMA match. We're going to throw gloves. We're going to kind of, might come out with a little bit of blood streaking down our lip, from a mean upper hook or whatever. But at the end of the day, we're going to shake hands and say, hey, good job. I want to commend you for like taking that position. I think that I think you did a great job. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate being on here and given the opportunity
13-8
to do this. It was
really
definitely very different than what I'm used to, but it was a lot of fun.
The vote?
And Andrew, oh my God, see, something messed me up. Vince, I'm sorry. You did great. You really did. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And so that was Vince Wilson's link right there in the chat. And I'm going to drop Vagine's in the chat as well. And now, real quick, before we move on to our next debate, let's check and see what the results were. Looks like we got a pretty good turnout, so that's badass. Glad to see you guys are actually out there taking part. So 3, 2, 1, and well, there you go. So we had a 2-1 split decision. The chat went for Vagine with a 6-4 win. So 63% to 36%. So we round that out to make it the same style as the judges. So that is 6-4 in favor of Vagine from the audience. Yay. All right. So at least the people love you, man.
Thank you.
All right. So
That is shocking,
again,
dude.
as I mentioned
That is
to y'all ahead of time, this is both y'all's first time. You're welcome and encouraged to hang out with us. If you're streaming live, you can just mute yourself and shit talk all the other debaters while they're debating. And then whenever we get to the after party, we go through each of the prompts for 30 minutes with everybody discussing it. So you get to shit talk the other people. They get to jump on your prompt, so on and so forth. It's really, really fun. But you do not have to stick around if you can't. I appreciate y'all being here. And let's go. All right, so our second debate of the night, people. Again, so we have Alley Cat has been here before. He actually was a guest judge, but it seems that he is having a little bit of technology problems. So bear with me for just 1 second while we do this.
I wonder how many voters are from my community. Because I feel like
give me
Horse's
1 second,
community
give
is
me 1
pretty like
second.
left leaning.
Yeah,
I
add
feel like
one.
she just
There we go.
definitely didn't
So
win
that is
debate.
going to be our Alley Cat, but
But
he
my
is
cat
here
seems
with
to think that
he
she
is here
won.
with audio. So we're going to go ahead and get into that now. Our two debaters for our second prompt, and I'm actually going to need to hear your mic just to make sure that everything is coming through all right. Is your mic working, Alley Cat?
I'm here. Looks like it's working.
All right, cheers.
Yes.
And first up,
It's like a
Nightwisher.
like a
Our prompt is
strange
going to be
mouth-sounding
poverty in
person.
America is a sign of exploitation. Nightwisher, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Hi, I'm Nightwisher. I don't know,
Lovely
really. I'm
voice.
here. My
Plus
brother
1
suggested
point.
I do this, so I'm mostly here for his
1 point
entertainment.
based on the voice alone.
I hope it's fun.
All right, cheers. Real quick, so just since she brought it up, this everybody is Little Miss's sister. Again,
Aw.
so we're gonna say go check out Little Miss if you want to hear more from Nightwisher. Okay, and then over here to Alley Cat, sir, please tell us who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I don't think you stream either, so.
No, I don't. I'm just an old man with strong opinions and a busted head. So this should be a good one. Hopefully we'll get into some fun stuff.
Strong opinions and a busted head. That's about as American as you can get. All right.
Hell
So
yeah, brother.
y'all got the chance to see how that last one went. So you have a pretty good idea of how the system works. 3 minutes is going to be uninterrupted openings. Then each of you after that will get a 3-minute cross-examination or rebuttal. You can kind of use the time as you want to. I will go ahead and start this off to you, Nightwisher. Please tell everybody why you believe that poverty in America is a sign of exploitation.
Isn't it beautiful?
I'll start the clock and you start to talk.
Really, I believe that poverty anywhere is kind of a sign of exploitation. But specifically in America, the exploitation of the past has heavily influenced the poverty of today. So when we're looking at the map of exploitation, say in the Deep South, it heavily coincides with the map of poverty. So when we look at like the Mississippi Delta, where the poverty is between 30% and 40%, the cotton and tobacco belts, where poverty is around 30%, and South Texas, where poverty is between like 23% and 30%. Those are all places that had heavy exploitation of resources and people throughout history. And then for more like just the exploitation that's going on for present day, we have the renting market and the housing market, where in poorer neighborhoods specifically, landlords will make about double than what they will make in affluent areas due to the low property values, but being able to charge rent at a higher rate. As well as wage theft at about $50 billion per year, with only 3% of that being reimbursed to people. And then aid distribution with like housing subsidies going from about 240 billion to 300 billion to housing subsidies, and only about 63 billion for low-income housing assistance, which would all gear towards the exploitation of the poor for the rich.
Right.
Hey,
So,
hit those likes, get those
again, as
super
I did
chats
mention,
in,
you do not need to use
etc.
all the time.
Support your local judge.
We will stop whenever you are ready. I try to read the cues, but if I interrupt you too soon, just let me know.
Yeah,
All right,
for
so
sure.
3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Alley Cat. You know what to do with it,
I'm
brother.
kind of excited
Go
about
ahead
this,
and
but I
cross-examine,
don't know
rebut,
Alley
or
Cat.
use it as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Sure. Can we start with what you would mean by a sign?
I'm sorry, what?
What would you mean by a sign? Like how would you define what a sign is?
What do you mean a sign? I don't.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking you. So like I would look at a sign as like a positive correlation.
I'm confused as what you mean by a sign because I didn't mention a sign.
Well, that's the debate prompt. That poverty is a sign of exploitation.
Okay. Sorry, I was completely different word in what I was hearing.
Oh, fair enough. That's fine. So
Horse has
is that safe? A positive correlation?
I would argue yes, it's a safe positive correlation.
Okay. And how are you measuring poverty? I noticed that you're using very specific, very focused
get it together.
results, like basically a couple areas that you had mentioned. Is that all you have, or are you looking at different trends?
I'm measuring specifically like below the poverty line.
Okay, which poverty line are you talking about? Like U.S. Census?
The U.S. Census poverty line.
Okay, sure. Do you know what consumption poverty is?
Yes.
Okay, have you looked at the measures for that?
By consumption poverty, do you mean like the oh my God.
Okay, well, go get into it. That's fine. I just was wondering if you knew. And then last, I guess we can talk about is what you would mean by exploitation.
So, exploitation such as low wage labor or slavery. The exploitation for specifically like the renting market would be higher cost than the property value being led to profit for landlords.
So exploitation means profit? I mean, so I guess the question I'm having, does someone have to gain?
No, people don't have to necessarily gain for there to be exploitation. However, because we're talking about poverty, I would argue yes for this argument. But when I'm talking about, for sure, go.
Oh no, I'm just. You're about to mention it. I'm like trying to understand if exploitation doesn't mean somebody's exploiting them, then who's to gain? Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by gain. Do you mean monetary? Specific? Because that's what I mean by this specific debate.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, monetary is fine.
Then yes.
Okay. We're good.
All right. And in that case, we're going to go ahead and go over to your opening now. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Alley Cat, uninterrupted. We'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Sure. I'd like to start by basically quoting several versions of statistics for the poverty level. The first level would be, first of all, we hadn't really measured poverty because it was based on income until 1963. But if we look at the work of, and I'm willing to provide resources necessary, of Patrick Smalley and Everhouse and Riley, they estimated back from 1914 to 1958. They had estimated the poverty level in 1914 for the entire United States was 66%, and it came down to in 1958 to 24. If we look at the U.S. Census, which is the one you went out of normal poverty, or of what's called wage poverty, or like basically income-based poverty, which is, you know, the poverty line of how much money you make. It was in 1963, it was 19.5%. Today, it is 11.8%. If you look at what's called consumption poverty, which this is basically measured on what people spend. Right. So the problem you have with income poverty is not everybody's poverty comes from, like, not everybody's income comes from necessarily wages. Like, they could have side hustles, they could have transfers from the government. So one way to measure poverty is how much do people spend every year? And that would be consumption poverty. And that went based on 2015 standard of 62.4% in 1963 down to 10.8% in 2020. And so what I'm trying to get here is that if we look at it, that poverty has gone down constantly. And yet her argument is that exploitation is going up. And so if we sit there and look at that the measure is a positive correlation, this isn't happening. Poverty is going down, and yet somehow exploitation is going up. That doesn't seem like a sign at all to me. It seems like the exact opposite of what a sign would be. So that would be the interesting thing to look at is that how are we actually measuring exploitation? And if it's going up, then how is that possible with poverty coming down?
I don't know if I missed it. Is he talking absolute?
I'm sorry, I'll see the time.
All right. Yep. No worries. It's always easier if you guys let me know when you're done, but you don't always have to. Again, I try to read the cues. It's a fun part of the game. All right.
Yeah,
so 3 minutes is
I tried to give the big pause.
Yep, I appreciate it. 3 minutes is now on the clock, Nightwisher. Again, this is your time to control as you see fit. You can poke holes in his arguments. You can ask him questions, set up your own arguments, or you can just respond directly to what he said. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, man.
I think there might have been some confusion on what I meant. But with you saying that exploitation is going up, because that's not what I'm saying. I think it would be an asinine argument to say that exploitation is worse today than when it was in slavery. I'm saying that there is a direct correlation between exploitation and poverty that you can draw a line through with historical areas, like geographically, right? Between the places where there was slavery and heavy exploitation of people, there is still heavy poverty today. And I wouldn't say that just because there is, say, less percentage-wise of poverty today, that doesn't mean that exploitation and poverty aren't intrinsically linked. Because of
Horseradish's chat
the way
the
system
not checking his DM.
Impacts lower income people and helps higher financial classes. That's really all I have to say.
Well, remember, you can also ask questions.
Crossing.
Right. Sorry.
Great band, by the way. I don't know if that's the reference that she's making, but great.
I'm curious why
like
the
it's a bit
date in which they started recording poverty would matter.
Because that's when Congress decided to put in laws to enact poverty restrictions. So that's when they started measuring.
Fine that he's talking about the mean.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm wondering why that matters to whether or not exploitation is happening in the relationship with poverty.
I was just trying to show statistics based from the U.S. government as well as other studies done on poverty.
Okay.
Like I gave 3 different measures; they all went down. I guess is my point.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't necessarily mean things going down doesn't mean exploitation is still happening and it's still a cause of poverty.
Okay, we'll get into that.
Yeah, happily.
Okay. All right. Well, if you guys are done with that, then we're going to go ahead and just roll straight into the full crossfire. It's 10 minutes going on the clock. Again, at the end of the 10 minutes, just keep an eye on the clock. If it's still going and the chat agrees and they want more, I'm going to put another 5 minutes on it. Otherwise, I'll jump in when we get to the time. I'll pick it up where you were. Take it somewhere else. The floor is yours.
Okay. So when I talked on the cross, you were saying exploitation, somebody has to gain, correct?
Yeah, I would argue that when it comes to finances, absolutely.
Okay, if somebody is not working, how does anybody gain from that?
Good job, Horace.
Well, they still have to pay.
That's not what exploitation is. Sure, everybody has to pay for a living, but that's not exploitation. Somebody has to gain. Who is gaining from people not working?
So
nobody gains, right? We all lose when people aren't working. Like the whole idea would be to have everybody work and everybody contribute to society. People who are not working are, by definition, nobody's gaining from them. It's the exact opposite. And the thing that we can look at with the poverty numbers, that less than 4% of the people who are in poverty are actually fully employed. So the majority of the people in poverty are the ones not working, and they're not being exploited because they're not working.
You think so? Interesting.
Can you show me that statistic?
Sure.
She's just getting a little stun locked, but I think her, like, I don't know, her points have been better.
Because
let me get it. Hey, go ahead. You can talk as much until I find it.
no, I'm just trying to work through it. I have an auditory processing disorder, so I'm like trying really hard to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, she's getting too stun locked. Yeah, I take it back. I maybe take it back.
But
she had me in the opening. She had me in the opening for real, for real.
Because I'm just trying to see how, like, because you're very specifically talking about people who don't work.
Well, okay. Well, so it's about 4.7 people are fully employed who are not working. And so we can look at this at exactly what the U.S. poverty figures are in 2026, right?
Okay.
Sure. Do you know those? Do you know what it takes? Do you know what the poverty lines for 2026 are? For one person, it's $15,960. If they made $8 an hour, they're no longer in poverty, right? The minimum wage is $7.25. So even if this person, well, okay, so anything over 8 and that person working full time is not in poverty. If there are 2 people, a couple, they only have the poverty line for 2 people is $21,640, which is about $11 an hour. So 2 people making $7.25 is $14.50. That's over the poverty line. So this is the whole point. If you are working even at minimum wage in a full-time job, you are basically over the poverty line.
Okay,
that's how the statistic works.
The exploitation of why people might need to stay into poverty because they're not getting the proper assistance that they need. Or
that's okay. So that's where I wanted to do with consumption poverty. So that's the thing with consumption poverty. Right. And so the whole point that makes it even worse. Like you saw the sharp decline in consumption poverty since 1963. It's even worse at that point. The fact that these people are not only over the financial poverty limit, they're qualifying for benefits that put them way over the poverty line. So they're not in poverty. So the people that are working are not in poverty. And the prompt is those in poverty are the sign of
she had a strong
exploitation.
Argument
but the people that are in poverty are the ones that are not working. They can't be exploited.
The people in poverty, specifically the lowest income wages, are the ones who are also getting the highest wage theft. So
no, that's not true either, right? Like, no, it isn't. So if they're making $8 an hour and they have some of their overtime stolen, that's a lot less of an impact than somebody that makes $20 an hour and has their overtime stolen, right?
No, because that's not the argument I'm making. I'm arguing that wage theft impacts, they go after people who are making significantly less, especially those who, like immigrants and those who are making far less because they can't get the proper legal, they can exploit the system.
Okay, so is what you're talking? Well, okay. First of all, the whole problem is that wage theft is illegal, right? Like the one that you just described. And so, if those people were prosecuted, then all of a sudden wage theft would go down.
They're not being prosecuted. They're not being prosecuted.
So why not?
Because no one's going after them because they don't have the money. They're being exploited.
Lawyers work on consignment, right? Like, so if there's a strong enough case where somebody is making millions of dollars off of wage theft, you don't think a greedy lawyer is going to be there to collect his 33%?
Why would somebody even want to put in that time when
because they're collecting 33% off of millions of dollars?
Maybe. Okay. Maybe, because only 3% is ever actually reimbursed to the people.
So
I don't know why exactly that is. That's just the numbers.
Okay, well, I mean, but the problem that we're still running into is that the people that have wage theft are the ones that are working, and those aren't the people that are in poverty. That's the problem that you're still having to overcome.
Okay, I can.
4% of the people who are full-time working are in poverty. Right? I mean, if you want to go full Marxist, are you a Marxist, by the way? Okay, are you a full Marxist? Okay.
Not a full Marxist, no, I don't.
Okay, so I mean, because like that might make sense, but even that goes against you, or it's like with Marxism, it's exploiting the workers, but that's the whole point. They have to be working. Right?
Well, okay, so like again, so here's my question to you about like the historical map. If you are okay with this shift, because, or do you want to stay on?
Sure. No. That's fine. Yeah.
But like when you go into like the historical line of poverty, is that not a clear indication that exploitation has an intrinsic link to poverty?
No, because you're talking about something that happened 100 years ago.
No, I'm talking about the impact. Yeah, so I'm talking about the impact of exploitation
of something
that continues to cause poverty.
160 years ago.
I gotta repop this out.
Right. So the idea
I don't
here.
understand why, how long ago happened when we can still see the poverty impact, the exploitation impact on the poverty.
Fucked it.
Because wealth doesn't survive 3 generations. Like this whole idea that you're sitting there saying that today's poverty is caused by something that happened 160 years ago seems a little far-fetched.
Then why do the maps over like coincide so well? Do you think that entire part of the map is just not working?
Chat. You can still hear the audio, yeah?
I would say that map is 2% of the whole, and so you're taking an outlier and trying to compare it to the like. I guess the whole can you?
I think the entire.
Is there something about poverty? Can you name something about poverty that isn't exploitation? That doesn't signal exploitation? Right? I mean, as I said, if sign is a positive correlation, it no longer exists. Right? You're picking out maybe, again, 2% of the landmass of the United States and saying, oh, well, this is a positive correlation.
You think the Deep South is only 2% of...
Can I grant you 5% and it makes the argument better? I don't think so.
Why is it all small like that? Fuck. Sorry, guys. This is a me issue now. This is a me issue. Where is it? Why isn't it showing up in my screen share? What the fuck? God, sometimes StreamYard is so fucking scuffed. Sorry, you guys. I'm going to share screen and it's not loading it. I don't know why. Why does it not let me screen share this? It's just not showing up in the StreamYard section at all. Yeah, I don't even know how to fix this. It just refuses to show the tab. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. I'm going to try refreshing the whole page. It's not showing up. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's $2 trillion spent on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid alone. And how do you get 64 billion from that?
Someone tell me if it's working now. Sorry about that.
The article that I have.
Okay, I don't think that they're counting numbers very well.
Okay, and maybe that's true,
I can show the national budget for those programs being over $2 trillion.
Yeah, if someone can tell me if you can hear the audio.
But it being $2 trillion doesn't mean it's actually being used.
Thank you, Brad.
All of it.
Oh, it definitely is.
So
we wouldn't be in debt if it wasn't. I mean, that's the whole point.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's fine. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Please continue. No, you go.
I guess I'm like trying to figure out a way to work past this because, like, you know, the ideas behind what exploitation is could potentially look like. Like, I was going to go into the fact that every person on the planet is born into poverty. Like, that's a reality. That no human comes onto this planet that is not in poverty.
Well, no, that's not how I would say, because then you're just talking about like personal wealth instead of like. So I think that's an odd argument.
What is poverty?
The ability to live without just the constant stress of where my next meal is coming from. Am I going to pay rent? Am I going to be able to pay my bills?
Is it what child born have that?
No, but I'm also saying that it's not. They're also not worrying about bills. They're not worrying about.
Well, they're given everything, right? They're given everything.
They also.
Sure. But that's the whole point. Everyone is born into poverty. There's only 4 ways to actually have anything. Somebody must give it to you. You must make it yourself. You can trade for it, or you can steal it. Children are given everything that they're given. So if the family is in poverty, the child is in poverty. And as I said, every child is born into poverty, and they rely on their parents to give them wealth. Correct?
Okay. I don't understand.
So we're talking about the ways to get out of poverty. Okay. So they have to be given something, they have to work for it, they have to trade for it, or they have to steal it.
Okay, so again, this goes into my argument of like, if those are the only ways to get out of poverty, are you arguing that Deep South just isn't working? That they should be stealing? That they
back and forth.
If they're still in poverty, like I think you were mentioning levels up to 30%, which is 3 times the national, 4 times the national average. 4 times the national average is basically what you're saying. Yeah, that's not working. I mean, there's definitely something wrong with that. But to attribute that,
40% of the Mississippi Delta is just not working. They just don't have jobs.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. I mean, show the jobs.
Good, though.
Well, we've already shown that, like even empirically, if you're a single person and you're making $8 an hour and you're working full time, you're by definition not in poverty. Right? So show me that they're working.
Okay, do you want me to pull up, am I allowed to just like pull up a thing right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Confidence, you ever attempted your dick as a clit? And oh god, what is this, Desdy?
I will even pause the clock real quick with this last little bit. If you want to give me the link, I can bring it up on screen for you guys.
There's a super chat call.
I was actually just looking up Mississippi Mississippi unemployment statistics as y'all were talking.
With your hand in circular motion. No. I could go into more details, but no, I have not. It's not. Thank you. Supporting your local judge, Testicular Johnson. I'd kiss the fuck out of the noggins of that baby lamb. Absolutely. I would do the same thing. It's a great question, you know.
All right. So this statistic, this article that I have right here from the U.S. Commissions of Civil Rights.
It's got to be an amount of money where you would.
So this states,
yeah, the UBI event. I was on Yang Gang. I was a Yang Gang fan. Me with a good time.
Real quick, while you're pulling that up, I just want to let you guys know that I did pull up the statistics for 2026, January through June. The unemployment rate in the state of Mississippi is, it looks like somewhere around 3.6 to 3.8%. Although there is also unemployment. There's a difference between unemployment and unemployment rate. And I don't really know what the difference is based on this U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So if you guys want to tell me.
Unemployment
rate. So the trouble that you get with unemployment statistics is that after 6 months of not having a job, you are no longer considered unemployed. You're considered out of the workforce, right? And she specifically quoted the River Valley. So this wouldn't cover all of Mississippi anyway.
No, that's what I was looking at. Very specifically the Delta.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So we need figures that are more more tuned to what she's getting at, and two, we need to it's basically called labor force participation rate. That's basically the amount of people working versus the amount of people not working. I believe the national average is somewhere around, is it 42% from last time I looked? I'd have to look that up. Which is interesting because it's basically saying about 58% of the people in the United States don't work, but that seems it's more obvious than it sounds because you got to take into account children, the elderly, people who have never worked, like stay-at-home moms, things like that. So it's not as big of a figure as you might think.
I was going to say labor force participation rate only measures the percentage of people in working age, which is considered 18 to 65 who are actively working. So it does not include children, nor does it include retirees.
Okay, so again,
for what it's worth, real quick, I was going to say that I'm also having troubles specifically. So when you're saying the Mississippi Delta area, that's the area around Gulfport, Biloxi, and I'm not finding specific labor stats for that region. So if you guys can find one, cool. If not, I'm just going to let it go back. So
that's fine. I'm willing to stand on my thing that the numbers don't lie. $8 an hour is over the minimum wage requirements.
Horseradish, you might look up unemployment by county in Mississippi. That'll give you a better idea.
Thank you. Continue.
Okay, yeah, if you we can stand on that for sure. I'm not conceding. I'm going to stand where I stand too.
Okay, and I'm just going to go at the fact that the math doesn't lie. $8 an hour is over the poverty line.
Okay, but I mean, if
you shouldn't concede that being over the poverty line is the same as poverty. The poverty line is like a bit arbitrary.
So,
I don't know. If I was her, I would.
Is it okay if I change my definition?
Define poverty in a different way.
Let me just switch up the entire thing. I don't think that doesn't mean that there's not exploitation happening. And that
we can talk about exploitation, but again, the whole idea is that if you're not working, you're not being exploited. I mean, by definition, nobody is gaining. So we would have to talk about, let's say, the national average is 4%.
There's still taxes on Social Security.
No, there's not.
There's taxes on Social Security.
Is there? I mean, that's actually interesting. If it is, that would be, honestly, everybody out here, if they remove taxes on Social Security, I'm all for it. That's a surprise to me. It seems I really don't like when the government gives you money and then they tax the money they give you. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but whatever.
Right.
I did quickly fact check this. If your income exceeds $25,000 for individuals or $32K for married couples filing jointly, you do pay federal income taxes on Social Security benefit.
Yeah, but that's because you're making
over 25,000. But again,
if you're not working,
okay, we can go back over what the I think 33,000 is for a family of 4 to be in the poverty line, and the stat you just said, I believe it's less than that.
Yes.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. We have gotten past our actual allotted time. I did add y'all to 5 minutes, and we're past that anyway. So we're going to go ahead and go to our judge questions, and that'll give you guys a couple of minutes to kind of gather your thoughts as well and get prepared for your closings. Chat, remember, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. You can scroll up and you'll see the little thing to click, and I will ask your questions as well whenever we're done. But Ancom, since you were fact checking anyway, I hope that you have a question. I'll have you go first. Do you have a question for Nightwisher?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I wasn't sure who you were going to ask about first. So Nightwisher, what I would like to know from you is, can you think of a cause for poverty that does not involve exploitation?
Thank you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I would agree that people who just like aren't working and are poor.
I'll answer this.
Yes, absolutely. That'd be a cause
so
for
I don't
poverty
repeat the question.
without exploitation. I've heard a few stories of people who like genuinely just want to be poor. People who genuinely just want to go like couch surfing and
unhoused,
like live
our unhoused neighbors
poor. That's not exploitation.
Okay. All right.
Confluence. Steel man? Oh, sorry.
No, sir. Question for Confluence. I'm sorry. Question from Confluence for Nightwisher.
Oh.
Yes, I'm going to talk to you later, buddy.
Ask me anything,
right.
Nightwisher. Okay, so
where do you get your hair done?
In Canada.
Okay, yeah, in Canada. Okay, so maybe this has been said, but I kind of want to, I guess, know for sure. Do you think that all poverty is a sign of exploitation? Because I think you had a good case connecting the historicity of untowardness in the past with current poverty now. But if you looked at, like, say, another country and you see poverty happening, for you, is that definitionally a sign of exploitation? Or is it just in America, because of the historical stuff that's happened, you're connecting that? Or are you kind of taking a more like, yeah, anytime you see a wealth disparity, you would call that exploitation to some degree?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I do think that exploitation happens to the poor more readily than other classes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all poverty is caused by exploitation. No.
Okay, follow up then. Am I allowed to follow up, Horace?
Yeah, of course you are, buddy. Go.
Okay, so yeah, I guess in America then, is that like is your main kind of thrust then like stuff like racism and stuff? Is that what you would say? Or is there like is that your strongest argument of that the poverty in America is a sign or an indication of exploitation?
Is racism?
Yeah, like historic injustices dealing with racism and stuff like that.
Not just racism, but I would say historical injustices and historical exploitation is a large cause of poverty.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm actually going to try and with my question, I'm going to take us a little bit outside of the prompt here, because we do keep mentioning that the prompt specifically says in America. So my question to you, Nightwisher, do you think that poverty in other countries is also a result of or indicative of exploitation? Or is it sometimes perhaps just a lack of access to resources? And if it's the latter, how do we know it's not the same here in America?
Well,
I can ask that again if you need me to, but you got to go.
I appreciate it. No, I mean, that's one of the things I was trying to get across with the argument I was making about the exploitation of not just people but also resources in the Deep South. I'd argue it's very similar in Africa and places like that. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that all poverty is caused by the exploitation. There are going to be just resource poor places. Like, that's just a fact. So no, not all poverty or resource poor, consumption poor, all of it is going to be caused by, that wasn't the right word. But no, not all poverty is going to be caused by exploitation of resources or.
All right, cheers. Ancom, a question for Alley Cat, please.
Yeah. This may end up being a multi-part question, so just bear with me here. Alley Cat, are you aware that the way in which the poverty line is calculated in the U.S. has not been updated since its inception?
Bullshit. It's updated every year. It's based on inflation, right? They have an inflation adjustment. It's adjusted every year. I can show you poverty lines from every year up until this year, and they've all been different.
That's not what I asked. That is not what I asked. The way it's calculated has not been changed, as in the way they do the calculations based on inflation. The reason I ask this is because the original poverty line calculation assumed that food was the largest line item in an average household's budget. That has changed in the 50 years since, such that housing has now become the largest line item, and yet they still use the same calculation metric. The point of my question is, you keep saying that someone making $8 an hour full-time is above the poverty line. Can you think of a reason besides poverty itself going down that the poverty line would show fewer and fewer poor people?
Oh, sure. There's plenty of reasons why it's so unfair. We're getting much more productive as a society. We're lifting people out of poverty every day. It's obvious that the poverty line could.
I'm asking if you can think of a reason other than actual poverty going down that this metric might be showing that.
This metric might be showing that.
As in, yeah, would you accept the idea that it is in the government's interest to show a steadily decreasing amount of poverty in the statistics by massaging the numbers, by not modifying the way the calculation is done so that it shows fewer poor people without that actually being the case? That's what I'm trying to get through here.
Yeah, I'm totally confused. Your first proposition was that they haven't changed the way it's measured in over 60 years. And now you're asking me that you're saying that the government now changes it in order to make it look worse.
No, I'm saying they're intentionally not changing it, is my claim.
I don't understand what the point of that is.
You don't understand what the point of a government
back and forth
wanting to show its poverty level steadily going down, even though they're not?
Hopefully this keeps going.
What basis do you say that it's not? Right? It's actually, the poverty line increases every year due to inflation, right? The poverty line goes up and up every single year. And it's a flexed amount. So the fact that more and poor people are going below that or getting above that line despite it increasing is somehow something that the government manipulating numbers. I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
That's okay. I think I've got the question I wanted answered.
We got the answer that we were looking for. It looks like Confluence has left the building. So I will go ahead and go next, and then he can bring up the rear. So my question, you used the term I was actually not familiar with, the consumption poverty. My understanding from what you described was that it is poverty that is based, or that the poverty levels are decided or gauged based on spending. My question to you though is, do you think that in the modern day, we know that the modern day is more depressed than it was historically, right? That we in a modern America are generally not as happy as we used to be. We can argue about why that is. However, my point being, do we agree that just because somebody doesn't know how to spend their money frugally or properly, that does not necessarily indicate that they are not in poverty? If I am making stupid spending decisions to give myself that endorphin blast, spending more money on magic cards than I probably should be, and instead not investing in my retirement, like, I still have the same low income. I'm just spending my money in a bad way.
It's like I was
Would
never
that not
gone.
kind of screw the numbers with your consumption poverty?
Yeah, literally.
It's not how it's
Literally.
measured. I mean, we can get into more of that in the after party. But
Sure.
basically, the idea is that the problem with income-based poverty is it's only based on the income that's reported. And the argument is that not all income is reported, not just side hustles and behind the things type of stuff, but just the fact like government transfers are also not included in the income-based poverty. So if you have like a family of four, a man and a wife and two children, and they're earning $25,000 a year combined, right? But then they get an extra $20,000 a year from the government. They're spending $45,000 a year, right? And that's what it's measuring, how much they're actually spending every year.
I got you. Okay, fair enough. And Confluence, a question for Alley Cat, sir.
All right, Alley Cat, where's my question for you? There we go. So I guess similar to the question I asked Nightwisher, I guess, because this is the point that I really thought was maybe the strongest. Can you contend with the connection that she's making between historically exploited areas and current day poverty? I understand that you're saying poverty rates have gotten better, but there obviously seems to be, unless you're denying it, some connection between areas that were previously exploited and current day poverty. Would you deny a causative link there? Or if not, how is that not an indication? Oh, you would deny the causative link.
Totally, because we're talking about data that's 160 years old, right? Like there are many reasons why those areas could still be depressed that didn't have to do with exploitation from the Civil War, the slave era, right? So it's on her to show that there's a direct cause behind it. But when it's basically two outliers in the entire nation, I don't see the positive correlation there.
I guess if I can ask you a follow-up, in the areas that there is a correlation, I understand correlation isn't causation, and you don't have to, the burden of proof isn't on you to do this, but I'm just curious, do you have an alternate hypothesis? If we know that there was historical exploitation, it leads to this wealth disparity, more poverty, what's the alternate explanation that you find most compelling?
The alternate explanation is that business and industries that made those areas great no longer exist in America.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, so now we're going to get to our closing arguments. So one more time, this is 3 minutes uninterrupted from each of you. We're going to go through Nightwisher first and then Alley Cat again. So Nightwisher, this is your time, uninterrupted. Give us your closing thoughts. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, man.
Really, my closing thoughts are, again, going back to the exploitation of resources and the people in the Deep South. Those industries don't exist anymore because they destroyed the area. They stripped it of its resources, or they no longer needed it anymore. So they left it in ruin. On top of that, the exploitation of the poor to keep them poor through, again, wage theft, through higher renting, through lower wages, but then higher consumption, right? Not being paid the value of the labor that they put into the market. While poverty in and of itself is not entirely caused by exploitation, I do think there is an intrinsic tie between the exploitation of area and people creating poverty and keeping poverty low. And I do think that something I didn't bring up and probably should have, that class mobility is one of those signs as well.
All right. And now we're going over to you, Alley Cat. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir.
Sure.
Put a cherry on
So, okay. So where I'd like to start is, again, this debate is about poverty, right? It's not about people that are working jobs that put them above poverty line and somehow that they're not feeling good, or people that don't feel like they're earning their keep. And like a couple new arguments were introduced in the closing, which we could talk about if we have to, but it was the whole idea of people not earning what they're worth, and what was the other one that she had mentioned that was new too? These are difficult to address because they're like new arguments, and I wish maybe during the back and forth we could have gotten into more. But I don't think any of those relate to people in poverty.
I just think it's not.
Right? We again, 4% of the people in poverty are working full time. That's it. And that's the whole ball of wax there. Anybody who is in poverty, except for those 4%, are not being exploited. Like this whole idea that, maybe look at it from an economic standpoint, or look at it from a different way of what exploitation is, what she was trying to say, the exploitation of resources or land. If we were truly exploiting all the things that we had, there would be no poverty, there would be no unemployment, because we're fully exploiting those people. And so this whole idea, like the deference would be that, at the very least, exploitation is the exact opposite of poverty. It shows that the society is exploiting their resources properly. And I'm using this in the positive connotation, if people don't understand that exploitation isn't just a negative, isn't always a negative thing. So I don't think she's met her burden here. It's like she's pointed out at a couple of outliers to basically say, well, there's a couple areas out there that had slavery in the past and now they're still poor today, but ignoring all the other areas that had slavery in the past that are not poor today. Atlanta might be a good example of that. North Carolina, South Carolina, because North Carolina I don't think had slaves. I'd have to look. And so we can, look at just, pointing at a couple of outliers and say, yeah, the bad thing happened to that 160 years ago, and maybe they haven't caught up yet. To me, that's not a sign of poverty being a sign of exploitation. It might actually be the reverse. Like we could look at something in Pennsylvania, like a mine, where it was a silver mine that they used to go do, but then the mine dried up and it's now a ghost town, right? They exploited that mine, but the point is that town is now no longer has anything to offer. It's not poverty being a sign of exploitation. It's that when that town was exploiting all the silver there, it was a boom town. Everybody wanted to be there. It was actually a sign of flourishing. So she has everything. Poverty is going down, and yet somehow exploitation is going up. It makes no sense. It's the exact opposite of a correlation. It's a negative correlation, and therefore that's why I think negative wins.
All right. All right. Thank you both again. So that is debate number 2 in the bag. So we're dropping a link in the chat. You guys know what to do. Click that link. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case.
Testy,
do you believe that it was Nightwisher on the affirmative, or do you believe that it was Alley Cat on the negative?
If I try to switch to Discord,
while you guys are voting, we are going to have our judges go through and give their judgments. Let's see. I think we went with Ancom first last time. So this time we are going to go to Confluence first. Confluence, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Always ready.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
Except
hear it.
when I'm not ready, which happens sometimes, but ready right now.
Yeah, that does happen.
So,
but all right.
I don't really have a ton to say on this. I think Nightwisher, I think your opening was really strong. I liked the link between the exploitation of the past and the transition into impoverished areas today. That's why I asked both of you questions about that. Alley Cat brought up a lot of poverty stats in his opening, and that was kind of a lot of focus. A lot of focus was on these stats, on what poverty means. there's a couple of things that maybe I would have argued differently. I don't know if I would have necessarily accepted that poverty is tied to the poverty line. Like, I think it's fair to have that definition, but I think maybe it would have been better if you went in a different direction and didn't tie it to that, because you could still be living in an impoverished state under one definition, but still be above what we describe as the poverty line. But yeah, overall, yeah, not much to say. So I'm not going to wax poetic. I will give this to Alley Cat. I think he had stronger points and contended better with the stats. And there's a few things that I hope get brought up maybe in the after party, because in Nightwisher, in your closing, right, you were talking about the exploitation of resources and all of this stuff, and you were kind of maybe responding to, in part, to my question and my question to Alley Cat. And you said that, well, they basically went into these areas and yeah, the industries are gone, but they ransacked them, and that still is a form of exploitation. I'm curious if there could be a good back and forth to be had in the after party, but I'm going to give this, wait, who's the affirmative? I always say this order wrong. Affirmative is Nightwisher.
No, that's okay.
So I'm going to give 3-7 in favor of Alley.
All right. 3-7 in favor of the negative. And chat, remember, get those votes in, because if the judges disagree, then it comes down. It's all in your hands. Ancom, where did you land on this one, sir, and why?
Sorry, chat. Once again, your vote doesn't matter. I am giving it to Alley Cat 4-6. While I agree far more with Nightwisher on this issue, I believe Alley Cat argued his points better, and he was unfortunately not those points were not effectively rebutted. Nightwisher made a lot of really good points, pointing out the fact that the areas of slavery and Jim Crow in the South overlap with extremely high correlation to modern rates of poverty, was a very good argument. Unfortunately, as Confluent said, while I thought Alley Cat relied too much on the poverty line, I don't think Nightwisher brought up any real issues with how he framed that, and I was trying to kind of tease that out. I may have gone a little too far in my question to point out that the federal poverty line has many issues in what it claims to measure. But unfortunately, because those points were not effectively rebutted, I've got to give this one to Alley Cat. I'm really sorry, Nightwisher. I wanted to give you that vote. I really, really did, but I have to go with what I actually think was the better made argument, even if it's not the argument I agree with.
And I appreciate that so much, Ancom. You have no idea, because again, that is what I tell you guys. We don't just vote on who we agree with or who we like the most. We vote on who made the most persuasive arguments. Now, that said, we are still going to check those votes from the audience. But once again, I'm going to go back here. My understanding is this is your first formal debate as well. Is that correct, Nightwisher?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never done anything like this before.
No, that's kind of where I got
great.
lost.
Yeah, you did absolutely great. Do not. Yeah, do not. Hold your head.
I want to make it very clear. I thought you did a fantastic job. Unfortunately, you just got outclassed.
No, absolutely. I agree.
I didn't know what to expect. Like I said, I try my best to match people based on skill as well as tone. I know Alley Cat, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't you like a high school debate teacher or something like that? Like,
no, not a teacher. I was on high school debate, and I did judge afterwards for sure. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So again, like I said, so again, we're all here to get better. We're all here to give feedback, et cetera, et cetera. So please keep answering the prompts, because we will keep bringing you on, and we will definitely we will have you be able to beat up Loodle Miss in an instant. So
I love that.
I imagine she
that's the one I want to see.
That is the benefit of being a sister, is you can beat up on your brother all you want. They can't do shit.
Sure, fair enough. So again, Alley Cat, yeah, ultimately, man, the win is yours, regardless of what the chat says. But also, I'm just glad to actually get you on. It's been a fucking long try. Someone tell me, because Horse just says the ratio. I have asked you like 20 goddamn times, and Discord hates you. He wanted to put his face up. He wasn't trying to hide y'all. It's just the internet doesn't like people with silver in their hair. So
Yeah, I think I may have found the root cause of it. So right now I'm on a cell iPad, right? So I think it's my I think it's my modem that's blocking the traffic. So it sucks. I have to figure that out. But yeah, and I'm sorry. We'll talk about it in the after party. There's reasons why it took me so long to get motivated and get everything running, but I think that's all behind me now. So I'm hoping to get much more into this.
Fan-fucking-tastic. There's definitely space here for you. So everybody go ahead and get those votes locked in. Let's go ahead and find out one more time, because 3-0 versus 2-1 does make a difference.
Man,
so chat, who did you guys think
is this gonna be another one? Me and Ancom agreeing, but the poll
it was by the slimmest of margins, by 1 vote. It was Nightwisher gets the votes from the audience. So 6-4 for Nightwisher in the audience votes. So at least that's 2 split decisions back to back. So there you go. Once again, the chat loves you.
The chat is rebelling.
We appreciate you, Nightwisher, and stick around if you can. I know you said you might have to leave early. It looks like Vince already had to leave. So again, people hang out for the after party, but if you can't, you can't. No worries. So thanks again, ma'am. And thank you again, Alley Cat. Hopefully you can stick around. So,
for sure.
All right. So we're going to get to our third and final debate of the night, everybody.
I think he's just trying to.
Thank you both for being patient, Brandon and Game Boy. It looks like everybody. Oh wow, Game Boy, you startled me with that face, man. You startled me. I was like, Game Boy, who doesn't use his cam, and then I look up and I'm like,
did I change it?
No, you're good. You're good. I just thought that was actually you on the cam for a second.
I'm a big fan.
I'm so excited.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Racist,
all right.
Scared by
so
a black man showing up.
Our third and final debate is a regular versus a new guy. We are debating rights are absolute. This could go a lot of different places, and I'm very excited to see it. But I'm also excited to see the new guy in action. So we'll start with you, Game Boy. I know you don't have any actual socials, but tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir.
Yo, follow me on 4chan. I'm not active, but follow me. I don't even know if you can do that on 4chan. Nah, I don't really do shit. I'm kind of a bum.
All right, there you go. Follow him on OnlyFans. There you go. No, you're good.
True.
You're good.
Feet find it.
And Brandon, I know he seems like a troll, but he actually will bring a good fight for you. Brandon, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I will drop your link in the chat. Everybody give this a follow. Go ahead, sir.
Sweet. Thank you. And thanks for having me.
Let's go, Brandon.
I'm just some guy on the internet. I stream games sometimes.
Just some retard online.
I am some people would call me a confluence orbiter. He sent me his address the other day.
People call me that too.
We're like really good friends. Not for the reasons you think, but yeah, it's I don't know. It's been years since I've done a formal debate, but this should be fun.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I'm guessing that with that microphone, he's probably having you read him bedtime stories. So, all right, cheers. So, everybody, the prompt: rights are absolute. You guys have seen it happen twice.
Always be plugging.
You know the routine. I'm sure we don't have any questions here. Let's keep it above the belt. And stop me if you have anything you need to bring up. But with this one, I'm pretty sure it's going to be all thoughts, feels, and vibes. So I don't think we're going to need too much fact checking going on. Game Boy, you, sir, are up first. 3 minutes on the clock.
We can settle down.
Start it up when you start to talk. Why do you believe that rights are absolute?
Just not keep this going and focus on Brandon.
Give me a second. Yo, sorry, I'm playing Fortnite for real. I don't know. This is gonna be a definitional debate probably, because like, I don't know. When you say rights are absolute, I'm not really gonna argue that rights exist, because whether the prompt implies it or I don't really have to argue for it. We can just say rights exist. If they exist, they're absolute. That's kind of the whole basis behind it. If a right isn't absolute, it's just preferential treatment. It's, definition wise, I'm pretty sure we both agreed, but for the audience, I think a right's anything a person, group, or entity is morally or legally entitled to.
What is this opener?
That's
Bro needs to
your
stop
claim to
cranking
something.
90s and fucking
not
lock
necessarily, oh, you get these certain entitlements. No, it's, hey, you're morally or legally entitled to this thing. maybe your property, your life, your pursuit of happiness, whatever kind of bullshit you want to say. I'm not really going to argue about negative or positive rights. I don't really care. We can say both of them are rights. They're still an absolute.
I don't even know if rights really exist.
We don't really make nuances to that. We just make clarifications on the jurisdictions of those rights. It doesn't change person to person. It's just a clarification of what people can have those certain rights. Yeah, I think that's fair. Absolute, pretty black and white. We can probably work that out between the two of us eventually. I will say, usually when we have, say, a right established legally, the government will impede certain functions
I don't think he
to
does.
follow
I
that
think he's
right.
got it backwards. He's like, nah.
Another
rights don't really- they
clarification
don't
I'd
really
like
need
to make is
exist and
that
everything.
a right is what you're entitled to, not what you're guaranteed. We can say that we'll do everything in our power to say get your right to healthcare, but I wouldn't necessarily say that you're guaranteed a right to healthcare. It's just what we consider, say, a moral right that we
it
hope to
absolute?
install legally. So I'd make a classification. I'm going to say entitlement. You can say your claim to something, but your claim to, say, your
Joan,
life is
Accomplice
not a guarantee that
369
you
ended
won't
okay,
eventually
August
die.
7th,
It's just,
2026.
hey,
I
if
don't wanna
someone's going to
repeat
kill you,
because
we're
I
going to
don't
do
like
everything in your power to maintain your right to life. That's about it. I'm mainly using my opening to clarify some things before we get to the actual argument, because I don't really have something to really
Brandon's
bounce
like
off
so probably
of.
confused
I haven't heard
right
any
now.
definition of a right that isn't an absolute, and I'd be curious to see what they have to say. That sounded like ChatGPT. Holy shit.
All right. Well, Brandon, so as you saw earlier,
Sounds
3
like
minutes
somebody
is now
playing
for you to
Fortnite.
control as you see fit. You can use this time to cross-examine, ask him questions. You can just make fun of him the entire time. You can just respond to what he
Do that
said.
one.
Really, it's your time, but I will start the clock when you start to talk,
Mog
sir.
the shit out of him.
Okay. I do want to get clear on absolute. I do think we probably share a similar notion, but I'm taking absolute to be something like something that is true or applies in every case, regardless of considerations, or you can say it holds without exception. Is that the sort of view that you're taking of absolute?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we can say an absolute is something that is applied consistently by the books, but I wouldn't say, hey, the books can't have certain clarifications. Like, I would say this Second Amendment is an absolute right, but we make clarifications on what that right pertains to.
You would or wouldn't
even
say
in the
that
established,
you would or
I
wouldn't
would
say that's
argue
absolute.
that I would say the constitutional rights, even when they were established as absolutes, but we can make considerations on what that applied to. Like, people often bring up, oh, well, slaves weren't considered people. It's like, yeah, but the rights themselves and the system in which the rights were applied to were still applied absolutely. It's
I think
just
you're saying
our
something nice
understanding of
about me,
those rights.
Joan. I
expand.
think so.
Yeah, this
I'm
may
not
just be a
entirely sure,
semantic
but I
dispute.
think
Then
you're
this is
saying
why I wanted to clear it up before.
Yeah,
because,
yeah, that's why I opened up my whole thing about, like, this is a debate argument purely on definitions.
Yeah, because well, for one, I don't think that's how it's typically used. I do think, like, when somebody says something is absolute, you can say something like, I don't know, I don't know, the law of non-contradiction is absolute. That just means that it's or the law of identity, I don't know. It's true in every case. It's always true that A equals A. So that's not how you're understanding absolute. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say certain things like your right to life is pretty, is means is, that is what it is. I would say,
But it can be, let's
hey,
stick with that. Can the right to life be overridden by other considerations?
in what way?
Self-defense. Like, you would say, like, a person, here, I'll just give the example.
Well,
This is in my
I
opening.
would say
actually, but-
that, I mean, for example, I'd run with that. Okay, well, can someone's rights be suspended if they're trying to violate
I'm
other
gonna give,
people's
like,
rights? I would say that's just expanding on
Brandon like 9 to
how we
1,
consider
but
what
everyone's gonna
rights
think I'm
are, and not
biased.
necessarily, oh my goodness, these rights
I
aren't
was
absolute.
worried. I was
Like,
worried.
I think rights are a system in which we can say justify certain actions or certain legal proceedings, and I would say that those systems have to be applied absolutely, regardless of say argument. The self-defense is a good example because the right to self-defense is applied absolutely in the consideration of what the right to life is.
What do you mean it's applied absolutely?
Do I have time to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there ever a case where someone defends themselves in a case of like right to self-defense where, oh, well, we just don't consider that the right to self-defense anymore? It's like, no, the right to self-defense exists as a constant. We apply the right to self-defense to you, me, Radish, and everyone else included. I would say that we don't make clarifications on who has the right to self-defense because of the definition of self-defense. Like, what we consider self-defense is just fleshing out what that right is rather than applying it non-consistently.
All right. Good stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go to you now, Brandon. This is your 3-minute opening, uninterrupted.
Rights run up against other rights.
All right. The proposition on the table tonight is rights are absolute. I'm taking the negation. And just to give my view of rights, in more neutral terms, you can say a right is, and this is bare bones. In neutral terms, you can say it's something that ought or ought not occur. Like if we take the right to life, for example, we can say what the right to life means is that somebody ought not kill you, right? Or in like my subjectivist terms that people love, you could say, well, it's something that I would prefer or not prefer to happen. And I am taking absolute to mean something like something that is true or applies in every case, regardless of considerations. So to call a right absolute is just to say that it holds without exception. There's no possible circumstance such that the normative status of any given right can change. So if the right to life, and this is why I kind of want to get into that, I think this is a good example, is absolute, for example, then there can't be a circumstance in which intentionally killing a person becomes morally permissible. But that's obviously insane, right? Consider the self-defense case. Someone breaks into your house with a gun. They want to kill you and your family and take your shit. Does that person have a right to life? Because if we're understanding the terms how I understand them, if it is an absolute right to life, then this isn't an exception. It's impermissible to kill him. That's what it means to have the right to life. But if the right to life is not absolute, it's an easy moral calculus. Of course, it's permissible to kill that guy. But outside of that circumstance, it isn't permissible to kill him. He should not be killed. He ought not be killed. But once the circumstances change, the morally relevant facts change, it's now okay to kill that guy. And if that is correct, then the right to life is just not absolute, at least in the sense that I'm talking about. Now, you could use language like, well, the aggressor in that situation, they forfeited their right. And stop me at any point, Horseradish. I can't really see the timer. The aggressor forfeited their right, or their right to life was suspended. But calling it a forfeiture or a suspension of that right, it doesn't make the normative status of that right change, right? It's just another label being used to say that the moral status of the right has changed, but by definition, that makes it not absolute. And I'll just give a straightforward argument for my view in modus tollens, premise one, and I can
20 seconds left.
Perfect. I can post this in chat if need be. Premise one is, if rights are absolute, then the moral or legal status of those rights never change across possible circumstances. It's not the case that the moral or legal status of those rights never changes across possible circumstances. Therefore, rights are not absolute. And
I have to find Brandon. I have to stop.
All right, good stuff. And just so you know, Brandon, if in Discord, if you click my camera, it'll make it the biggest thing on the screen, and you'll be able to see the clock on the top of the screen and make it a little easier for you.
It's not working for me.
No, still not. All right, cheers. Then what I'll do is I'll just give you like a 20 to 30 second warning before the end of the on yours. All right, and Game Boy, it is now 3 minutes for you, sir. Cross-examine as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
There's two things I want to touch on. First, if the right to life, say, is absolute, and you're not allowed to have the right to self-defense to protect your right to life, then is it absolute?
I don't take either of those rights to be absolute.
No, I'm just saying, if I'm not allowed to protect my rights, are they absolute?
If you're not allowed to protect your rights, are they
Like,
absolute?
if I don't have the right to self-defense, and you're coming at me with a knife, and I'm not allowed to, say, smack you in the face or potentially harm you
I'm not
with
saying you don't
whatever
have
I
that
have.
right, by the way.
Well, yeah, but you just said, well, how can you have this and not have that? How can I take someone's life to protect my own? That's just an application of the rights. It's not exactly, you don't have, you're just arguing about the applications of these absolute rights. And I tried to make that distinction earlier.
Yeah, because something can't be permissible and impermissible simultaneously. That's a straightforward contradiction. Of course, that
no,
can't
I
be true.
think I think the application is the protection of rights can include the violation of others' rights. If I hold my personal right to life to be an absolute, and I have the ability to protect my life, I think that's an absolute. Like, we're just arguing more on the sense of how is the guarantee of these rights? How can that be morally classified rather than if these rights exist in an absolute manner? Like, do you think a tree is absolutely a tree consistently?
Is a tree absolute? Is a tree a tree? Definitionally, yes.
And if someone were to hold to a certain view of rights where it's like, my right to life is the right to life via me being a person, as many people do.
Don't bow him, okay? Don't. I'm not going to bow him, Joe. I won't bow him. I promise.
What's the question?
I'm a person because
question
I'm
there, or-
conscious. That's an absolute constant between the two. I'm not the one cross-examining here. I'm just explaining myself.
Actually, you are.
Actually, no, I am. Yeah, hold on. I'm retarded. Never mind. It's been a long day. Am I allowed to use that word? My bad. No, I'm tripping balls. I'm not gonna lie. No, second part is, can you explain your right to life further? I mean, your definition of rights further.
Yeah, I'm just taking a right to be something that either ought or ought not occur, like bare bones. And I can give you my sense of what I mean by those terms, but to try to keep it neutral, that's generally how I use those terms.
Yeah, but you said it's something that ought to not or be done, something like that. Can you say it again, just for clarification purposes?
It depends on the right. Some rights we're talking about what you ought not do, and other rights we're talking about what you ought do, like healthcare. Some people think you have a right to healthcare, so you ought be provided healthcare. But in the right to life, it's something like you ought not be killed.
Yeah, but don't you think that definition applies further to a whole bunch of things, not including rights? It's not very specific.
Gentlemen, I'm just going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock. Keep going. This is the crossfire. This is y'all's time.
Sure.
I think your definition of rights applies pretty consistently to all moral actions rather than rights specifically or as a legal or moral category. And I haven't really heard you disagree with my definition of rights, which, again, I would like
disagree about definitions. Definitions aren't something that can be true or false. That's just how you use the term.
Can. If you say people have 3 feet, I can definitely disagree with that.
Well, now you're making an empirical claim. That's not a definitional claim. The definition isn't a proposition, so it can't be true or false.
Not a definition.
I think definitions can be true or false. Call that a crazy ass opinion, but I think if I described a tree as red and blue and green all over, that's a definition, and that's wrong, even if it is empirical.
Well, when you say the sentence "a tree has X, Y, and Z properties," that's a proposition.
I said
but when you say, yeah, right, you're making that's a proposition, right? But if you just list the properties, that's not a definition. That's just listing.
Okay,
properties.
how would you describe a tree definitionally? I don't. This is a tangent, but like.
Yeah, do we want to get stuck on this?
Yeah, we do.
No, I'm just. I think if you can disagree about the validity of definitions, we're gonna have like, I want to be on the same page here, because I don't think rights are ought to or not ought to. I think that's an aspect of what a right is, but just blatantly, I don't think that's true.
Well, what do you? Well, just tell me what you mean by the term right.
anything that a person, group, or entity is morally or legally entitled to.
And what do you mean by morally? What do you mean by morally entitled to?
See,
Something that they
morally
ought
entitled
have?
to.
is
I'm
sweating
just
balls
including
right now because he
all
knows that
philosophies on
me, him,
rights. I'm
and
not exactly
and
making an
Steelborn are
accusation
going
of
up
what
against
rights are.
Brandon,
I'm just trying to
Testy, and
include
whoever
Well, then
else.
it's not clear what you're saying, because if
Well, yeah,
by
but
morally
certain
entitled
people
you don't
think that
mean
you're
what they
morally
ought have, I don't know
entitled.
what you're saying.
Realizing Brad's gonna be a fucking
Yeah,
problem.
I'm saying you ought to have that thing, but I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I,
So
I
you
think
don't
you can
disagree with my
ought have
definition.
something. No, let me, Jesus Christ. I think you ought to have something without it being your inherent right to have it. I think if we were to use that definition, it's far more subjective. Like, I ought to have this because it would help my well-being and I'm a utilitarian. Well, that's not
How
exactly
much-
my right
how
to
much
that
discipline?
thing
Like
because I don't
Duterte
think you
levels
can
of discipline?
apply that to an absolute
No?
manner. That's why I'm going on with this whole definitional debate, is because if we use that definition, well, okay, well, I ought to have this medical assistance because I am on the verge of dying, and this will protect my life. Well, I ought to have that morally, but that's not exactly my right to that thing.
I think he's
the
just
same
like,
way that it would
he
be
conceded the
Radish's
prompt at
right
the
to have
Then
that
what do you
same
mean by
thing
right
because
right
it's
there?
not consistent.
Then what do you mean by right there?
So
If you're not
get what
talking
he's
about what
saying.
you ought or
What
ought
does that
not
mean?
Like
have.
wrong and confused.
Right there. What?
Yeah, because you said you don't have that right, or you do have that right. You said something like that. But
Well,
you
no, I
ought.
can have a more broad right, like say the right to free healthcare, but the right to a specific medical assistance cannot exist because it cannot be applied to two different people at the same time. Like we can
Okay,
both
so
have but I ought to have that because it's
so let's
important
just
to me to have that. But it's not important to everyone else
so
to
let's
have
just
that
get
Joan
in a
channel.
moral basis.
let's just get clear. So when you say a right is anything a person is morally or legally entitled to, I'm just going to ask you again what you
I
mean
think
by
Game Boy
morally entitled
walked
to.
into the ocean himself.
If
with
not, what
Brandon just
you
talking
mean
to
is
him
what
and just
they ought
started
have,
drowning.
which
I
is
don't
what
think
I'm
Brandon
saying.
dragged him anywhere.
Say that in it's been a long day. Say that again.
Yeah, if you're defining rights as anything a person is morally or legally entitled to, what do you mean by morally entitled, if not what I mean, that they ought have it, something ought occur?
Because I think it should be a right that exists for persons in a more generalized manner, in the sense of like a person has the right to life, in which it cannot be based
I'm
off
just
a
asking
subjective
I'm just asking for a
appearance. No,
definition.
yeah, but if you're just
It's like
asking
a
a
cat playing
question,
with its food until the
let
food
me
kills
say
itself.
the answer. That's
what it's
important
like.
too.
It's a definition. That's all I'm looking for.
Hey, twin. I'm in the middle of talking, and you're like, "No, I want this." I'm
I
getting
don't care
there.
for the meta.
This is
Just
1, 2, 3, not
simple question.
3, 2, 1. All right. I think a right in the sense of when we're talking about a person is something that can apply to people on a generalized level, not based off subjective experience. If ANCOM needs a specific medical assistance, we can have the right to say free healthcare, but we cannot have the right to that specific medical assistance. I think that's what we mean by the right to free healthcare. We can have a moral entitlement.
Do you remember my
to it.
question?
Hey, you want to say it again if I didn't understand it? Can you rephrase? Because you've been saying the same question 3 times, and I've given you 3 different answers. What do you mean?
You haven't given me a definition. I'm just asking. When you say anything,
I'm giving you an explanation to a question. Holy shit! Do you not like the explanation?
It's so
you can
simple.
say that, but you're asking for a
simple.
definition.
I promise it's so simple.
Okay,
when
say
you
it
say
again.
A right is anything a person is morally or legally entitled to. What do you mean by morally entitled? If not what I mean, that they ought have something.
Because I think that what you're saying, hey, it's been a long day. I'm sorry.
No, that's fair.
This is not best performance.
That's okay.
No, I think what you're saying can apply on a subjective level of, okay, well, a person's
Brother,
falling
I'm
off
not
a cliff.
asking that. I promise I'm not asking that.
Hey, I'm giving you why I don't agree with what you're saying, and you're saying, well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm giving you why I disagree
Okay,
with
now
it
I
because
don't
you
think. I
said
was worried the audience is going to
if not
So
what
you're
I
not
said.
answering my
Give
question.
I'm saying why not.
Now I think everyone
I
will
guess.
understand.
I guess.
Okay,
I-
the funny
if
thing
this
is
isn't
I
what
like
you-
you. That's what's funny. Okay.
If this isn't what you like, I mean, I guess.
No, I said I do like you. That's what's funny. I can tell you're like a fun
No,
person.
but if this answer is not what you like, I don't know what else to tell you because, like, I'm trying to say why I disagree with your definition, and you're like, no, but that's not what I'm asking you. But I thought what you were asking me is why doesn't my definition work?
I'm basically just
So, I mean,
asking
maybe
you in
there's
your
difference.
definition of rights what you mean by morally entitled.
I mean, morally entitled to, as in
Yeah, he's
me as a
already
person
dead,
and you as a
Brandon.
person
You
can
don't
have
have
an
to keep
overlap
drowning
where
him more. He's
we
already
both have the same
dead.
rights
He's been
because
dead
us
for
as
10
people haven't
minutes.
changed.
This is a
But
If
now
a
you
George
just
person-
used the
Floyd
word rights,
situation.
but
He's-
that's what we're
Brandon's
looking
Derek
to
Chauvin
define
right
because
now. It's
morally
time to-
entitled to is in the
It's time to
definition of
release
rights.
the
So when we use
knee,
rights
brother.
again, that's
It's
just
Yeah,
time to
so
take off the knee.
if me
becomes
and you were
circular.
entitled to a similar thing, as in property, as we have the same means to acquire property, we have the same rights to keep property. That's what I mean. We have the same means of coming upon life, as in came out of the womb. We have the same rights to keep property. I mean, or a corporation has the rights to come upon
Are there
this
cases where it's
intellectual
good?
property, the IQ rights. I don't know if IQ rights is the right
Yeah,
term, but still.
exactly. Fix that up.
Are there cases where we ought take people's property?
I'm more speaking.
That's a yes or no.
I think. Hey, I said morally and legally. I think that there's legal situations where it's like, yeah,
we
you
can
take-
do. Let's do one at a time. We can do both. Do you think there are cases where it's morally okay to take people's property?
Yeah, I think if it's the protection of other people's properties, you can take one
Okay, let's
person's
say it's
property.
let's say it's not. Let's say it's not.
Then no.
Okay, so there's never a case where it's okay to take somebody's property. Like if we find out like this crazy
Competition
person
evidence.
who lives
The
in
second
bumfuck
evidence
Idaho or
arrived.
some shit, somehow created a nuke and he plans to use it on
Oh, is that
the
not
United
the
States
protection of other
Capitol. Would
people's
it be
property?
would it be okay to take
That's the
his
protection of other
property?
people's property. That's the
Okay.
protection of other
No.
people's property.
Okay. Okay. So okay. Well, that kind of proves my point. It's not absolute. So it is okay to violate
No,
that
no, no, no.
person's
That
right.
could that just that's
Because of
the
other
protection other
considerations,
people's
right?
Absolute rights.
I think.
That's the protection of my absolute right. With you trying to use your absolute right against
Right.
me.
We violated his right
So I'm just
to
protecting
protect
mine.
your rights,
But that's just the moral.
and it was a good
system
thing
of
we
rights.
violated
Like,
that right.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing.
I mean,
all
if God wants to
chats,
use a
'cause
nuke, I
even
mean,
if they're deleted on
what are you gonna
YouTube,
do?
I can still see them.
So just to be clear, there are cases where it's okay to violate somebody's rights, changing the normative status of that right. It's where we ought not take his property, but in this case, we ought take his property. Is that right?
Can you say that again?
So there are cases where this person has a right
So many times.
to his nuke, right? He has a right to his property. We ought not take his property. But in this case, because he's going to blow up a city or something, it is okay to violate that right. We ought do that. Yeah, I mean,
Might as
that's,
well. Yeah. What? I just said that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Then,
If
yeah,
a guy-
that's,
If a guy
I mean,
makes
that-
a nuke and it's like dead in the water, never going to be used, how do I know that?
well, it's not an epistemic question, but that does
No,
show
no,
that
but,
there
like,
are
if I'm
overriding
gonna do
considerations
anything,
such
I have
that it's,
I have epistemic considerations if I'm going to do anything. So it is an epistemic question. You're saying if I would do this, well, I have an epistemic consideration here. So how do I know?
What does he mean?
but we can
by-
just stipulate it in the hypothetical. But the
Well,
point
then,
is
yeah,
that
sure.
there,
If a dude's never going to touch a nuke and we have absolute certainty that he's never going to touch this nuke, then it's just an empty shell at that point.
okay. But if
Yeah.
we know he is going to use it, it's okay to, this would be like an
we can
exception,
check
right?
that.
This is something that we should take that nuke from him so he
But
doesn't
we're
do anything
running out of
crazy.
time, and this kind of
Are we?
this is not my best performance, Joanne. You probably have better introductions to other places.
How much time is on the
Boy's like,
clock?
Game Boy's like, I'm voting against myself. I understand I did terrible.
I mean, I don't even really think you disagree with me. I think you may just. I think you
No,
came into this debate using different using different meanings of words.
We had a definition clarification, and I didn't understand what you meant, and I never got back to on the definition. If we had this conversation, I think we disagree on what absolute is, which is the issue.
Let me jump in here. So we're not going to add the 5 minutes here. I think we're going to go straight to the judges' questions, and I think that might actually be able to put this back to rights. And depending on how your answers go, I might actually put y'all back in the ring for 5 minutes, but we'll see. We're going to take this to the judges, though. So, Confluence, do you have a question ready for Game Boy?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Game Boy. So I, as well as maybe other people, still, I guess, don't get what you mean by absolute. And you said at the very end that maybe that's the sticking point. If it can be violated or superseded, I would say it's not absolute under how at least I'm understanding that word. So I guess my question is, what is an absolute right, and what in the ever living fuck do you mean by absolute?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We had talked about definitions before going into this debate, and I misread the fuck out of what he was saying, and I didn't realize that till like midway through our back and forth. Genuinely, he's the most confusing guy I know, and that's with all the love in the world. He says some stuff, and it goes through one ear and out the other. I don't get it. What I mean by absolute is like, say, there's people with like the belief that, and I'm just gonna give one that I'm most familiar with, that the right to life is inherent to what a person is, similar to how 2 eyes and breathing is. Like, a right is what a person is, just on an ontological level. That's your right to life. So whenever I think of a life, it's something that is intangible to what a person is. It's inherent to what a person is. And a moral right is also similar to like free healthcare. If a person exists and is able to get hurt, the right to free healthcare is intangible to what that person is. And then you go into legal rights and you're talking about, say, corporate entities, or again, protection of rights in certain manners. Whenever I think of an absolute right, voice crack, whenever I think of an absolute right, I'm thinking of, okay, well, when we ever have these legal classifications of what an entity or a group of people or what a person is, the right to life, and how we work around them as almost like an object down the road. We avoid it and we respect it as a concrete thing that we cannot work around. It's an absolute and unchanging thing that doesn't change individual to individual. So whenever I disagree with his definition of what a right is, it's because whenever he says ought, I'm thinking of rights as in the sense of, well, it's a constant. Me and you share similar, we share rights, not oughts. My ought to this, my ought to that is subjective based off of my experience, and has unique moral considerations or legal considerations that wouldn't be classified as a right because you wouldn't have the same experience that I would, in which you, given the same resources that I morally need for, like, say, living, you given a wheelchair is not as important as me if I got ran over by a car. That's kind of why I disagree with his definition.
If I can ask a brief follow-up.
Sure.
So I guess, because I appreciate you saying what you said, that maybe, you kind of misunderstood what you guys were talking about with absolute. If I'm hearing you right, would it,
Not the
tell me if
first
you
time.
disagree, but like, would you say rights are inherent, but that 2 rights, they could go up against one another, and maybe one right would be, cucked by the other right. So you have inherent rights, but they're not absolute in the sense that they apply all the time in every circumstance, because a right will sometimes supersede another right. Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I'm more making the like assumptions as if rights exist, where it's like I haven't seen anyone say I have the right to life or I have the right to liberty, where it doesn't inherently mean hey, if my right to life comes into head with your right to life, I can't bam shoot with the gun. That doesn't mean your right to life doesn't exist. It just means you are my rights supersede yours as my inherent need to protect myself and protect my absolute rights. I know that sounds complicated because whenever we think of absolute rights, we're thinking of, oh shit, well, I'm guaranteed absolute rights, but I'm more mean your entitlement to that thing. Your entitlement to self-defense, if I were to do the same thing, is an absolute. That doesn't inherently mean that we are both guaranteed the right to life. That would assume that everyone's immortal. Like, I've never seen anyone. That's why I've made sure to emphasize at the beginning of the debate my claim to a right.
Okay, thank you.
Right. And Ancom, a question for Game Boy, please.
Unfortunately, Confluence kind of stole it, so I've been trying to think of another one, and all I can come up with. So Brandon defined a right as something that someone ought or ought not to do. How do you define a right? Same or different?
I've said it like 3 times. I'm going to be honest, Twin.
I'm sorry if I missed it. Please restate it for me, and I'll just waste a question.
A person. I'm going to have to clarify this. Generalized person, not me and you, but people as people. A person, group, or entity's moral or legal entitlement to something. Entitlement including a claim right. I have a claim to this thing, not a guarantee.
Yeah, I do remember you saying that now. So my apologies. Apparently, I am also fucked in the head. But granted, I was planning.
No one pushed back on it, so there was
an hour
really
ago, and
emphasis on
this went far later than I was expecting.
Bro, I'm surprised I even pulled up. I was just doing it because I knew I wouldn't hear the end of it.
You're not wrong there. All right, and I do appreciate both y'all. We did have those tech difficulties at the beginning, which kind of put us behind the ball, and we've been moving a little slow tonight. So I'm sorry, everybody. It's usually much more fluid than this. We had a lot of new people tonight, so it's not going as quick. I was already going to say I'm going to be cutting the after party each prompt down to 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes, just so we can.
Bro, I'm gonna need a nap. I'm not even gonna pull up.
Yeah, no,
honestly,
I understand.
I can't even stay for.
I know. I know. A lot of people are going to be dipping, so we might actually even just fucking rail out afterwards. We'll see. Anyway, this has been a long one, but a question from me for Game Boy. Actually, you know what I'm going to cheat a little bit here. And I'm going to use from the chat from Testes.
Yeah, we are.
First of all, he does say it's okay, Game Boy. It's been a long day. So you were saying
they were
that
hating on me the entire debate. I don't want to hear it.
So rights can override. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure this was in sarcasm. So, but I'm going to ask the question my own way. You said that rights can override each other. So the right to self-defense overrides the right to life. So at that point, how do you pull that apart and still call them absolute if they can override each other? Explain that a little bit more for me, please.
I don't know. I
If
feel like
rights, if two rights conflict and one can override the other, how can they be defined as absolute?
I feel like it's just.
I appreciate his
different
humility
definitions
here.
of what absolute are.
Like
and
him being like,
I kind of explained it with confluence. It's like I think you're absolute as in something that you're ontologically inseparable from. I don't think that there's any case in which us as individuals, or if we ever came together in a group, in a legal sense, that's entitled to certain rights, like say, fuck, why am I forgetting what it's called? I'm gonna kick myself. But anyway, if we ever came into a group which had legal entitlements, that group is inseparable from the rights it has, maybe even on a definitional level. So I would consider rights more to that degree and not the absolute guarantee of those rights.
All right, cheers. So we're now going to go
I
ahead
own that
and
same shirt. That's a fire ass shirt.
You don't have to butter me up, buddy. I don't get to vote. So we're going to go ahead and go to our questions for Brandon. Confluence, you up first. Do you have a question ready for Brandon, sir?
I do. And I think I have Brandon dead to rights on this one. I think someone already made that pun, but I'm making it again. So Brandon, I understand that if we just say a right to life or a right to self-defense, I understand that you could argue those aren't absolute. But I would say, and I'm curious if you agree or disagree, if we nuance it further, I would say then some rights are absolute. So to use the kind of tired example, but switching it into the rights talk, I would say you have a negative right to not be tortured for fun. Like if you just take right not to be tortured, maybe we come up with some explanation on maybe somehow there is a world where that right could be taken from you. But if we go more specific, I would say every human being does have a right not to be tortured for fun. And I would say that is an absolute right. Do you think that's just me twisting the definition of rights, or is that fair? Your thoughts?
But if by absolute we are talking about like if we add in other considerations that it wouldn't override that, I don't think so. Because I think we can add other considerations such that you don't have that right anymore.
Can you think
like
of one
if,
for that example?
Easily, yes. If we don't torture Confluence for fun, then 1 billion people are going to be tortured for fun ad infinitum. We should torture you for fun.
But then you're torturing me not for fun. You'd be torturing me so that other people aren't tortured. Like you wouldn't be torturing me for the sheer joy of it. You'd be doing it for some exterior moral consideration.
Probably car problem.
Okay, so yeah, you're saying like without adding other considerations, is it true that you ought not be tortured for fun?
Well, yeah, I'm saying even in your example that you gave, you're not actually torturing me for fun. Your ultimate explanation is you're doing it so other people aren't tortured. So I'm saying I have a right to not be tortured for the final reason of it all being just the sheer thrill of torturing Confluence. I'm saying I have that right. Every human has that right. That's absolute. Is it not?
I don't think so, because once again, I'm taking absolute to be something that is true or applies. Here, I actually wrote it down. Let me find it again. Yeah, something that is true or applies in every case, regardless of other considerations, such that no possible circumstance can change the moral status of that right. But now you're just saying, well, let's literally disregard all of the other possible circumstances that can change that normative status. Now we're not even talking about the same thing anymore.
Okay, my final thing, because I'm not, I'll save this for the after.
Oh my God, yeah, because at this point you're just debating the dude.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, but
you're pulling a Tyler.
Confluence doing what I
talk about it later.
I'll say my final thing. I would say yes. I don't think I actually am adding other considerations. If I'm saying you have the right to not be tortured for fun, and you're saying, well, there's these other things where you could be tortured for moral, well, then it's not for fun anymore. So I think that is an absolute right. I don't know if you really, responded to that, but.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, there you go. We'll get to that in the after party. So, Ancom, do you have a slightly more succinct question for Brandon?
I don't know about succinct, but
oh God.
If 2 wrongs don't make a right and 3 rights make a left, then what is the color of an ice cream dishwasher banana?
I think red.
Good question.
I'd have to think about it a little more, but probably red.
No, but so I guess what I'm feeling like neither.
You can just vote for him. I don't care at this point.
What I feel like neither side is explaining in a straightforward way is what does it mean to be absolute?
Chat, give me
okay.
Give me your thoughts.
Good question.
Okay, I feel like I'm right on this. I feel like if you're torturing me for fun because you don't want other people,
but I feel like I just answered this. But I'll
you're
say
not
it again.
torturing
I'm
me.
taking
You
it
probably did, but again, I am
that is an
tired and
absolute
I'm not keeping information keeps falling out of my head. So my apologies.
I'm having troubles tracking it too, and I'm pretty well rested. So I think there's a bigger
I'm
issue.
debating it, and I don't even know. It's fine.
But that's nothing. It's the prompt, not you. Go.
So it's something that's true or applies in every case, regardless of other circumstances, such that no possible circumstance can change the moral status of that right. And I can try to give an example if that doesn't help.
No, that makes sense to me. And good. I heard you say that earlier and it fell out of my head. So Yeah.
No, that's all
I'm
right
good.
though. Even if our questions just have you reiterate something you've already said, that's not a bad thing. It's something that's important for us to focus on. So, yeah, mine is going to be sort of similar because I know it is a thing that you have explained, but I just want you to explain it one more time for me, Brandon. You are using, and I think I understand you, but it seems like your opponent doesn't. You were talking about rights.
I get them now.
You defined rights as something that ought or ought not happen, right? And it seems like that was kind of getting lost on your opponent. So I would like for you to see if you might be able to find a better way to frame it, or give a better explanation about how rights represent something that ought or ought not happen.
Yeah. I'll try to use an example that we haven't used. Like the right to freedom of speech, I guess. What I'm taking that to mean, like if I say something like this person has the right to freedom of speech, I think I'm just saying something like
yeah, it does.
We ought not.
But I was asking Brandon,
stop
could I
them from
extend the
saying
right
what
to
they
that?
want
I am,
to,
yeah, I
or
agree.
something
I'm
like
adding
that.
a narrow qualifier.
Now this is on the
But
fly.
he's saying
so
he
bear
could
with
still
me.
say it's
But
not
I think
absolute
that's
anyway.
what
I
I'm
think
saying
with
when
that
I say that
narrowness,
person
I
has a
think it
right
is
to freedom of
absolute. But
speech.
yeah, you can critique the narrowness. Absolutely.
And I've already lost your question. But to say that, did your question have something to do with
rights ought or ought not?
Rights ought or ought not.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'll reframe
I'm
it.
getting lost.
See, no, it's okay. All of us are, for fuck's sake. I don't know if there's something in the water. All right, so you had said that rights are something ought or ought not happen. Something like whether your right to life, you said, was you ought to be allowed to live, or to be able to live without, unimpeded, or
like
your
morals,
right
right?
to
It's not
self-defense
always wrong to kill
should be
someone,
there
but it's like always
unimpeded.
wrong
It's
to
an
kill
ought,
someone for fun.
right? It seems like Game Boy was having troubles processing how rights were an ought or ought not thing, and I'm just looking for you to give a better explanation of that.
Bro, why you gotta throw me under the bus? I got
sure.
what he meant. I just disagree.
Well, because I think a lot of this language in like moral philosophy and just how people generally speak about it is super confused. That's why I use something as bare bones as, well, when we say somebody has a right, all we're really saying is we ought give them something, or we ought not do something to that person. I think that's really all we're saying. Now, how you want to cash out the meta ethics, whatever, but I think that's generally what people are talking about. So I tried to reflect that with my defining of terms and in my argument. So I think that's what's happening.
We'll see next
I don't
Saturday
think there's like
when I
anything
tear
more really
asunder
going
his
on as far as I can tell,
genitalia.
other than saying, well, that person has a right to life. All we're really saying is, yeah, we shouldn't fucking kill that person. Or that person has a right to freedom of speech. Yeah, we shouldn't fucking stop him from saying some dumb shit. If he wants to say some dumb shit, let him say some dumb shit. I think that's all that's really happening. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah. No, that was actually great. All right, gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and go straight into our closings. We're going to go ahead and put a bullet in the back of this so that we can move on to the after party. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Game Boy. This is your uninterrupted closing. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Good. I'm good. There's no way I could explain this shit. Like,
that's
to explain a confusion. Like, what do you want me to say? I'm not even like fully focusing on the debate. Like, I'm not doing anything else.
Here's what I
I'm
want
not
you to
fully
say.
Understanding.
Here's what I want you to say. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
My closing. Hey, can we restart the clock?
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to restart the clock. On this one.
You're getting a resume.
Oh, okay.
Finish tapping out,
No,
please.
But no, I can like physically like read out the screenshot I got, because before this debate, it was like, what are the definitions? I want to clarify the definitions. And I had said something along the lines of, yo, I don't understand this. Here are my definitions. Let me know if he clarifies. Then I messaged Radish yesterday. And I was like, yo, did he ever get back to you? No, I forgot to tell him. So I don't really see this as a loss on my part because I've talked to 2 people. I did some debate prep. People were like, "Yo, you didn't even try." No, I genuinely talked to Loodle, the lawyer. I was like, "Yo, do my definitions make sense?" Yeah, your absolute and your rights make sense. Here's the angle he's gonna come from it. Yeah. Then I talked to Groofus. I was like, "Yo, I know you're really passionate about this. Do these definitions make sense?" Yeah. Yeah, you're spot on. And then I talked to Maida, and he was like, "Yeah, your arguments are so perfect. Like I can't even think of a way around them."
Why would people
Genuinely
lie
got
to him
in
like
here,
that?
and then he said some
People lie
definitions
to
I ain't
him.
even heard of. I didn't even like fully understand what he was saying till halfway through. And it was like, damn. And I'm not even on my A game. I'm gonna be so for real. I'm not wearing pants right now. I like just hopped on as quick as I could. Like I put on pants about the same time I figured out what the hell he was saying. So I'm gonna be so for real. Like I'm sorry. I wish I could have come at this a better way because I had thought this through, but I would have addressed the arguments if I had known what they were. I I don't think chat knew what they were because people were coming up with refutations that I swore he responded to. So like I know I'm losing. Confluence, like he hasn't said it yet, but they're buddy. Like I'm pretty sure they're fuck buddies. And Ancom didn't even have like a question. So I'm fried. I'm not
Minus
even
2
like
points
against
for
it.
that.
You're a good debater, Twin. Hope I can see you around, but like debate Vigi or something. He will get a little pissy once he loses, but that's the funny part. I'm just kind of like disappointed in myself here. This was not my strongest, and I had prepared too. I know I don't got that reputation, but I prepared for this. So GG's. It's been fun.
All right, so that was maybe the most interesting closing I've ever heard yet. It's not quite Kung Fu Joe bending the knee, but it does seem pretty close. So that's going to be tough to top, Brandon, but 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. You can literally just recite some Edgar Allan Poe and you're still going to fucking win this, I think. But please give us a closing argument.
I still got a chance.
Where do I start? I feel like a lot of this is a semantic dispute, but it still sounds like even with the terms that I was using, he still disagrees for some reason, which is fine. But I don't think we really.
I know what that's.
I mean, I think at least with what I mean by the terms, I think it's pretty clear rights are not absolute, and we can give like endless hypotheticals because the argument that I gave, the most contentious premise is the second premise, that it's not the case that the moral or legal status of those rights never changes across possible circumstances. And so that's the most contentious premise that I laid out, and I'm supporting that premise on like an inductive basis. I'm giving different cases, different hypotheticals to show that obviously there are cases where that we say this person has a right, but there may be exceptions or overriding considerations such that that right no longer applies or the normative status of what we ought do changes. And I think that's just obvious. And we can think of a million different examples for stuff like this. I do think this isn't really about the debate, but I said this earlier after Horseradishe's question. I think a lot of the talk about rights is very confused. When I hear people on TikTok debate abortion and they talk about rights, or even people on YouTube, they talk about rights, or you have political streamers that talk about how this congressperson or the president is violating rights. I think they're just, it's almost like they're emoting, but I really don't have much else to say. I think it's fairly obvious that rights are not absolute in the sense that I'm talking about. But yeah, that's my closing. I didn't have anything written out.
Yeah, no, you did fine. All right, so everybody, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Please click the vote. Tell us who you think made the most compelling arguments. Was it Game Boy on the affirmative, or was it Brandon on the negative? Cost
Go
you nothing
Twin.
to vote.
I'm just
so
gonna give
please-
you a vote. You did a good job.
You
Thanks,
can click the
bro.
link as well. I do also want to tell everybody, because I've said this before, I want to say this again. We do our best to skill match people and tone match people.
Horrible
I
skill
don't know
matching
who
tonight,
somebody
Boris.
is until they've been on once.
Horrible skill
So
matching.
sometimes the first debate might be a little weird or wonky, but once I've seen who you are, what you can do, generally you're going to find yourself in matches that match
all
you.
three
So,
cases,
and everybody
horrible
here
skill
knows that Game Boy is a wonderful staple here in the DMZ, but we all
I've
love to
done
joke
good
that we never
before.
know. We never know which Game Boy we're going to get. Kind of like Forrest Gump. So, anyways, everybody click that
That's
link,
our
give
butt
them a
buddy,
vote.
that's right.
Here, I'm going
He's
to give
my
you
butt
Confluence. I'm going to send you that as well. And Brandon, you are not streaming, is that correct? So you do not need it over on YouTube. All right,
Nope,
cheers.
I'm not streaming. Yep.
All right, so we're going to go over to our judges first before Ancom falls asleep, because my dude is
Pesky,
like
link me,
half
or
an
Big
eye
Soda,
open at this
or a
point.
mod that can post the link.
Ancom, where did you fall on this, and why? I feel almost silly asking.
2-8, Brandon. Do I need to give a reason?
Nope. All right, so
Okay.
Ancom
Hey,
has
fuck you.
Ancom has no.
Says
Okay,
the man
give us a
who-
reason.
Says
Give
the
us a
man
reason, yeah.
who
Salt in the
effectively-
wound. Salt in the wound. My grandpa
says
died.
the man who effectively conceded in both his opening and his closing.
That
My
All right,
opening was just
Confluence.
poorly explained. I'm gonna be for real. I heard someone
I
say
heard
I
at least
conceded.
two
I don't
different
think-
sentences in
Go
which
to
you
horses.
gave up the prompt.
Confluence.
straw poll.
Where did you
Oh,
come down on
We'll
this?
talk
and
about
why?
that later.
No, we won't.
Well, so initially I thought Brandon was winning, and I was like, fuck, if I vote for Brandon, because I know Brandon and we're apparently butt buddies, according to Game Boy, I'm sorry, that's an ad hom, okay? It doesn't, what me and Brandon do at our
You're
own
a
personal
judge. It
time
doesn't count. That's not a
Doesn't-
debate tech.
doesn't affect, you just ad hom the judge, okay? I'm just saying, but that's fine, okay?
He
But-
did too. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, that's true. But
He said he was gonna torture you. Mine wasn't as bad.
that's true. Yeah, that's true. I'll accept
And I will,
yours. Okay.
by the way.
But, as the debate went on, my worry of people thinking I was biased became less and less a worry. And then I realized that even you, Game Boy, you even voted for Brandon. So I'm like, okay, good. At least I'm off the hook. No one's going to think I'm biased if I vote for Brandon, because I think
You're still biased as fuck. He bought you out.
I think that even
Chloe's
you,
his
Game
I
page.
Boy,
did bribe him. That's true.
acknowledge. Yeah, there was bribes. Might have. I'm not going to talk about that. But
With
there was
butt play,
bribes.
apparently.
Hey, you can butter up the judges. Okay, I'm just kidding. But yeah, ultimately, this was a thing that happened. It was a thing that happened, and I think I agree with Ancom's side that it was conceded in the opening and the closing, and like 6 times in the cross, and in a lot of cases. We don't need to go on about it. 1-9 in favor of the Neg.
1-9.
I'd suck your dick, bro. Anything.
All right.
I'll take 8 too.
Wow.
2-8.
Wow.
And with
wow.
that, I'm
So-
going to make
I would
an
take
early
money.
exit
What is that?
because I need sleep. I hope you
Good
all
night,
have a
Ancom. I
wonderful night.
appreciate I appreciate
I'm going
you hanging out,
to
sir.
see y'all.
So real
07.
quick, I do want to say that we're still going to look and see what the audience voted. I think it's funny that neither one of y'all gave Game Boy a 0-10 loss, considering he was the first person as a judge to ever give out a 0-10 loss. So it seemed like it would have been appropriate for him to come in and fumble
I
the
wasn't
ball
the
that
first,
hard.
was I?
You certainly the fuck were. As a matter of fact, a lot of people bitched and said, never let him judge again. Who the
Bro,
fuck
it's
is giving out 10
vigilante.
zeros? No,
It's vigilante.
you still did it, but it's
He
okay.
low-key,
All right. We're
there
going
was
to
a
take a look and
misunderstanding.
see.
He was just bad at it. I'll go.
We're going to take a look and see what the
This
judges
is-
or what the audience says. But at this point, we already have our winner. Yeah, see, people were so disappointed with that they didn't even fucking bother to vote. Actually, okay,
My
9-1.
community.
So
fuck,
9-1
no one gave me the
from
link,
the
so I couldn't
audience.
post it.
Also, that is our first shutout victory. Game Boy, go to sleep and have bad dreams hanging your head in shame.
I
We
gave
will
him a
talk
point for
about you in your
humility,
absence,
because
I
he knew he
promise.
lost. Unironically, I gave him a point for humility.
All right. So, everybody, thanks. I appreciate y'all hanging out. We are indeed going to call this now. I'm going to bring Vince back in. And the truth is, we're actually going to bring everybody in. We're not even going to bother waiting. We're just because we've got several people who are leaving. So we also have somebody else coming in from the back. Normally, the way this is going to work is we were just running so fucking late. We would have 30 minutes on the clock for each of the different prompts. And we would go through them with the people who were involved in the debates. And then after that, around 10 o'clock, if everything went right, that's when this would happen. I actually end up rating out the stream. And then we bring in anybody who wants to participate from the chat or from the audience, from the server. But tonight we're going to do it a little differently because we have some people who left. I went ahead and brought in Tyler, who happens to be Vagene's husband. The two who stream together. She mentioned her podcast, and we also got
cheating on Sky?
Vince showed back up for us to talk some time on his prompts. I'm going to put, you know what? 1, 2, 3. Crazy. And it looks like Little Miss is going to come in and have a conversation on his sister's behalf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, so we're still at the same number. If we get over 9 people, it just gets too fucking hectic and people can't actually hear each other talk. So that said, I am going to say, everybody, that what you're going to see from here on out is going to be in the Twitch VODs only for the next 2 weeks. The after party is never going to be visible on a edited VOD. So if you want to be here for the rest of the fun, spicy shit, you need to be here live every Friday and Saturday night on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at _Horseradish. Thank you very much to all of tonight's debaters. We definitely appreciate you guys showing up and giving it your all. We are here to try to get better at this. So even whenever we're fucking with Game Boy, because he's Game Boy, but we absolutely accept people who are just starting out in debate, and we're all here to try and get better. So there is zero shame in winning, and the votes are really just for show and for fun. What matters is practicing. So have a good night, everybody. I will see you guys next week, next Friday night. We are going to have some really good debates the next weekend, including Confluence is going to be captaining a 3v3 that is going to have Brandon on the other team. So you got 2 faces here. Oh wait, three faces, because I'm also in that debate. So tune in next Saturday for that, and yeah, we'll see you Friday for some showcases. Good night, y'all, and see you then. So I'm okay with just putting, we're still going to go through the fucking prompts. We'll put the 30 minutes on for them. We'll just bring everybody in for it, and then we'll just rate out a little bit late, if that's all right.
Apparently has 2 wives.
If anybody does need to go to the bathroom or anything like that, now's a good time. But in general, we're just going to jump straight into the prompts. First of all, before we do, I'd like to say hello, Mr. Tyler. We're going to call you Tyler, even though we have another Tyler. We're going to figure that out. I'll call him Tyler Abe when he shows up. But yeah, if I could just hear your voice real quick, Tyler, so I can make sure I got your levels locked in.
Can you hear me now?
I gotta delete that message.
Yes, I can.
I'm joking. That's hilarious.
What?
All right. What? Yeah. Nobody.
I don't sound all that sultry.
All right. There we go. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that.
By the way, Horseradish, I have a hard out in like 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I'll do it first.
Then you know what?
Do it first.
Yeah, we'll do yours first. That works for me. We'll go back
on right now, Brandon. I got a hard
yeah,
on
it's
right
what's
now.
already on.
Why don't I see you on the stream?
So actually what I do is, and I'm going to be bringing up the Discord window. I just have to pop everything out. I'm still getting everything set up. And welcome in, Doomer. Glad to see you, buddy. This is another one of our judges.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
How you doing, brother? How you doing, brother?
Hey, how's it going? You good?
I'm good, man.
And
I'm glad you're good
there
too.
we go. Heck. Yeah, so if let's see, if you do turn on your cam there, people will be able to see you at least a
it's Doomer Patriot.
little bit.
Just a little bit.
I was gonna make
Tyler,
that joke,
turn
and I was
your
like,
cam
that's way too dad joke. So
Well,
Turn my
Yeah,
webcam
yeah.
on.
I made the joke, so I'm,
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Thanks for stopping by.
I think
as
you
well.
covered
Emma
me
Jones.
up there, Horseradish.
No, I don't know.
Oh fuck! I sure did. I meant to put you up where Ancom
It's
was.
okay. I didn't want to be seen
Or
anyways.
put it over that spinning hourglass, which keeps making me want to
There you
vomit
go.
from motion sickness. Either or.
There we go, Tyler. Yeah, if you do decide to cam up, we can put your face in the window as well.
Can we? How about we call Tyler Robert Paulson?
Well, the funny thing is, on the other thing that we do when we're on VK, people call him Tyler Bob because he looks like Rob Knorr. So he's the Canadian Bob Knorr.
Okay, Bob Knorr. I can dig it. You got to wear a lot of plaid though.
He turned his camera on.
I like Robert Paulson.
I don't know if I can. Yeah, it's not going to let me because I'm live streaming our stuff.
Oh, lame.
Oh yeah, that we had to work. Yeah, I've been trying to mess with that the whole
Rage.
last
Freaking
4 weeks, and I finally figured out I don't know how to do it.
I finally figured out I don't know what I'm doing.
I finally figured out I suck at life.
All right, so welcome into the new people, the people who are just joining us. Obviously, you guys were here, so we're gonna go through. Usually, I try to go to the judges first on this. Oh, welcome back, Nightwisher. Awesome. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Wait a minute. Is she in the chat?
Oh, hey, girl.
Is she?
Oh.
She is not. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Boom. Now you are. All right. Welcome back, Nightwisher. Okay. So we're going to start out with Confluence, actually. And we're going to go backwards. Rights are absolute. Obviously, Game Boy is already dipped. But what is your actual answer to this, Confluence? Do you actually think rights are absolute? Why or why not?
No, I only in the way that Brandon fucking dodged me on, the coward that he is. That if you nuance something enough, then it is absolute. And he tried to cuck me on that, and that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's not, but he did it. But no, in a general way, rights are, I think they're inherent. I think we have rights, but a right ends where another right begins. I think that's obvious in a lot of cases. You have right to life, but your right to life ends if you're trying to harm somebody else and they act in self-defense, and now your right to life ceases at that moment. This can be applied to every right. There's no single right unless you nuance it enough, as I tried to do. Then I could say it's almost analogous to like moral absolutes. If we're talking about like killing is wrong. Well, there's a lot of examples where killing is actually not wrong. But if you nuance it enough, right? If you're killing someone for fun, well, then, yeah, that's always wrong. But you have to add a bit of more qualifiers to that. And I would say the same thing applies.
How fun? How fun?
Well,
Can I try?
Hold on. I promise.
Can I try to take you from it?
I was about to say, I just want to go around the room real quick and kind of get everybody who wasn't in the debates thoughts on this. So we'll go to the new people first, though. Loodle, do you believe that rights are absolute? Why or why not?
So I think there's a big difference, right? I think that natural rights are absolute. I think positive rights can't be absolute. I.e., if, like, for example, if you're in South Africa and they say you have a governmental right, a positive right to healthcare and education, but the government goes bankrupt.
Hey, that's that guy.
They can't provide that for you.
Right.
And so at that point, so negative rights, i.e., those rights which are inherent to everyone and are protecting the government from doing something, are absolute. The ones the government has to provide you by definition can't be.
Right on. Tyler Bob, why? What do you believe that rights are absolute?
This is either
Why or
an
why
insult
not?
to Rage Page.
No, rights are not
me,
absolute.
or
They're
little bit
a
of column
social
A,
construct.
or a bit of column B.
So you think they're granted, they're given to us, not
Yo,
something that
super
is
chats
protected?
in, okay?
They are
give
granted
Confluence a
through
reason to
force.
judge.
They literally don't exist.
Such
It's
a good
through
job, you
enforcement
guys,
that they
you know, if
actually
you think about
exist.
it.
In so much as you want to say they exist, they only exist through force.
Okay. Doomer, rights are absolute, yes or no? Why or why not?
Kind of in the same sense that Loodle said, like the negative stuff I think is absolute. Like I have a right to run for office without taking like a religious test, and I can't see a circumstance that you can like justify constitutionally infringing on that.
I'm intrigued, Rage. I'm intrigued.
Okay. Okay. Vagine, rights are absolute. Why or why not?
No. Because my husband said so. I'm just kidding.
Because
I'm a good wife.
Base take. Yes.
Literally heard my wife retch in the corner when you said that.
You better go check on her. You better check on her.
No, but seriously, you agree though with what he said, basically?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
right.
do not think rights are absolute at all. No.
All right, cheers. Vince, rights are absolute. Why or why not?
Of all the topics that I debate, this is one of my least favorite because I have zero clue where I stand on this. I don't know. I don't have a position. I'm neutral on this one. I have no clue where I stand on it. I could see it both ways, but maybe that's just me. So open to change, neutral. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I don't know.
that is a perfectly legitimate
It's
answer.
6-7 thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And
exactly.
You know what? I'm going to tell y'all, in case you haven't heard me say this before, 6-7 is the ultimate question. Anybody who is a Douglas Adams fan,
42.
okay,
Yes.
yeah, we all know
42.
the ultimate answer. No, the ultimate answer is 42, but we don't know what the ultimate question is. The ultimate
6-7.
question is 6-7. It means nothing. That's what it is.
Well, exactly.
It means fucking
It's
nothing.
juggling.
The
It's
ultimate-
juggling
the ultimate
testicles in the
question
air.
is nothing. Anyway, Nightwisher, rights are absolute. Why or why not?
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with like negative rights are absolute and positive rights aren't.
Because they can be infringed on?
I mean, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't.
No, that's fine. I put you on the spot. We'll move on. Alley Cat, rights are absolute. Yeah, why or why not?
Okay, well, can I, Brandon, do you mind if I go a little Socratic with you?
Sure.
Woo.
Okay, so can you name anything that's absolute?
Something that's true in every context
Yes,
and every
name one
possible
example.
circumstance.
Name one
You can
example.
think of any of the laws of logic
Why are those absolute?
because they're true in every possible world.
That's not true. Like there are many
by
logical
definition
systems. No, it's not true. There are many
define
logical systems
possible-
out there.
Yep. And then you're changing the meaning of possible. Right. I agree with you.
Huh? No, I'm
Possible
trying to.
is indexed to a given modality, and you could talk about different logics. If you index the term possibility to classical logic, then the law of non-contradiction is true in every possible world in that sense. Now, if you want to talk about pair-consistent or fuzzy logic, now you're using
right. You're
different-
right. Yeah. No, that's exactly where I would go with that. Like there is also in every possible universe the possibility for different types of logic too, right? So what are you saying here?
Oh, what wasn't clear? Sorry.
What, like this whole idea, like the naming of example. So you basically gave an example that the laws of logic are absolute. And when I brought up counter examples that there are many forms of logic that don't use those three rules, you're like saying, well, that's just something that would still exist, right? So what's the differentiation between the like fuzzy logic being absolute versus Aristotelian logic being absolute? What's the difference?
Because when I'm defining absolute, I'm talking about every possible circumstance. And what I mean by possible, and I'm talking about classical logic. So if you're talking about pair-consistent or a different logic,
so you self-defined it into
talking about the same thing. Of course. Yeah,
okay. So that, and that's the whole point, that you basically created a structural loop. Like the laws of logic are absolute because I define them as such, right? That's exactly what you just did.
That's how they're defined in classical logic. That
no, it's not.
They're not defined as true in every possible world.
True. Yes, I would argue that. Aristotle did not say that whatsoever, right?
We're not.
So
I guess he was not a classical logician. So
I want to jump in,
Aristotle.
right? I want to jump in and I want to roll it back because I asked you the question, you never actually answered. So
okay, because I do believe it's also in the negative sense, and the reason why that I was where I was trying to go with this is the whole idea is that everything is conditional. Humans exist in a conditional universe. If the universe wasn't the way it was, humans would not exist. So this idea that that absolute means non-conditional is an absolute falsity.
Because everything is inherently conditional, you're saying?
Yes. It's at the very least, it's conditional on the universe existing. You can't have a right to murder or a right to life without life, right? So that itself is conditional. Right? So this idea behind absolute rights being unconditional is not physically possible. So it can't be what it means.
So you argue with the definition of absolute. You have a problem with the
Correct.
absolute being used. Okay,
Yes,
there
I
we
do.
go. That,
Yeah,
okay,
you just-
well, let's
you just
frame
use the
it that
term
way
you're
then.
saying.
Yeah,
Fine. That's fine.
let's frame it that way then. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's why I say that the entire concept that rights actually exist or a physical
miss?
thing
What
is
did I miss?
it's purely subjective. The idea of absolute rights, well, clearly we can see that other countries have different things that they would value as rights. They are completely subjective. Like Afghanistan, or yeah, we can use Afghanistan, used to have rights
that's
where women
probably
used
not
to
a
be
good
able to go to
argument. Go ahead.
education.
Yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't
they
call it
used to have
subjective.
the right of education until a group of people came in and said, no, you don't. So there's not like something that comes down called rights that suddenly stops the thing from happening that infringes said right. It's through an enforcement mechanism.
But we have to agree
Okay.
that if something is absolute, then everybody gets it. Like you can't say it's absolute rights for men, not women, because that defines the way you just redefined absolute. That also would counter that by your own implication right now, right?
I see a normal discussion happening in my chat. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
That was a question.
Were you asking me that question?
Yes.
Well, yes, I was.
You
I'm
are.
sorry.
Yeah. So, but the entire idea that a right exists is an absolute is literally a social construct that doesn't exist. A right, you guys can't see me doing the air quotes thing, only exists so far as so far as only the enforcement mechanism behind it.
Whoa.
So it's through force that rights are
So you're
That's
doing
a pocket.
so you're doing
That's
the
a
Andrew
pocket.
Wilson force doctrine thing. That's fine.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, the thing is, like, rights can exist in the abstract, and the ability to enforce them makes them pragmatically possible. Is
Yeah,
that
so
what you're
hold
saying?
on. Can I just throw out an idea or a different framing, but the same idea?
Please.
How about if you have the rights until someone takes them away through force? So in other words,
Yes.
rather than I have to use the force to take my rights, I only have to use my right or use my force to defend my right. The right is being defended because I started with it inherently. So if it is there inherently, we all start out with that baseline of that right. Therefore, they are absolute. They can still be attacked, but they are there from the start.
And they can be infringed as well.
Absolutely.
But-
Somebody with a bigger gun can take away my right, but that doesn't change the fact that I absolutely started with that right, and everyone starts with that baseline right.
Yeah.
Human rights
Also-
violations exist for a reason, right?
Well,
Right.
but half this panel agreed negative rights exist as absolute, right? The whole idea is that if you're the
Explain what you
only
mean by
person,
negative rights exist, please, because you
Okay,
said
I was-
that.
yeah, I was
I'm
about to get
That's the
philosophy,
confusion.
bro,
That's
so
the
yeah,
confusion.
explain
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
right? So if I am the only person to exist in this universe, I can speak, I can defend myself, right? Nobody
Against
allows
what?
me.
If you're the only person, sorry.
Yeah, correct.
bear.
You're alone
A
in the
bear.
woods. You've never encountered another human. You've never
Yeah, a
encountered
bear.
another creature. You start out in the woods. Yeah, go ahead.
You're right. So these are things that humans do without the need for anybody, without the need for anybody else, right? Again, the
Correct.
ability to speak, the ability to defend themselves. These things exist for all humans as they are born. That's what
Yes.
makes them absolute
Where?
negative rights.
Isn't
Where?
that
Positive
purely-
Where?
Isn't that purely
Yeah.
descriptive? That doesn't sound normative at all.
Like
It sounds weird.
I,
What are you talking about?
Where can I fill
You
my
said these
bowl
are-
with a cup of rights? Where do I get? Where
Well,
can I fill rights?
When
Where do
did
they
I say
exist
that
in the
rice
world?
was an absolute? When did I say rice was an absolute right?
But that was
rights,
the
rights,
Not
rights
right.
is an absolute right? What?
It's rice. No, yeah. What?
I thought you said
We're
rights
not
is an
saying
absolute right.
RICE.
No, rights.
We're talking about
Right.
RICE.
Oh,
All right.
Bowl of rights.
I think he might be Canadian, so there might have been a little
Not
bit of an
rice.
accent there.
To be
right.
fair,
So how
to be
how
fair.
where how do I fill my bowl here? You guys can't see. How do I fill my bowl with rights?
Yeah, he's not trying to put.
What are you
He's not
talking-
trying to put rice.
Is
He's
he-
trying to put
he-
rights. He's asking for a
Alright.
tangible right.
Yes,
Why does it have to be tangible to be real?
Because it's in your bowl.
because then it's subjective and it's based on.
No, it's not.
that
Not
doesn't
everything.
follow. That
Not
doesn't
at
follow.
all. That doesn't follow at all. Not everything that's not everything that's real is not tangible, right? Would you
Not
consider
everything
no?
that's not real is not tangible?
Yeah, no,
I
not
think you
all.
said that
Not
wrong.
all. Not all real things
All-
are tangible.
Are tangible. There we go. Thank you. Like
No,
for
that's
instance,
fair.
the
That's fair.
number
Imagine that-
system.
That's a
there are
descriptor.
imaginary
That's the
things. There
language.
are half objects. We can like get past this point, but keep going because I want to see where you get.
Okay. No, I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is just the whole idea that there are certain things humans do naturally that they have to be taken away, right? That was like the rights and the fact that that's what we mean by negative rights. These are things that humans can do as a natural part of the process. An affirmative right would be something that you have to have somebody else do to you or for you.
I think you're getting it kind of wrong. You're right on the second half of that proposition. I think you're wrong in the first half, right? The idea of a negative right is something you're endowed with, that you're born with.
I'm trying to get my
and
computer.
the point of the
Until
protection
it's taken
from it
away.
is that somebody and that one ought not take it away, right?
Right.
And so the point being is that okay, so if we can say that and this is the whole human
that makes sense now.
Human is ought thing.
Negative rights are absolute.
But
Right.
I'm gonna pull an
so
Andrew
that's
Wilson.
the human thing.
20
And
bucks
this is
in super
the
chats.
trouble that everybody gets into.
And we're opening
is
the
like,
panel.
can we
I don't know
derive
if I
an
really
ought
wanna
from
join in their
hume?
discussion. I don't really know if I want
H-U-M-E, hume. Yeah.
I don't have my own panel, but I'm not sure.
Sexy daddy?
So
I
I'm
don't know.
Andrew Wilson.
Somebody said that.
You guys want to join? You
So,
guys
but
wanna come
human,
up?
the
Want to do an
human
open
is
panel?
the human is
Turn it
ought
to back,
distinction,
20
right?
bucks?
Is like, can we derive an
20
ought from an
bucks
is?
total?
And the issue is then is
okay? The goal is
we
set.
have an a priori notion that there are inalienable human rights. And a great example of this is a very recent speech by Clarence Thomas, who was talking about how even though his dad was a sharecropper and he was raised on a sharecropper's farm in southern in the South, right? And even though he woke up every day and everyone was abusive to him, everybody was racist to him, but he still had those inalienable rights, and nothing anybody could ever do to him could ever take that away from him. That's a negative right. The idea that he had inherent human dignity, and no matter somebody kicked him in the teeth, no matter somebody called him the N-word, no matter if he had to use different water fountain, he had that right. It is the duty of the government to protect other people, to protect those rights, the inalienable negative rights. And the issue is the government sucks. The government can screw the pooch, but that doesn't mean the rights don't exist. That's I think
accidentally unmuted.
So I asked the same question. Where can I grab a bowl of rights? The government is people. It's people that create those things. Like the whole idea that
you don't need
these
to
negative rights
they already exist. You can't give a
I think I did a pretty good pay pig thing right there. Okay.
Can you speak? Let's try this.
We got half from
No, it's okay. I just want to try turning this
Can
back.
someone match
just
that
a little
half?
bit. Why
You
do
little
you
piggies,
feel
oink,
that
oink.
something
Is that
has
what
to
you
be
want?
tangible to
That
be
seemed to
real?
work last
Can you not think of
time, so
anything that
again,
is real
possibly.
is measurable but is
working.
not tangible?
Come on,
Like we
10
can't have a
bucks
bowl
more.
of air or a bowl of wind.
Yes,
right?
you can.
Well, you can have a bowl of air, right? An empty bowl is a bowl of air.
Bowls are a bowl of air. Okay. So you
we
can't think
just
of
call him
anything-
empty because we've progressed past that. We just call him empty at this point.
What if that bowl isn't a vacuum?
So hope. Yeah,
Well, it
there you
sucks.
go, right? Is hope real?
Yeah, I have me like maxed. Maybe they're just like loud.
Hope is an emotion, is a chemical
real, though.
synapse.
Damn it! I was hoping for a Hallmark card. I didn't get a Hallmark card. Damn it!
Can I get a bowl of hope? Can I get a bowl of sadness? Is sadness real?
Well, hope
No, but it
do not
but
come.
hope the word
All right,
hope
you
and
little
sadness is a
piggies. What did Andrew
descriptor
Wilson
of a
usually
thing.
say? Does he call them piggies?
Right.
Like it's a subjective descriptor.
And a right is a descriptor
We need
of a
10
thing.
bucks more to open the panel. And I am
Right,
dead.
yeah. Can you speak?
Yeah,
It's
thank
a
you.
thing that is
Confluence.
real
It puts
that
the
I can't
lotion
put in
on
a
skin
bowl.
again. Or then it gets the
Yeah, I
fucking
can speak
hose
right
again.
now until
I'll hose
someone
all you
puts a gun
piggies
against my
clean,
head
you
or
dirty
pulls the trigger
fucking
and
piggies.
says, "No,
They have
you're
to
no
take it
longer
away.
allowed to."
Right, and that's the point. They have to take it away.
And I'm not going to
My
open the
God,
panel
let's
without
go.
that $5. I'm not going to do it.
I see
You don't think
Confluence
I'll just
screaming
end
over there
stream?
on
I
mute,
will
and I wanna
fucking
know
end
what he's
stream.
saying,
I'm
so-
not letting no one up here.
Get a little
If-
insight into the.
If
And it's gonna be
Confluence streams in
chaos.
the forest and nobody hears him, is he actually
someone's-
Oh, no,
screaming?
his chat's
Someone's
hearing.
talking
Don't
to me.
worry.
Oh, well,
I've been
I'm sure
muted
they
this
are.
whole time. I thought you guys were just
Yeah,
ignoring
buddy.
me.
No.
Oh, that's
we'd
you.
love to
Oh
hear
my
your thoughts,
gosh! I
please.
thought you guys were ignoring me this whole
Rewind.
time.
Hi, buddy.
Nah, dude.
That's
You haven't spoken in
crazy.
like 10 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay, that's fine.
Welcome to the chat.
Welcome
I thought
back.
He was
Yeah.
trying out for a mime job in
No, like I said, I
Quebec.
assumed he was just ranting to his own chat, so we were
Just
we
for
were
laughs,
cool
yeah.
enough to hear it. Yeah. So Confluence, what are your thoughts, buddy?
About what? Can you repeat the question?
Fuck
All
off.
things.
What you want to talk about?
I do
What were
have
you
my
yelling
heart out, horseradish though. I do gotta go.
Yes, sir. Oh, yep. You said your heart out. I
got
appreciate you,
caught.
Brandon.
I got
Have a great
caught.
night. Don't
Fuck.
forget to kill the
Got
Video Ninja. Shout
Let's
out.
go,
and I will see
Brandon.
you
Let's
next
go,
Saturday, buddy.
Brandon.
That's right. All right,
Got
thank you,
caught in
Horseradish,
real
and thank you
time.
guys. Have a good night.
Hey, go,
Pleasure.
buddy.
Have a good
Brandon's
one.
leaving.
Night.
Brandon's running.
That's true.
Oh, I thought I was muted for that. Sorry.
Of course you do. There we go. All right. So
You're sexually abusing us with your words.
Confluence.
$5.
I assume that you started yelling at something whenever I was saying what I was saying about the rights, a bowl of rights. So how do you respond to the bowl of rights that Tyler's asking for?
The bowl of
Something has to be
rice.
tangible to be real.
Something has to be
Something has to be
tangible.
tangible to be real.
Does something have to be tangible to be? No, absolutely not. No, that's retarded. Who said that? Tyler? No, that's retarded.
What-
Oh,
what would
sorry.
be
Am I allowed to say
example of
that? I'm
something?
sorry. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
just
can,
you
yeah.
just
Oh.
made an ableist statement, and that's not allowed on this platform. I'm gonna have your social security number.
It's
How
allowed on
dare
our
you.
platform.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
my
I'll
dad, and
switch.
he's gonna beat up your dad. You're screwed,
The fact
buddy.
is, the fact is,
respond to the bowl of
I'm
rice with
very
soy
little
sauce and some
concerned
salt.
when it comes to that. I've never had any strikes against me, so I figure I can afford one. But as long as I say no slurs, then we're okay. So
Yeah.
anyway,
yeah.
he was talking about flame retardation, and that's totally illegal. So as you were Confluence, why do you think that's a dumb idea?
I think it's just. I don't know. Like I. So I. You know. I might have missed some
I
context.
don't know.
but I think
It's a bad answer.
Talk into your microphone for me, buddy, because your mic keeps
Talk
doing
to the
weird shit.
microphone. Talk to the microphone.
Oh, you're trying to
Oh,
cuck
yeah,
me,
dude.
horse. Okay, that's fine. But you know, okay.
I just want to hear what you're saying, dude. You've been trying to not let us hear you, for fuck's sake.
He's been doing good at that. That one he wins on.
Okay, so, well, yeah, I feel like it's metaphysically stupid. Like, I don't like I guess unless you mean something else by tangible. By tangible, do you mean something that you can like perceive with your senses, or like by tangible, do
Yes.
you mean something you can
Fine.
define?
Hold, taste, touch, smell. Yes, that's what he means.
Right? Yeah, I mean, like
If
you know,
can't
I
put it
mean,
in a bowl, it's not real.
you'd have to be like you'd have to be a nihilist in every sense of the word, like in every sense of the term nihilist. You have to be a nihilist to think that the only real things are tangible things. That's a hard thing to commit to. So I don't know who said that. Tyler, apparently. Who's Tyler?
Tyler
me.
Durden.
Oh,
I
Tyler. Okay.
His
I
name's
am
Robert
Tyler
Paulson.
Bob.
His name's
Okay,
Robert
Tyler
Paulson.
Bob.
Tyler
okay.
Bob.
Yeah. So
No,
yeah,
it's
I
actually
guess
Tyler.
yeah. What do you,
Everyone
like?
just
Are you
associates me with
like
Bob
an
Noir.
omni nihilist or like what's good?
No, it's just what exists, what actually is. Like,
Right.
if you want to get into the Phil Bro metaphysical, sure, we can have that discussion.
Are those
But
things not?
it's
I'm
more
not.
look-
I'm not trying to drag you into Philbro, but are those things not real? When you think
Or what
about
things are
morality,
real?
are you saying it's not real?
What?
On what would
do you
be the
mean,
not
but-
real?
Sadness.
What would be the
Are
not
we?
real?
I want to be
Sad
very
real.
clear. Like, are y'all saying
Yeah.
you don't want to Phil bro this, but then we're having a conversation
We're
like
literally
about
having a film.
Yeah,
I was
we're
gonna say,
literally,
like,
we're literally talking
we
about
are
ontology,
down-
and bros
yeah, no,
like,
we
let's
all
not get
are.
into philosophy. I want to talk
Dude's
about
not wrong.
ontology and what's real
But
or
some-
what's
but
tangible, but no
some-
ontology,
okay, but
please.
can-
It's like,
can-
what do you want
Can I
from
just
me?
say that somebody just said that's metaphysically stupid? Like, how is metaphysically stupid a thing?
How is it
Phil
not a
Bro.
thing?
Like,
Well,
because it's an unreal object. It's not real. It's not in a bowl of rice.
Well, I'm not the one that thinks that. I don't think that.
I know you're
That's-
not. That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny.
I guess.
All right,
I guess.
so
Bro, I'm on your side. Confluence. We are having a
we've definitely-
confluence.
No,
together
Confluence.
now.
He
We've
said you
definitely gotten
your glasses look funny and you smell like burnt toast for some reason.
Ludo, if
I
you
just
fucking
said
said
that.
that, Ludo,
I
I
said-
swear,
I said-
Ludo.
burnt toast.
I
If
said
you
he would
fucking
make
said
a
that-
great mime. I
Over.
said he makes a great mime. That's why I said.
Okay,
I
so
do
real
make a
quick, real
great
quick.
mind.
I want to try to put this back on the rails a little bit because I actually do
How
want to see.
dare
Is there
you.
anybody else who is right? Is there anybody else here who agrees with Tyler that something has to be tangible to be real? I'm just curious if there's anybody else who can steel man that position.
So,
Alley Cat, do you agree with that?
Sorry, go
Not
ahead.
at all.
Go ahead.
No. Okay, Loodle, go ahead.
I might could agree with that, but I want a better definition of what tangible means to Confluence.
No, to
we already
Tyler.
get census.
Or whoever. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Everything's this hourglass spinning around.
All these
is giving me
Canadians,
motion
dude, we're
sickness.
surrounded by Canadians, bro.
I put me
I
as
just like when
Clinton.
people
my
say my
couch.
name, so Loodle, I'll allow it. You can say my name.
I'm sorry. Whoever
Bugs me
wants to talk about tangibleness and rice and whatever, like what's the difference? What do you mean by tangible?
So tangible are things that we
like rice.
can interact with our five senses. Things that we
So
can
so anything on the electromagnetic spectrum we cannot see, touch, taste, smell, or feel is intangible.
measure it?
Even though yes,
Taste,
we can.
Loodle.
we measure
So
it?
that's
cool. So
yes,
we
we
can
can.
measure it. So it's tangible.
so. Wait, that's
Can you hear somebody talk? Can you hear somebody talk? Oh, that's measurable. It's tangible.
As long as they're not muted.
I feel called out. So it's not just the
My
five
point-
senses then,
You were.
Tyler.
Oh,
You
that-
even
that was
agree.
my
You
point-
agree
that
with
was what I
Ludo.
was
It's not
trying
even
to
the
get
five
at. That was-
senses. You have
that
to
was the
extend it
point I was
beyond
trying to
that.
get at. But you said it has
Sorry,
to be
you're-
measurable and also five senses, so I'm confused about the point. I'm trying to help out.
Yeah.
I'm really just trying to be a clarificatory guy.
Is that even a word?
Make 'em work
You are a
Clarificatory
now.
is a word, yes.
Ludo, you are.
Clarificatory is definitely a thing.
Clarificatory. No, and it is things that we can, obviously touch, smell, yada yada, our five senses,
Here.
and things that we can measure, that we can actually measure. Not,
Uh-huh.
How do you measure sadness? Well, sadness is
How-
a descriptor of something, of a chemical reaction,
Okay.
and
But-
it's
but-
just a descriptor. I'm just describing.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but I think I'm not going to say you're dodging, but I think again, to be the clarificatory guy, I think that my question gets more to the essence of what we're talking about. And don't say essence isn't measurable, because I wasn't saying we're measuring essence. I'm just saying,
Can you measure it? No, I'm joking.
You put it in a bowl.
I know. I'm gonna go smoke some.
But are you looking?
some
Are you
Otis
looking
with
for
it.
more like?
Tyler, I'm fucking with
are
you,
you-
but I'm doing it with
Smoke the
love,
shit
brother.
out of
'cause
some-
you guys
No,
are
no,
great
it's
shit.
fucking hilarious. It's hilarious.
I'll try to are you looking for what purpose does it serve? Like, does it make you feel better?
No,
Or
no.
like,
I want whoever is saying things that are tangible. I want a definition of tangible that I can grapple
You get
with,
one.
which is
He already did. He gave it multiple
Yeah.
times. Something that is touchable, tastable,
right.
smellable,
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that you can
And, well,
interact
right.
with.
But then I
within
said
your
but then I
senses.
said the electromagnetic spectrum, and he's like, "Well, is it measurable?" So that seems to shift the definition. So I'm curious, where we're
no,
at.
we
with the actual
can
definition.
observe its influence on other things.
Just like
So what if
Destiny.
we were to say, if you can interact with it directly?
Like,
What
when
about
people put those
fucking what about
names in-
numbers? What about numbers? Are numbers real?
Let me help.
No, 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 no.
There are unreal numbers. Let me
Only
help
when you write
Steelman.
them
Actually,
down,
let me help Steelman. Let me help Steelman him, because the only way that we can actually observe the electromagnetic spectrum is through our eyes. So it kind of circles back. So I'm just being completely good faith here. I mean, the only way we know about the electromagnetic spectrum is we can observe it through our viewing it. So
So some people
a
would
real
have
time.
magic eyes that would be able to see further off into
Yeah.
the spectrums. Fair enough.
Sure.
What were you going to say, Nightwisher?
and if you're
Looked like
on
you
the
were raising your
spectrum,
hand.
it's even better.
Well, no, I was just curious how we were doing this with the color spectrum that we can't see or we can't really measure, but we know exists.
I think that's exactly what we're talking about, is the fact that if you can measure it with something like a camera, then you know that it exists. You might not
Okay,
see it
so-
directly, but you're looking at the actual readings of it, so it is
Through your eyeball.
tangible through somehow. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's kind of a weird stretch to say that any instrumentation is therefore part of your senses, but I guess I could see.
Well, is that not
Well,
just an
let's-
extension of?
But
Nightwish. I don't want to. Yeah.
It's open to
Yeah,
panel
yeah.
or
Well,
chat.
Well, that's why I
We'll
was
suffer
curious
more
because
brain rot by
does
listening to these
that
tables
just
for
depends on
10 minutes.
our technology
On,
then?
move your drunk ass.
Because we're
Damn.
going to eventually
Ah, damn, I
develop
just read that super
technology
chat.
to make more
Let's
and more
fucking
things
go.
tangible.
We've met our goal.
The question would be.
So what do you mean by tangible?
The question would be: Did
Oh
X?
shit!
I
Hold
will
on,
try to find a
no,
graceful
hold it.
moment.
So I
Yeah.
think what Nightwisher may have just rubbed up on is stars were real even before we could perceive them. So they were we couldn't see them until technology caught up, and as technology catches up, things are now becoming real by your definition because we're able to detect and sense them.
And so the electromagnetic spectrum was real, even though it was never tangible until recently.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Should I just gesticulate wildly until someone like says I'm minded and then I can put attention on me?
It seems a little simpler than that, right?
Okay,
Hearing sense.
Don't put yourself in the box, Confluence. Don't put yourself in the box. You can't get out.
Okay, well, funny that you should say that. Unfortunately, Confluence does have to leave. My chat is begging me for an open panel. And so, there was a super chat goal and they've reached it. So, unfortunately.
Nice.
So, okay,
right,
but
no,
can
you go play with your friends, I guess.
Confluence. Can you do me one favor, brother? And I love you, man. Can you just take yourself out of the box and then go to your panel?
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, stop muting yourself. That would have been great. So,
I said so many slurs, Horace. I muted for your sake.
Negative rights are no
my
longer
channel
being
is getting deleted. My channel, you don't even know the untoward stuff I've said. So, I did you a blessing, Horace. Okay, but thank you, Horace, for having me on. God bless all of you.
Hey, Confluence, hit me up sometime.
Great judge, man.
You're a good
Great
dude,
judge.
man. I appreciate
it. As always, we appreciate.
I
you,
will,
man.
Loodle. I will. And you all did a great job, especially the new debaters. I don't want to glaze people, but the people that were doing debates for the first time, honestly, that takes a lot of balls. It takes a lot of nerves. So everyone did a great job. I had fun tonight. I hope you all did too.
So
6-7-07.
Now we're gonna go make fun of you.
Let's do some ASL.
And I'm gonna say a bunch of bad shit. You'd have to tune into my show to see all the negative shit I'm gonna talk about all of you guys. Okay, bye. All right, did I leave? I have to leave the ninja link too. I gotta leave the ninja link. Wait, where's my I know I'm live, so there we go. Okay, boom, leave, gone. Okay, now we are posting the link. You took a goddamn, yeah, well, I like to make a bit of an exit, I like to make a bit of an exit. Let's go. Okay, the link is posted. I will find a way to pin it, maybe, possibly. Hard to say. Why are we talking about? I don't want to talk about. I'm going to join back on the Horseradish panel. I don't want to talk about fucking spiders, brothers. With spiders, yeah, we got Ty here. How's it going, Tyler?
Man, that was like my brain started melting. Cool that the family is all debating and stuff, but I don't know. It would have been better if she didn't get blown out in her debate to have her family come up and stuff. It was a weird
It was her first time though. It was.
It was a participation trophy lap.
It's testy. Let's go.
Oh, what's up? Guys? Good job judging. Well done.
Thank you. I think I was pretty impartial. I think I was.
I don't think any of those were hard decisions though.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
I mean,
they were all
Brandon
pretty.
Said judging on easy mode, and it was true. Oh, we got a little ragtag group of people right now. How's it going, Mel?
Oh, it's Mel.
Oh, what's up, Mel? I saw you talking to Gibbs the other day, and I was like, "Damn, bro, this must be cancer."
It was a really fun convo.
Was it? Okay, well, that's good. It's good to hear.
Gibbs can be fun.
I know Gibbs is tons of fun. I hang out in the chat all the time. I just we have such fundamental disagreements, but we never let it get serious.
He's making big moves with things. He's trying to come out with new shit. We're going to be doing a show, I think, starting in either next week or the week after, and then he's trying to open up another show.
He's got some shit coming up.
Pot picture.
Oh wait,
no, it's soda. It's soda pot.
I was like, who the fuck is that?
Soda pot. That's pretty good.
I still have yet to laugh at any of these.
Well, it's funny because he killed.
That's okay, Mel.
Pol Pot used to do. He used to get the children. He would tell them that they would go to heaven, and he would get them to walk across the minefields to clear them.
Jesus,
that's pretty cool.
Mel, laughter is for people that can find joy in life. So
maybe you could explain it.
Khmer Rouge were actual psychos. This is why.
Oh, dude,
this is the worst thing that happened to 50 years. Was
they
the
primarily
Union. And he asked me for a counterexample, and even he was like, "Well, that's like barely within the past 50 years." It's like,
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Pol Pot primarily had child soldiers. If I'm not, yeah.
I know. I didn't know about the pray through the minefield thing, but yeah, Pol Pot was a fucking.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, he's one of the worst. But hey, you know, I get it, Soda. It's funny. It's funny.
But even Pol
I'm not
Pot,
that bad.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh yeah, like 2 million fucking people fucking purged.
but even Pol Pot paid his child support. Looking at you, Easy.
Oh,
Wow! Wow!
Wow.
Speaking of failures, Confluence, have you gotten laid
I'm gonna
yet?
Speak up for Easy. Paid it. There was a time where apparently he allegedly hadn't. That's in the past. He's paid up now.
Even if, like, there's so much legal shit, like, it's so fucking, like, creepy to get it up in somebody's personal business like that and start fucking making rumors up. Like,
Oh God! If someone looked into the amount of child support I am in arrears on,
Wait, who are we talking shit about?
Easy, the whole fucking, well, Trippy, really, at the end of the day, Trippy's creepy obsession with Easy.
Oh yeah, Trippy's gone way too far in my opinion, dude. Some of that shit is just like so past the pale. You know? Is that the saying?
Do we even have standards here though? Like where are
Beyond
these
the pale.
from?
Beyond the pale, yeah. No, I don't think so, Mel. To be fair,
Are you hitting us with the fucking Emmett argument? It's my preferences. That's how I get my standards.
Well,
we absolutely do have standards.
No, there aren't really any standards. What are the standards?
What are you talking about?
What are the standards that anyone in this space, especially, hold themselves to?
Oh, it's very easy to figure out. Are they on my side politically? Then they're in the right.
That's accurate. Each individual person, you can, but this community at large obviously does have standards.
No, what the fuck?
If you ask this community to define standards, they would fail the test.
Yeah, I don't know if each, but I run a bit of a tight ship. I freaking do. Okay?
You run a tight ship? You know how fucking disorganized this channel is?
You delete 3 streams a week.
Confidence, I insult you every show that I come on. I insult you directly.
That is true.
Yeah. And
I run a tight ship.
I haven't seen you put a leash on any of your panel members.
Eduardo
is better at putting a leash on people than you are.
Kirk has gotten a leash put on him quite a bit.
Confluence has banned
Maybe I
2
missed that.
people because
I
of
can see
blatant
that, though.
TOS violations. Maybe 3. Maybe 3.
But that's like minimal leash.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
minimum.
maybe that's a standard.
I guess.
I mean, I think the standard we can all agree on is don't p-bomb anyone else's stream, right? That's a standard, Mel.
Okay, when I'm talking about standard, like, okay, when it came to like the whole thing with Glenn and Speakeasy, where it's like, oh, he like had a gun, like they were ready to fist fight, right? So I'm like, if they're willing to like, they're trying to plan a fight. If 2 people are willing to meet up and like have a fist fight, like where is the line exactly? What are we talking about here?
It's not there because
Is that my community?
test
First of all, are you talking about like other panels or just like?
I
it's
said,
just,
well,
like,
no. When
trying
I
it-
started this conversation, I said this
In
space
this
generally.
community.
I'm
In
talking
the
about like,
community.
yeah, like I'm talking
Right.
more on this conservative side of things, like anywhere from like Andrew Wilson to Raging Tomato and like.
What about the lefties? They're fucking
Glenn's
insane
not-
too. Some of them.
I'm saying we don't have panels because we have too many standards.
Yeah, I don't think Glenn's much of a conservative.
okay.
I think Glenn's more of a right
Standing is
winger,
like-
generally.
I thought he was like
any
libertarian coded, but I have
conservative,
no idea.
right-coded.
Yeah, he
person,
likes
even
drugs
still,
and shit.
Yeah.
there still is standards. Like doxing is like a major thing. Like most people, when someone will
And yet
dox
people
someone,
get
they say
doxed
it's a
all the
bad
time
thing.
around here.
And first of all, right wingers rarely do that, and if they do that, they get called the fuck out. Like no one likes that.
That's
Like literally no one likes that.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think right wingers are really known for that. That's not to say it never happens, but
I generally disagree. I've seen plenty of right-wing doxers, and I've seen plenty of people defend it because it's on their side of the aisle.
Give me an example. Go ahead. Give me an
Yep.
example.
I don't have one off the top of my head, so I didn't prepare for
that's
this.
Okay.
Which
That's
community?
really convenient. Yeah, that's convenient.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. I'm not prepared. I am a document writing user of my research, and I have none done right now.
I'm saying with the rare time it happens, everyone calls them out. That's why even anything that goes personal, that's why so many people are mad at Trippy. That's why people are mad at Sarah because she's suing Andrew Wilson. Anytime something extends to real life, people in general do not like that on the right. Okay,
But
and at
Confluence
least
is
in our little panels.
standards. There's a difference between standards and moral outrage, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the standard is don't bring things into the personal sphere. That if that standard gets walked over, people have moral outrage. They're connected.
No, wait, that's not true. I mean, even okay, man. If I rehash this, it's gonna become a whole fucking thing now.
Let's make it a fucking
Rehash it.
Rehash it. Let's make it a fucking thing then.
Sure.
Yeah,
How about people constantly bringing up like Marilyn being a single mother and attacking her constantly within your community as well? And like
I've never not once heard anyone say that.
I agree.
I have.
I agree more with Tyler in the sense that it's like, and you know, I get it to a degree, right? Like I'm not even like Section has called me out on this before. It's like, yeah, I am biased, but I it's very obvious the people that I like and I dislike. I don't make a secret of it, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, like even tonight, that fucking first chick who debated, you know, fair enough, it's her first debate, but she did fucking horribly, and she still won the audience vote, and people like voted for it. It's like the people you agree with are the people you're going to side with. So
Look,
it's like standards are relative in these spaces. I don't know.
If we're all just having a party here, right, and there's no rules, that's fine. Just say it. Like, there's no shame of saying you have no real standards.
There are real standards. I've delineated some of them. And even tonight, you know, yeah, I'm going to start some drama with Tyler going back and forth with Testy about some untoward comment that was said.
No, you're trying to deflect though.
How?
Well, so address what I said.
Yeah, you little bitch.
You were
Don't
like,
fucking try to spike the football.
You're like, well, oh, when people go after people's family and shit like that, people shout that down and they don't like it, and I'm like, fucking happens all the time in your own space.
Okay. Oh, with the no, it fucking doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. Okay, so there's two things at play. There is like where you're being like rude and mean, which I don't like, and I try to stop that. So
and
that would be like,
to be clear, Marilyn does the same
let me
shit.
finish.
She does that to other people.
When people call Marilyn a single mom, I think it's mean and untoward. But Marilyn is open about being a single mom, so that's not the same as what I was talking about.
And also,
Trippy Cat
family
going and finding court documents of people, bringing that into the situation. That's what I'm saying is the standard. Marilyn openly saying I'm a single mom repeatedly,
right? So you're
and
changing what you
bring
said.
it up. It's
and
rude.
I'm even confident that Marilyn
talking
has talked shit about Avery's or not Avery, sorry, Avarice's wife, and I'm sure like Section's partner, and like she's done it as well, to be fair, right? But no, what you said.
Yeah, that's the reason I went in on her, because she started saying shit about my wife and kids first. So I was like, okay, if it's fair game for you, then I can do it back. And she got really butthurt.
Yeah, sure. And I'm not even trying to like necessarily litigate that at the moment. I mean, if we do, I'm not running from it. But like,
yeah, no worries.
What Confluence said when you say, because what you initially said was like, oh, I agree, bringing the real life shit into it. I think that is a line, and I will agree. But you said even comments people make about Speakeasy's family, and I'm like, no, the family shit doesn't seem like that's a line for anybody.
I'm
Especially if he brings up the fact that he's a father all the time and uses his family to virtue signal. So
yes, you
so
are allowed. There's two.
Apart.
No, it doesn't. You guys are just too actually retarded to understand it.
Oh.
So the
That's
difference
not an
is,
argument, though.
if someone, because I'm still talking, Avery. So you like keep listening, then you might get the argument, right? If you think about it.
No, yeah, you fucking retards.
All that shit.
No, Avery, keep it up. I like when Confluence gets triggered.
I like when I get triggered too, so
going.
you should all keep it up because I need my fucking dopamine. But no, there's two things at play. So first of all, if you're introducing new facts, that's a different thing. So Speakeasy says that he's a father, he has kids. So it's fine to talk about him being a father and having kids. That's fine. So Marilyn talks about her being a single mom. That's fine. For that one standard. Again, I still think it's untoward when people like will just bring that up. Like the fact that someone like Anson said he has a drinking problem in the past. To just dismiss him over that, or like the Kel thing that Speakeasy did. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Kel's admitted that she had drinking problems.
Or like you always telling me when you're blackout drunk, Avery, why don't you just fuck women instead of men?
Sure,
but like exactly, that,
but it's not,
like that.
Yes, Avery, you're right. You're right. Just understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about two different things. So that one would be something that you're open about. It's not new information I'm bringing. I'm just maybe being an asshole or being rude. The other standard I was talking about, the testy saying I'm violating in my community, which I'm absolutely not, is bringing new personal information to the table. So let's say, Avery, no one knew you were gay except me, and now I reveal to people that you're actually a homo. That would be insane, and I would never do that. If someone else did that, they would be banned. They would be gone. And ironically, like that would be insane.
I don't think they would though. I don't think they would.
Pillow biter.
They absolutely,
Avery's gay?
They absolutely would. If anyone like tried to, I mean, we've seen certain things like this happen in this community, and we stamp that out. Any like personal stuff that people are trying to bring up that's like a not known thing, that is like a hard line. The other thing is
People
something
get
that,
outraged, but I still
the
see
second
those
thing
people
is yes,
being
the rude
associated
thing
with.
that like so Marilyn's mentioned she's a single mom. Kel has mentioned she used drugs. So that's something that you can make a comment on. I think that's rude. That's the second thing that happens. I try to stop it. It's not an omni ban. It's not an insta ban. But those are two different categories that Testy is somehow not understanding. New information that's personal versus something that someone has already talked about and is being brought up again.
Spiraled
To be fair, he's catching us straight. I'm the one who made it seem complicated.
Oh, okay. Well, fair. What I was talking because I took a broad statement, and I don't know. Maybe I don't know if this is like a streamer thing, but like when you say something, people jump to like, well, I don't do that, and I'm like, what I was talking about was like specifically. I'm agreeing the lefties have their own shit going on. That's actually scarier in my opinion right now. But in the like conservative sphere of like the panel area, and I'm talking about like how people generally conduct themselves. I don't think those standards exist more broadly. I'm not talking about your community specifically. But when the only thing I latched onto is you said the stuff about family, not like this new information and stuff. Like that's a good clarifier. Like fair enough. I would even agree. Like yeah, if you're digging through people's fucking personal lives or whatever the fuck, like yeah, I'm pretty sure that I would hope most people would stamp that shit out. The fact that even like the stuff that Trippy does is tolerated, because again, it is sort of what it boils down. I just agree with Tyler. It's just like if it's somebody like that's on your side, I think people are way more willing to look the other way for shitty behavior. I don't believe in there's like a consistency of like a moral standard that's being held. I don't like that. To me, doesn't really feel like it's a thing. Again, broadly, I'm not talking about like individual communities here.
I think it is broadly like you have like most people don't like even people that don't really like Andrew Wilson. I think a lot of them.
Oh, because he has clout.
Don't like when they bring up his like baby mamas and stuff, and people try to like dig into all this stuff. I think most people broadly see it as a bad thing. And same with Speak, right? You obviously have like Dusty and Trippy that are fine doing it, but most people view those people when they do that stuff as like social pariahs.
Yep. No, they're not social pariahs. They're on every panel. Where are they? Like apart from like the specific like maybe people like spheres, like Dusty and Trippy are on panels all the fucking time. They're not pariahs from anywhere. Like they're around. They're part of the communities.
Only really their own panels for the most part.
That might be.
They're not welcome in most of the right-wing spaces.
You were comparing me to simpletons. You're comparing us all to simpletons. These are the general person doesn't even know they're being biased when they are. The person that's able to realize it and rise above it would be the rare person you'd select to be the judge in debates and that things. You're taking a group of people, you're separating out a small percentage based off of hierarchical structure and a certain skill set that some don't have and others haven't honed. And it's not
about the space in general. Confluence.
Yeah.
Are you saying that Flow State and Trippy would not be allowed on this panel if they showed up? Or are you making an affirmative statement?
Dusty is allowed. Trippy is lost. I've given him too many chances, and yeah, Trippy would not be allowed on this panel again. No.
Okay.
Dusty, yes, because I think Dusty walks a line where it's like the stuff I've seen from Trippy is disgusting, and when I talk to him, he still just says more disgusting stuff. And I've tried a lot with Trippy, and he just keeps doubling down. Whereas like Dusty is more on that like edge case where he'll like dip into it a bit, and there's at least like some ambiguity with him. With Trippy, just seems like an insane person at this point.
Dusty's more like the ringleader of the group. He kind of like influences people into doing the things, but doesn't actually engage in it himself.
Yeah, like maybe like Dusty behind the scenes is the one who's actually like doing this stuff. I don't know, but yeah, this is my vibe, and I could be wrong, but yeah, my vibe is what Saint's saying, where it's like Dusty seems to have the wherewithal to not cross certain lines, whereas Trippy doesn't give a fuck. I mean, we saw that thing that Vigi sent us that I played, where he apparently has that jerk off video of Speakeasy, and he's psychopathically joining Speakeasy's thing and like taunting him with this, threatening to like show people and all this stuff. Like, Trippy has no boundaries. He has no sense of morality. Like, it's just awful.
Wait,
it's awful.
What?
And I haven't seen that from Dusty. I have.
What?
Yeah, that's the thing that happened somewhat recently.
Well, Dusty's always in those circles. Dusty and your cousin there, AVE, are always somewhat in proximity to drama and always know what's going on. They're always on the panel where the drama's going on, chatting about it. Like, Dusty's always right there with the people that are doing the bad things. He never does them, and he's always having streams about them that get pretty good views. So I think
I agree with you.
it might just be coincidence. It might be string pulling. I don't know.
I don't disagree. Like, Dusty is someone that I would not. Would I personally trust Dusty? No, I wouldn't, because he keeps company with like insane people. It's what I've started to notice with Beth, especially after she did that weird fucking thing with $150 to like Christina.
Dude, that clip is so bad. That clip
on
is
panel. Yeah, it's awful. It's like, what are you fucking doing? And then I'm starting to just see that Beth is just like hanging out with all these like fucking troglodytes, and I'm like, you're known by your company at a certain point. Like, it's one thing. I would have Dusty come up on the panel, but if I have Dusty and Trippy and OG and all these, the
compliments. I got more
people, and
I got more
happens
heat for you.
repeatedly.
I got more smoke for you then. So you remember it was brief. I think I left for like a week, but I was like, I have had a little bit of enough. I had a little bit of a soy out moment, and I was like, I don't want to be associated or around this community for a little bit. So what you just said there, where you're like, at a certain point, you are the company that you keep. That was one of the things I brought up. I know that this gets thrown in your face as like a meme a lot of the time. You were like extremely drunk when we spoke over VC. Like, it was at the end of the night. So I'm saying that you were very passionate, and you were like, that's the most cucked thing ever. You're just worried about the optics. You're like worried about how it looks, and I'm like, yeah, to a degree. Like, I can't have. I can't. Yeah, you said it was disloyal, and I was like,
disloyal. What the fuck?
I was
what
like,
the hell, Confluence?
I was like, call me soy.
Based?
I was like, I don't necessarily want to be a mod hanging out in the chat where people are like talking about World War II and some really bad things, and just being like, yeah, that's awesome, that's based. Like, I'm just like, I have a limit of like, this shit. Sometimes it's just a bit too much, and it sucks because I don't want to control your thing. But I'm like, I think, I don't know. I just felt like.
And what did I say to you, Testy?
Woke scold.
You were like,
why did you finish the story?
Yeah, you're like, oh, you're just concerned with how it looks, and like, you're like,
no,
you're,
not
and
in
yes,
my,
and
not
you
in
did
my
call me
drunken
disloyal.
call where I called you disloyal, which you were, to be clear.
I wasn't.
But what happened after that? What happened after? Finish the fucking story.
What did happen after? I don't fucking remember.
I'll tell you it's a problem.
I messaged you and I said, you know what, Testy? I have thought about this, and I think you're right, and I'm gonna stop having if certain people come up and they're going to say a bunch of like anti-Semitic stuff. I agree. It's both a bad look. It doesn't help the person themselves, and it's probably just an immoral thing to do. And so I'm going to cut it down.
You
agree.
did give it consideration, and you did because you just sort of asked my opinions, and I gave it to you.
Oh,
and then
you said, "Oh yeah."
Now, was that? Hold on. Was that before? Was this before or after you had everyone hunt down the clip of Marilyn saying, "Let's talk about Hitler" for half an hour?
Was that today?
Yeah, that was today. That's such a good meme. Yeah, it's so funny. We want to do that to represent the channel when they make that Everest commercial, right?
That's not the same. That's not the same thing.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I just thought they were related in some way.
I don't even think Testy is going to say that's the same thing. That's just like funny. That's like us like laughing. Everest going after her. And she screams, "Can someone please just talk about Hitler?" That's just funny. That's just on its face.
But no, it is different than somebody being on panel saying like, "Hail H." Like that is a stark difference. That's pretty. Yeah. Although
you were saying
giving Marilyn too much screen time and her talking about that he's a hero and that Auschwitz has a sporting team. It's like
it's just a soccer club.
What?
Yeah, Jay Spurging.
Time it's not.
I even told you that she's the only person that gets that pass, and then she went on a fucking tirade the one night.
What is this?
I get some pretty edgy jokes out here every now and then.
Wait, what
I
is
think
it? What are you
everybody
saying,
does.
ABG? I can't tell if you're talking to me or you're responding to someone.
Confluence would be what Beth did, really?
Because I would.
What did Beth do? Who the fuck's Beth?
No, ABG.
Beth is, I would not do it. I would not do it, Beth. I don't know if you're.
No.
But I can't. It seems because you're saying really. It
No,
sounds like you're
Confluence was just commenting on that happening.
I'm sorry, Rage Page. I just got my new computer set up. I don't have the volume perfect.
Yeah, you're
Confluence,
stupid
you're
loud,
saying
bro.
that we are the company we keep, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I thought
I'm saying that there is a line where it's like if you're there is it's just it doesn't mean that, but there is something that you start to question if you're around the people all the time, right? So if you're like constantly hanging out with like Trippy Cat, that probably means something at a certain point. That's all I'm saying.
So do you think like maybe when you're in that circle and you're also not dissuading the bad behavior, then maybe there is some guilt by association? Like we could expect these people to be conscientious objectors, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're going with that, but
If what they're doing is actually wrong and not just perceived wrong by one individual, probably
yeah, like with
to some
Maryland,
extent,
even though Testy disagrees with me giving her airtime, which I agree with Testy that it's not helpful, but it's like, yeah, every time Maryland is on panel saying a bunch of insane shit, I'm very clear that I challenge her all the time. Like every time she's like on here saying nonsense, I fucking push back. I'm never just like sitting there quietly.
And also, to be clear, because I don't want this to come off as like a lefty thing, I also went out of my way to tell Confluence that I'm not trying to impose or say like what you ought to do. That was one of the reasons I was like, I just need to step away, because I'm like, I'm the one who has an issue with like what's going on, and it's not on you to like cater to me. So I wasn't trying to push for Confluence to like whatever. He just asked me like my opinion and what I would do, and I told him so. And you know, and again, to your credit, yeah, you took it seriously, and you did end up like mulling it over, and so like it's appreciated. And yeah, you came up with
wholesome
something, yeah, right. I don't know. I don't. Okay, this is gonna sound a little bit mean, but I don't have super high expectations. Well, of people in general, but like also, I understand I'm like a lot of the time the odd one out, being on the left in like conservative spaces. So I'm not expecting.
And
like,
sometimes people can also be disloyal. Like two things can be true at once.
I still don't quite understand what you mean.
Confluence is sticking to his guns on that one.
I think
I wanted to ask, how is the left scarier?
Oh well, right now, just because like the whole Destiny stuff, like, dude, there were like mods, chatters, like
Does
everybody.
they kill people?
Like Kiwi Farms was just fucking like, and to be clear, I don't go to Kiwi Farms. That the website scares me.
That's the left?
Shout them
Like,
out,
I
but-
would even call Destiny a leftist. I'd call him a centrist.
Oh no!
Wow, that just shows how far left you are.
Yeah, that's wild. That's like that meme where like at the top left corner is all like right, and then everything else is Nazi.
Yeah, I don't mean.
I'd agree that like liberals are scary, but not like the Hassan camp. They're doing a good job.
Oh, no, dude. Hassan's audience is like, he's like weaponized his audience too. Like they're
Yeah, the people out there attacking federal officers and shit, they're all right. They're all right. No problem there. I don't see any violence.
Weaponize them to the DSA meetings. Is that where this is going?
well, no, like harassment campaigns or whatever. And yeah, sure, it's like online bullshit, but like they've gone after random people on Twitter and stuff. And dude, Hassan's
usually
audience
joined, by the way.
is fairly vicious, but whatever. I get it. It's the internet. Like shit's gonna happen. But when I say scary, I don't mean like overall. I just mean like specifically in our little niche corner of the internet. The whole Destiny sphere is like so fucked right now, which is one of the reasons I'm staying clear
You know why the left needs gatekeeping, right?
to a degree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to mansplain because I'm a woman.
Fair enough.
Agree to disagree.
Agree to your mom.
Well, she's a woman, so
I realize your mom jokes are okay if you say afterwards who I don't know, but is probably a lovely lady.
I actually don't make mom jokes. I don't know if I ever have in these spaces.
They're probably sexist, but I've yet to figure out how.
I agree. I've never made jokes about any of Tessie's blood relatives.
Oh, so brave.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I appreciate that. He also gave me the white pass, so. Is your mic dead?
Wait, what happens when you have two white passes at once?
My mic dead?
Oh no, I can hear you now. Two white passes. I guess they cancel each other out. I don't know.
Yeah, you can say the C word. I'll grant you. Here's your Costco card.
Oh wait. Oh, AVG is saying some
Costco all along. So I could have said cracker this whole time.
We prefer wafer, but whatever you need to say.
I don't know if you're. I don't know. I actually don't know. I prefer people.
Your mic is it just me? It is like kind of cutting in and out.
They're just trolling you, man. Like, don't let them do
You
that.
might be fucked, but
no, I'm not.
I can't. My computer is like doing nonsense that I have no idea how to fix.
Confluence is always bringing his streamer A game, by the way, folks. So donate now.
It's like you tell me. Like I don't know if anyone knows how to fix this. Like, so I have. I'm gonna explain this.
You first press Alt
F4. So I have a media thing showing up in Windows in the upper left.
Oh,
that is D-Light, Groove is in the Heart, which is a great song, but I don't really want to listen to it right now. And it shows I can like press play or go back or go forward, and I can't close it down. So when I try to open my volume thing, I can't move it to click the button because when I click it, it just wants to play Groove is in the Heart, and I can't get rid of the Windows thing. That
Confluence,
wants me to do it.
do you
I can't move
download
it. I
sketchy
can't close
software?
it. I can't do anything with it.
Why can't you go into your control panel and just disable that?
Yeah. Just go to the taskbar and right-click it. It should be an active thing.
Wait, are you on a Mac?
It's not.
Is that what it is? Are you on a Mac?
No, I'm on Windows.
He looks like he would be a Mac user, though.
Go into your control panel.
You do look like a Mac
Go
user.
into your task manager and shut
Also,
it down.
Mel, you shouldn't be judging people based on their physical
What
characteristics.
do I shut down?
Press
in Task
Control Alt.
Manager?
I think my favorite looks amazing, but whatever.
I know how to get into Task Manager. I'm saying once I'm in it, what do I?
Yeah, there
shut
should be a process for the Windows Media
I was
Player.
using the general you.
called? What's it called?
I meant the
Windows
W.
Media Player. It's
What's
like
the
the
name?
weird.
Wait. It's what application is the actual Windows Media Player?
Like I'll post the. Are you in the Discord world?
Yes.
Yes, show us your taskbar and what icons you have.
Or troubleshooting.
Yeah, let me see that taskbar, baby.
Show us what antivirus you use.
Bro, I fucking just like in real life, I fucking just
Ooh, fuck yeah!
You know-
Click that start menu.
Confluence. This wouldn't happen if you watched all your P-Hub on your other computer.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this is a virus because it's like
why-
there's no way to get rid of it.
Let's delete this first of all.
1 out of 10 virus, but still.
That. Okay, I don't think I'm doxing myself here. Okay, this is what if everyone looks in general. So do you see the D-Light Groove is in the Heart? It's like an overlay. It's like a Windows overlay. So it's not an application. I mean, there might be something I can like figure out, but I don't know what it is.
Hang on. But when you press play, right, it doesn't say it's this media player. It just
I can't actually. I'm hitting
Confluence,
play right now.
unironically,
It's none of it's
unironically try
active, it
Alt
doesn't do anything when I
F4.
click it.
Unironically try Alt F4.
make sure you're hovered over it though when you do it.
Yeah,
Click
make
on
sure
it,
you're actually in that app.
then do Alt F4. Don't do it on your.
So I have everything down. Alt F4. Yeah, it's still up. It's like
Okay.
it's like an overlay with like that's just like stuck there. I can't move the volume slider. I can't. It's just like a
Task Manager.
somehow like
Open
Yeah.
Task Manager and look for the application and try to kill it.
what's it called though? I have no
You-
idea.
You have
what
to
it was
look for
called.
something that would make sense. We don't know.
what that would be.
Well,
Could
you're
it
gonna
be a
choose something
widget?
which is
Probably
music
something
related,
media
player
related.
related. You're not going to shut down
Yeah,
like
that,
your
the way
fucking
it's like posted on his homepage, it seems, or like his, I guess, his homepage. I assume that to be like a widget.
Yeah, I have the same
Well,
kind of shit
would
when I
I-
play
would I-
Spotify. I don't know.
But what I it's one of those like it's one of the kind of the Spotify like
Oh, is there a
overlays.
device? Wait, check your Bluetooth. Is someone connected to? If you have Bluetooth, is someone connected and maybe?
Just ask fucking Claude, bro. I do AI. I fucking go I do IT. I do go to AI for like half my fucking work.
You also asked AI to suck your dick at night.
No, I have a wife.
Yeah, I'll upload this to
Is she AI?
ChatGPT and see if it.
ASIAN.
No, she's a real woman.
Luckily for me, I can't spell, so I don't have to think about that.
Yeah, Tyler, you're lucky I'm illiterate.
I'm a small C conservative, and I don't read books.
Based.
That's why he's a small C, not a big C. If you read books,
Sarcastic Saint says check your browser extensions. That might be an extension from a browser.
No, that looks like the Windows player that plays like music for you when you have it on. Like it's like a Windows overlay. It probably has to be disabled in a Windows setting, and I'm pretty sure that if you go to the right place in AI, it'll tell you exactly where that setting is.
Okay.
Actually, if you do set, if you can find something, you can send a screenshot.
Shift B. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that's short. I'm going to try it.
The window key.
Control Shift B.
You might want to try it from the desktop.
That doesn't work. Try unplugging it.
Windows Control Shift B. No, see, it does nothing. See, even AI can't fix this.
It's okay, Confluence. If you have to reset your machine, I'll run the stream for you.
Oh, it says find. Okay, it's just telling me to restart Windows Explorer, which maybe. Okay.
Actually, no. Legit. That could. Again, that's a possibility.
Yeah,
you have to run it. You have to run it again. You have to press Windows key R and then Explorer.exe, but it would work. Or
That's
it
the other thing that's happening. I don't know if this helps anybody. When I hit the Windows key, nothing happens.
It should. It should open your start menu.
It usually does, but right now, nothing.
Again, I feel like this is some sort of weird
I
malware.
think you have a virus, yeah.
It does more, but like for some reason, it's not compatible with your machine, so it can only do so much.
So you can change it in the app settings in because it is the Windows Media Player.
I get that same thing on my laptop whenever I play. Yeah, it's like Windows Media Player pop-up or overlay.
But it's like, but the fact that I can't click, that if I click play, it doesn't play. I can't move the volume. Like I can't. It seems like it's some frozen asset. Like I don't.
You
think
may have a bad version, an old version of Windows where like shit's not updated anymore. Maybe like the extension to hit the library that controls your functions.
StreamYard link.
By the way, you've kept AVG's thing up this whole time.
Look, I'm in fucking Task Manager. I can't even find Windows
Confluence.
Explorer in
Alex wants the link.
somehow.
The StreamYard.
Oh, Alex?
Yeah,
I'm
he wants to
shocked.
come up.
Love Alex.
It might be not give it to him.
I'm shocked we knew some internet drama AVG didn't know before us.
AVG's like a hawk. She's always watching over.
She's like the Benny Gesserit of internet drama. She just knows what's going to happen before it's
I
said.
can't find Windows Explorer. I don't know why it's not even Windows Explorer isn't even showing up right now.
Well, I don't know what the new one is, but the old one was
Wait, I think I did it.
wfplayer.exe.
Yeah, but this might not just be Windows Media Player. Just look for player, look for media, and like honestly, you can probably close anything with player or media in the name, and nothing. You won't close anything too critical. Don't close.
Did you find it? Did it work or no?
But it did, but now my whole taskbar is gone.
Okay, so hit Windows R and then just run Explorer.
Yeah.
does
Man, I've had to
nothing
do
when I
that
press
so many
Windows R.
fucking
Oh, but you don't have Windows keys. Oh fuck.
I have a Windows key. It just does nothing right now.
Yeah, press Windows key. Hold Windows key. Hold Windows key and then press.
No,
off.
he was saying his Windows key doesn't work at all.
Yeah, it's not good.
Do you have control panel up still?
You have two Windows keys.
No, not everyone has two Windows keys.
Actually, just
I
open
think for
Task Manager.
Grumple, you should just restart
Task
and
Manager
then you
again.
redo the stream.
Oh wait.
Oh
wait.
Some people are born with one Windows key.
Okay. If you
Now
don't,
everything seems to be working.
okay, yeah. If you didn't, I know how to do it.
Refresh itself? Oh wait, no.
It usually does restart after a little bit. Yeah.
Alex, by the way,
yeah, maybe- I
if
think
you
it's
get
just
locked
lagging
out and you can't do Windows key R, you can do Control Shift Escape.
Okay, and there we go. This is what I was trying to do. My mic was set at
Task
24,
Manager.
but Groove is in the Heart was blocking me. Am I?
Oh
do I
my
sound better
God.
now?
You sound very loud, Brian.
You sound like I don't want to hear you anymore.
Okay, I'll turn
it
myself
hurts.
down. Oh, wait, where did I go?
Stop yelling at us,
I'm down here.
Oh, Dad, it hurts. Please stop.
Can you turn the application back on?
No, I will not.
I feel
Okay,
so
is that
bad
better?
for all the people here who don't know what volume gain is.
Did that fix it? Are we good?
It's never good, but it's better.
Yeah, Confluence, it's fixed.
Your voice.
Thank
is
you, section.
Right, so we can't.
You're
fix
welcome.
Can fix the volume.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I can't remember something. What were we talking about? Something about Testy being. I think this isn't what I said. Someone else was calling him disloyal, and I kind of felt that they were making a compelling case. That's the last thing I remember. And then we got into all this volume nonsense.
Testy is a snake in the grass, just trying to stab you between the shoulder blades, and you're not looking.
I'm worried. Some people I don't think this about Testy, but sometimes you don't know. You think you know somebody, and they fucking snake you, and now you're snaked.
He's got clips. He's got a folder full of clips of just shit that you said about other streamers, just waiting to start a war for you.
In India, they know a lot about snakes. So
yeah, he's a double agent this entire time.
Testy's awfully
made a
quiet.
fucking whistle form and
He's awfully
do all
quiet.
kinds of weird shit.
You solved it. You had a big gay bro up, and now you're all happy with each other, and you kissed and made up. Confluence, I want to ask though, can you not think of any rules in this space where it might be rules for thee but not for me? And I'm not talking about
Hassan Piker being able to promote terrorism, and then when one person says they want strong borders, and just one or two kids maybe would get shot. That's all. They get banned from Twitch.
both promoted terrorism. Okay.
Hassan
literally did.
Yeah, multiple times.
Both sides promoted terrorism. Okay, thanks for playing.
I don't think when was Asmongold promoted?
I don't think what the other side would be called terrorism. You might not like it, and it could be considered
homegrown
or murder, but that doesn't mean it's terrorism.
Diane, join my panel.
No, I agree.
Definitionally.
I don't see it as terrorism when it's homegrown too, and it's definitely not a double standard. So thank you for
when did Asmongold say terrorism was good?
When did Hassan say that?
No, Asmongold got banned for comments saying something like I don't know if it was glassing Palestine, but he made some flippant comments.
Yeah, he got banned again for saying the same thing about kids getting shot for secure borders.
Oh, I saw. Yeah, I saw something like that. Yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah, he said.
But Hassan Piker literally played Hezbollah fucking propaganda videos and said he doesn't have an issue with them. That's the side he sides with, and he constantly praises Hamas as the good guys in the conflict in Palestine. He is promoting the terrorist groups.
Praise the IDF. Do you think that Twitch should also ban people who praise the IDF? Because they're terrorists.
No, that's not a terrorist group. That's not what terrorist means at all.
Well, so,
yeah.
Oh, well, I just changed the definition.
Hamas.
No,
that's wild.
Yeah, it's some brain rot, dude.
You don't have to equate someone to be something, but I guess I would wonder by what metric are you saying that they're terrorists?
I have a definition for you if it's definition cucking, but a terrorist is a non-state sanctioned act.
What the fuck? I went backstage.
I would agree that colloquially,
Oh,
I do think that the IDF has committed terrorist acts. However, because it is state sanctioned violence, it's definitionally not terrorism, which is cucked. That is cucked. I will agree.
I mean, yeah.
So it's a bit of a double standard.
No, it's not, and they haven't done anything wrong. Israel all the way.
Oh, they absolutely have done shit wrong.
No, yeah.
I don't understand why you're so.
For the right super chat, baby.
Because the instances of Israel doing things wrong are one individual does something, or one individual. Look what Ben Gvir said. All Israelis are bad now. It's silly.
You're okay. I hate this all or nothing sort of mentality. They have absolutely done wrong. They have killed journalists. There's also the case where they I can't remember it was a little girl or something. It turned out it was probably IDF tanks.
That's what I just said.
Probably.
You isolate individual instances where if someone did wrongdoing, Israel punishes them. The journalists, even the UN, just retracted their list of what they were calling journalists to say that hundreds of people they were labeling as journalists in Palestine were actually just Hamas agents posing as journalists.
That was also quite loosely defined. So in some cases, you're correct.
The definition of journalist is basically whoever the fuck calls themselves.
No, there were some that found direct ties to Hamas and other groups. However,
hundreds.
It was not hundreds. I would.
It wasn't. They just retracted it. I'll bring the list up.
Okay,
I would
Avery,
need a
so
source on
fucking
that.
gay.
Maybe you might be correct. I need to see something. On
You
that.
look beautiful,
Hold on,
Avery.
testing. Would you be surprised if
Tyler?
Hamas was saying that their people were
Tyler, can I ask
journalists?
Yeah.
Sorry, Alex. I thought that was Tyler.
Didn't we do a debate on Israel, Mel? You and I on Jake's channel.
No, but actually,
I just like
I wanted to ask
testing.
one question,
Can you answer that? Would you be surprised?
Holy fuck!
Two people talking.
Migrants came to America to do to America what Israel is doing to Palestine, and they felt justified in doing it in the same way Israel does.
Then we killed them.
Yeah, well, no, that's false.
Wouldn't it be the other way around because Hamas is going into Israel?
The Native Americans didn't attack the fucking settlers to start a war. Gaza attacked Israel to start this war. They are the aggressors.
Talking about the Native Americans, stop dodging. I meant modern day. If modern day immigrants came to America to do to America what Israel is doing to Palestine now, would that?
They already are.
No, because
they already are doing it, and it's a problem.
No, they wouldn't have property rights. They wouldn't like Israel does when Israel's made a state by the UN in 1948. You're talking about people invading a country that's not theirs.
Are you saying Palestine doesn't have property rights?
I wouldn't invoke.
No, they do not.
Oh, even though the Ottoman land code actually can still apply if the courts decide it.
Yeah,
if the courts, but it doesn't because the Ottomans don't exist anymore.
Really, courts
Did they decide?
Oh,
did they decide?
Or the Ottomans don't fucking exist anymore, and that was Egypt's land that Egypt lost during a war.
Wait, I got you. Well, okay. Well, so here you go. So you can't invoke the 1948 border that was set up because it was a partition, and I remember it wasn't a 50-50. It was like I don't know. It was close. It was close to a 50-50. But then you're saying, well, then they attacked them, and then they lost land. So it's like, oh, spoils war. But
well, no, hold on. No,
one has this conversation about Jordan or fucking Pakistan that were all formed at the exact same time.
If Russia invaded Ukraine and then Ukraine beat them back and took some Russian land, would you be like, oh no, you got to give that back to them?
Yeah, absolutely. What the
really?
Of course.
A country attacks
Really?
you and then you have to give them back their fucking land.
Wait,
when they lose.
Maybe I misunderstood. Wait, okay, when you're saying when they lose, I believe that if there are borders established, I don't think that just gives you, even if you are attacked, I don't think that gives you the right, because this actually did happen.
You take it strategically for the war.
This exact thing you're describing did happen, where Ukraine did take Russian land; they were occupying it, so as sort of a counter offensive or whatever, and then Russia took that land back, like they had counter-offensive.
They still have a bunch of Russian land.
They do.
And what do you think would have happened if Russia didn't take it back?
Is it wrong that they have some of the Russian land?
No, especially not in war. Not strategically in war.
You can't just maybe post World War II or post UN or whatever. I absolutely do not believe that any country has sovereign borders or whatever, that you just have the right to encroach upon their land simply because you're in a conflict with them, and just as they don't have a right to take it.
You're shooting yourself in the foot.
What do you think war is?
How is that insane?
What do you think war is?
Wild.
Okay,
Hold on.
What the hell?
Russia, Ukraine. Russia's trying to take wide
Fucking
swaths
slap
of
battle
Ukraine.
on the border. What the fuck?
Do you think Russia's going to give that land back?
You're going to be like, oh
No,
my
do you
god.
think Russia's going to give that land back?
No, I don't think they are. But that,
Okay. Do you think if China attacked on the country, they would get that land back?
If okay, say that again.
If China attacked on the country, do you think they would keep the land that they take, or they give that back?
No, they would probably take it. I'm saying it's wrong.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
I already said it's like sovereign nation. They are established borders. Unless it's agreed upon by nations.
Tyler.
Well, usually to end the war, you have to agree upon certain
Seems to not understand what war is.
So okay, everybody's talking at once. Do you want to take it one at a time?
Yeah. So Tyler dodged my question.
I didn't get your question yet. I'm waiting for it.
So is this how we kind of work the schema you gave out? If we do apartheid on a country with white people like Americans, it's bad. But if we do apartheid on a country with brown people, it's good.
Yes.
Apartheid grants the argument that they're one state. This argument that they should be one state would still see the much larger Israel be in control of the region. Even if they merged the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel into one faction, the Jews would still control the vast majority. So at the end of the day, the Jews didn't want to be in a state with them. They went to the UN, they asked for their own section of land, and that's what they got. There was two other nations formed at that time, Pakistan and Jordan, and those are just as legitimate, and nobody ever questions them. Israel is a legitimate state. There is no Gazan state. That's something that's up for debate right now. It's a matter of fact. I'm not making an opinion argument.
Are you referring?
Well, you're not denying the fact that skin color has anything to do with it. Thank you.
Are you?
Yeah, I don't have to, that hasn't been proven.
Are you referring to the 48 borders? Because when this was done, when this was done by the UN, it was partitioned. So
That's a different argument. You'll probably get more sympathy from me. And actually, I think that Israel should
invoking one half of it. So
I think that the conflict has gone on for a long time, and it's a prolonged conflict bigger than one individual battle. And once it's finally over, Israel shouldn't have to give back all that land back to the 1948 borders. But that's being used as a bargaining chip to get the crazy terrorists to stop being crazy terrorists.
That's a lot of words for saying Israelis seem less brown to me.
Well, I'm not.
I mean, if you want to reduce everything down to skin color, I suppose it's true.
Well, that's why I gave Tyler the chance to deny that was the case. And
leave it to the racists to make it about
He just
skin color.
ignored the entire idea that
No one else gave a shit about that up until now.
You're the only one who's focused on skin color. So.
There's no proof that it's based off of that. So.
And so I asked him if the double standard occurred along the lines of skin color, and instead he gave me a totally different answer, meaning he didn't care at all to deny.
I deny that there's an apartheid. Yeah, you asked if there was an apartheid. You said there was an apartheid there. I said that's a false statement, and I explained how borders work.
Okay. So if it was something else and not the skin color statement, then you're totally fine with skin color being a factor that determines.
It's not. You have to prove that. You just asserted it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it's an apartheid. I don't think skin color is a factor. I think you just loaded a question.
So again, let's say Mexico feels justified to do to America what Israel is doing.
We didn't ask for a hypothetical. Prove the one that you're claiming.
If we had a terrorist entity, if we had a terrorist entity inside the United States, like leftist faction that we're starting to see rise back up again and commit terrorist attacks, if they turned and attacked Mexico, targeting civilians, killing hundreds, kidnapping hundreds, then you know what? I'd say Mexico's probably actually justified to do what Israel's doing. They should go into the country that attacked them and remove that terrorist entity from power. Hamas happens to have seized elections from their country and uses their government against their own people. They kill collaborators by the hundreds. They starve their own people to give them martyr funds, all sorts of bad shit. So Gaza's not going to get any better until Israel clears out the bad guys. You should thank them.
Forget Gaza for a second. I think that there absolutely is a case for the West Bank apartheid state. I'm crazy that you'd object to that.
First of all, a boss does the martyr fund. Okay, that's the West Bank that does the martyr fund.
Right. The West Bank is really the main.
They have their own.
But so there are separate I understand in greater, I always mix this up, but greater Israel or whatever. Yes, your average citizen has
proper Israel,
different rights and property and all that stuff. But in the West Bank, they specifically have a two-tiered system. So there are different laws that apply to both groups.
Who runs the West Bank?
Master Blaster.
Well, so that's a little bit of a loaded question. I mean, technically, it's still Israel. But I believe that they have. I can't. What's the guy's fucking name? Is a boss still there or who runs?
That was a fantastic Mad Max 3 reference that went completely underappreciated.
So Tyler, let's say that Mexico wants to do to America and feels totally justified in doing it, to basically do the same thing that Israel is doing to Palestine.
I gave you that answer. I said absolutely. If the circumstances matched, they would be justified. If there was a giant terrorist group in charge,
hold on. Just
America already has terrorist groups inside of it.
Hold on. If there's a faction of the U.S. that suddenly attacked Mexico in a terrorist attack, and then the U.S. just ignored it and wouldn't do anything about it, then why wouldn't Mexico have a right to fight back?
Well, for one thing, because it's in America's jurisdiction.
But America's not doing anything about it. It's a terrorist group.
It's still in America's jurisdiction.
So what? We're not doing anything about it. You think they don't get satisfaction because it's in our jurisdiction?
I'm pretty sure if you're the bigger country, you get to decide if another.
Oh, so now it's just might makes right. Okay, got it.
Well, that didn't work out for Russia.
That's what I'm wondering, though.
Or Iran.
Well, no, we just told you. We just told you. Mexico has a right to do whatever the hell they need to do.
Palestine, what they do, but Palestine doesn't get to do the same back to Israel because might makes right.
No, they haven't.
No, not when they started. Yeah,
they attacked Israel. They did a terrorist attack.
You're talking. Hold on. If there's a part of Texas that suddenly or no, there's a part of the U.S. that suddenly like attacks Mexico's Texas border and kills a bunch of civilians, and then Mexico decides to fucking send troops in or bomb us. Do we have a right to now? Hold on. Do we have a right to now say, "Oh, Mexico attacked us, so we're going to go after them"?
Like Israel did? I guess so.
No, that's not what Israel did. Israel was Mexico.
That's what they did.
Again, shit.
Israel was attacked.
Israel was Mexico. Israel was the one that got
by
attacked.
6
Hey,
fronts,
real quick though. Real quick.
up.
Melvin, are all Jewish people white?
No.
Can we not?
Oh, so then why did you make it white and brown?
They're more white passing.
Why did you make
what?
Why did you make it white versus brown then? If
Like,
we
I
know
thought
that
as
all Jews
on
aren't.
panel, we're not going to misgender people. Like, you can at least go by people's names that they have stated on here.
Hence white supremacy.
Keelan, you're so. Can you? I have you maxed. You're really.
He's
quiet.
asking you
Yeah,
that
you're very
he's
quiet.
asking that we go by people's names as they are on here rather than their actual names.
Oh, the
I'll
Melvin.
think-
Yeah,
I'll
I don't
think
like the
about it.
Melvin thing. I would prefer that Mel is not called
I
Melvin.
mean, they just self-report themselves for being feckless. So
Yeah, if it's okay to disrespect other people's religions, I don't see why we have to conform to that. That's just as terrible.
shut up.
I think that's fair. If it's a thing about respect, then you have to show
Yeah.
respect to get it.
I mean, if we're just
I
going to be
think that's
respectful
fair.
of everybody's everything, let's be fucking feckless about it, okay? Across the board.
Oh no, I'll be as feckless as I want to be.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we already know that.
That's part of the problem.
That's part of the point.
No, that's trans privilege.
You don't get.
Yeah.
No, there is no such thing as trans.
Check your privilege, Mel.
And yet here I am.
True.
And yet here I fucking
Actually,
am.
that is very true. Check your privilege.
Yeah,
And yet
yeah,
here I
not
am.
checking your privilege. Yeah,
Mhm.
we get it.
And
Rules for thee, not for me.
I'm not checking my privilege, and I'm smarter than you. Wow, funny how that turns out.
Mel,
if
weirdly,
you
you're
were, you
also
would know what
very
a woman
quiet,
is.
and usually you're
Way to
like
spell
more
it
loud.
That's because I only talk into my fucking mic when I'm pissed off at you fuckheads.
Oh.
Or taking
you talk in
L's
your
on the
normal
Israel
voice?
Gaza
Way
situation.
louder than that. Yeah, I think you took so many L's on Israel that Mossad fucking nuked your mic, which I agree with that.
I mean, you
They
guys,
shouldn't.
you guys are
to let
just
you talk.
I don't like the
It's clear.
comparison with other countries either, because I do think that like it's a unique situation that doesn't exist in other places in the world. So, but that's the only reason I didn't.
I guess, yeah, you're right. You're right that it is a unique situation, but the problem is that everyone wants to treat it like it isn't.
Oh no, that's not the issue. The point that I'm
No, it
making
is. It is absolutely the
standard.
fucking issue. So can we
And you
can we
can't
not
come up
can we
with
not
another
just try to assume
situation.
what it is, or can you just like
Yeah.
interact with what I said?
You come up with another situation where it would at least be
No, you
okay
can't. Okay.
to oppress an entire nation because you feel threatened by that nation.
Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan. What?
That was okay?
Yeah, can I?
Yes.
Yeah. Also,
Oh.
What? No, wait, that was okay. Iraq?
Not Iran, but
Or Iran, yeah.
I'm in favor of all those, but that's a whole different conversation, I think.
Yeah, that is.
It's neocon take.
That's not neocon.
Hold on. You attacked the U.S. Yeah, we're gonna go after you.
Who attacked the U.S.?
I'm sorry, Tyler.
He tried to kill Trump.
That's
What's
not,
it-
yeah,
Iran
neocons
tried
are
to
nation
assassinate
builder.
Trump.
You're gonna
Osama
knock
bin
out.
Laden?
You're gonna.
It's unilateralism.
Yeah, we
Bin
agree,
Laden,
that,
right?
we agree that Iraq.
The U.S. feels slightly attacked, and you go to that country. You knock out the powers for the citizens, not combatants. You knock out things like internet. You knock
Hold on.
out
Do you think that the
hospital-
power that
Yeah.
do you think that the military and the civilians are completely separate in terms of their power usage?
Yeah, do they use the same power or not?
You need to discriminate. I think you need to discriminate between combatants and
How do you do that
non-combatants. Yes.
when they don't have any proper?
You're
setup?
literally you're just justifying war crimes. You're not allowed to do that. You can't target civilian infrastructure. Just
You're not targeting civilian infrastructure.
Can't
You're
call
targeting
military
infrastructure
use
that the military uses.
infrastructure as civilians.
Hello?
Hide behind it.
So hold on. Here's the problem, Tessie. Hold on.
I want you to acknowledge that you are not allowed.
Can you
to
hear
do
me
that.
now?
What you're
Yes,
saying-
I agree that if there's something that the civilians use alone
Can y'all hear
and it
me?
has nothing to do with the military objective, you are not allowed to target it. I agree. Yes.
I joined for one reason only. I just watched the new Spider-Man movie, and I wanted to
Talk
say
about
to
your
Confluence
slop.
that the new Spider-Man movie is significantly better than Obsession. Like it's
It's
not
pretty
even
good.
close.
It's pretty good.
I heard that literally nothing changes in it.
All things
Yeah,
are
it's
like
not-
if you talk to
it's pretty
Kirk,
good,
he
though.
will say Arby's is incredible, and I
You don't
expect
understand
that because it's
confluence.
Kirk.
I want to debate you on this. I want to have a formal debate that the new
Accept the
Spider-Man
debate.
movie is better than Obsession.
Well, okay, I haven't watched the new Spider-Man, so like maybe it is actually good. Maybe.
For the debate.
I doubt it.
I doubt it because it's Goy slop. But Enter the Spider-Verse was a really good movie. It was a really good movie.
my understanding
First and
is
second. It's not just because of Spider-Gwen. That's part of it, but it's not just because of
Spider-Gwen was hot. Yeah, true.
Spider-Gwen's pretty. Yeah,
You guys are
she's- I
fucking
mean,
weird.
It's very
I'm
cute how people
just
here.
being dead ass. Okay.
You all really need each other as friends. Like you can tell Keelan came in here and he had nobody else he could tell the Spider-Man movie to, and he was just bursting for his chance.
I have so many other people I could tell this to.
He wanted to come in here.
Yeah, I think you're
Hold on.
projecting, bro.
Hold on, Mel. What you've misunderstood. Hold on. What you've misunderstood is that he came in here to talk about this other movie or film, Obsession, that Khan really, really likes and thinks is the best movie ever. It wasn't about coming in here to be excited about Spider-Man. It was coming in here to tear down fucking Obsession.
The scene is I just wanted to make fun of Keelan.
It's the best movie.
I
It's
think
the
the
best
point.
horror
I think
movie
Mel's point
of
still
this
stands
past year
though.
that I've seen.
Mel's point still stands, regardless of why Keelan was so
I'm not sure
motivated to
that's
come in here to shame or to brag. Either way, it's still the same intent to come right here with that level of excitement. I think Mel's point still stands, regardless of what the diagnosis.
Tyler,
of
you
Keelan's
just want me
excitement
to
is.
like say that you're my friend, but like it's 1 a.m. Most of the people I know are asleep.
Can we talk about how Ancom is a little piece of shit for what he said earlier? Can we talk about that briefly?
I think what he said was great. I think what he said was great.
What did he say? I ended stream and I like.
Why are
I
you
don't
talking
know.
shit about an autistic person, sir?
What did you say? What did you say?
I
What
just,
did you
I ended stream and I
Yeah,
kept
that's so
thinking about it.
disrespectful, Confluence.
I kept thinking about it. I was like, that's so rude because I have spent.
He said the best thing ever.
Ableism, please.
I like.
Confluence, this
I'll
is
say
why
what
nobody
happened.
likes you.
What did he say?
For
What
people
did
who
he
don't know,
say?
I will summarize this for people who weren't there. So I've spent hours defending Ancom Psi against Kirk. I've said nothing but positive things against Ancom Psi. All my interactions, I'm respectful with Ancom Psi. And then today he says, I don't actually like any of you. I only like Keelan. I just tolerate everyone else.
Oh,
that's here
Yeah,
on this
we're
panel.
not friends. We're
And
not
I'm
friends.
like,
What's wrong with that?
Clearly.
the friend thing is one thing. The friend thing is Keelan also was like stupid and autistic like that, where he's like, "You're not my friends because I don't know you in real life," and that's fine. You can have your autism moment. That's fine. But
not autism,
I'm sorry.
that's normal.
He said, "I don't like any of you. I just tolerate you," and I carry so
And
much
find you
water for
interesting
Encom
sometimes.
fucking side.
Yeah, no, that's
and he
fair.
said, "Your use to me is your functionality."
If you're
And I'm just
useful,
like,
yeah.
then why would I fucking spend so much time when Kirk is like talking shit? I've spent hours when Kirk is defaming Ancom, sticking up for him.
Wait, what did you
So for
think
him
you
to
were?
just
Did you
say,
think he was your friend?
I don't like any of you. I only like Keelan. I just tolerate
Hold
the
on,
rest of you.
hold
Then
on,
I'm like, well,
hold
then
on.
why the fuck would I stand up
Hold
for
on,
you?
Testy. Do you
Earlier
think you can
today,
spend
he
this
said
much
this.
time with someone
Earlier
and have
today,
absolutely
on
like
panel.
no feelings towards them at all? At
Yeah,
all?
you
Nothing.
you can have an affinity for somebody.
Okay, so then they're not just like somebody that you tolerate, right?
Well, I think what he's probably saying is because you guys are like, filthy Bible thumping conservatives. So like, I kind of get where he's going.
I've been Testy.
That's fair.
I've been nothing but nice and kind and defensive of Ancom Psi. Again, I've spent hours defending him, literal hours. So for him to be
Yeah.
on my panel and say, I don't like any of you, I just tolerate you, and I'm like, that's crazy. He's like, well, it's just the truth. You are useful to me
It's
in the
not
sense
really the
that
truth.
you are a function thing.
It's not really the truth.
I think he was
Most
actually
people have
like,
no idea what
I
the
think-
truth actually is. That's
I think
part
you
of the
took
problem.
it way harsher than he meant it because he is pretty blunt with what he says, but I don't think he meant it like I dislike you all and I only come in here for some gain. I think he meant it as like, because when he said he liked me, he said he just
He likes you.
gets along with me, basically.
He gets along with us too.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like me and Ancom,
Well, I mean,
we've
supposedly.
never had like a
Ancom is
untoward. We've talked a bunch. We've talked in DMs. We've talked on panels. We've never had an untoward interaction. So we get along. So for him to say that he doesn't like me
so personally, dude.
I am.
No, just listen.
Everyone got mad at this.
Hold on,
and comes like, you guys are all in your feelings. And I was thinking about this later. I'm like, yeah, I'm in my feelings. If
you have a right to
told
be.
me, you know what, I don't like you. Yeah, I'm in my feelings, and that's fine. It's
You
fine
have a right to be,
in
yeah.
your feelings. It's fine to feel things. It's not wrong to feel. If someone tells me I don't
gay to
like
feel
you,
things.
it's fine to me to have an emotional response to that.
It's true. It is. Look, here's the problem. Okay,
I fucking will.
People
Hey,
like to
Alex,
think.
I don't
people
like
to
you.
I
think-
am.
So hold on.
The violin I was playing for confidence.
People like to think that they are that they're these robots who just split everything into 2 or 3 different sections because that's the way they prefer to see the world. But for the most part, it's not actually true. Most people have no clue what the fuck they feel or what they're actually thinking most of the time. So I just ignore people who say shit like that.
You're being a pussy. Confidence.
I manifested.
I'm
not
I
what they do,
manifested
not what
that.
do they say. Just
You
what
are.
should they do?
Dude,
I'm
you're
not being a
taking this
pussy.
too sensitive. You are.
I'm not being a pussy. I don't fuck
You
you guys.
are.
No, he's not
If you
being
think
a
I'm
pussy.
being a pussy,
It's just
fuck you.
Okay, well then
I
he's being a
manifested
bitch.
I kinda
Ancom
side with
Psycom
Conf-
saying that.
I kind of side with
manifested
Confluence
that.
here. Like, yeah, I've never done anything untoward, and we've had a couple of disagreements. I think that made a stronger bond, and we've had a couple of good faith conversations about things that are very tough topics at a very caustic time. And like, yeah, I think that I would say I was a buddy of his. Like, we chat a lot in DMs. We're in a bunch of different servers, bunch of different panels. I fucking have private conversations with him about other people and about our shared profession. So.
Just to be clear, though, okay.
Exactly.
If
And
he
Tyler,
suddenly
you-
disappeared and you didn't
DM
hear from
him.
him again for like 6 years, you wouldn't like lose your mind, right?
I'd check on him.
No, I realize that, but if he just went like
Alex.
completely, what?
Alex, there's two things because like what Keelan said, I disagree with. He's like, none of you guys are my friends, but then he's defining friends. He's like, the only people that I would consider friends are people I like personally know or whatever. It's like, fine. I think that's super autistic. I disagree with that, but that's a special definition of friendship. That's fine. Whatever. It's a different boundary. But Ancom said he doesn't like any of us. So with Tyler, right? Tyler knows Ancom way better than me. Tyler has sang Ancom's praises. He's gone to bat for this guy, right? So way more than I have. I have done this for hours. Tyler probably way more. Tyler's on his panel. Ancom just to be like, I don't like any of you. I just tolerate you, just like Keelan.
The problem is, hold on.
I'm not
Hold
that
on. Has
butthurt about it, but
has Ancon ever asked you to do it?
No.
No.
Okay. So just no. But this is kind of like what I'm trying to say. You've basically decided to do something on your own that most people would appreciate. But if he doesn't appreciate that, then you've just decided to do something on your own and then put your own expectations on him for how he should respond.
Ooh, that's true. That's deep.
I would think that.
You would think, but he's not a normal person, right?
I would think that based on I don't know, like I don't know, man. Like I'm not. It's not like I get what you're saying, and it's like but I feel like what you're saying would make sense if like let's say people were saying shit about me and then he didn't defend me, and I'm like, oh, I'm putting an expectation. I defended you, bro. Why aren't you defending me? He's going out of his way to tell me I don't like you. That's the issue, right?
Confluence, you're making fun of me. Confluence, your panels are making fun of me, and I thought they were my friends, and they hurt my feelings. I just want to say you're all feckless.
Anyways,
I'm pretty sure you knew we weren't friends.
What a gay ass mic drop.
But you do understand what I'm saying, though, right? Like, you did something for him without being asked. But if it's not something he appreciates because he doesn't give a shit, then he's not going to feel like it means anything to him, right?
He won't be reciprocal with it just because you did it or felt away.
Yeah, I'm not asking him. I'm just saying it's weird to go out of your way to say I don't like you. Like that's just a weird.
Hold on. Does he mean I actively do not like you, or is he saying I don't?
He didn't
like
say he
you?
dislikes you either, though.
He said he tolerates. He clarified. Yeah, so he doesn't dislike. He tolerates me.
It was very similar to that bar scene in Tatooine where young Luke bumps into the guy and he's like, "My friend doesn't like you." It's very similar to that.
It's a very topical reference. Thank you.
Like, I think it's fine for me to like not have time for those people. Like, that's
No, I agree. I agree. You're right. You are right to say, well, if you feel that way, then go fuck yourself.
Dude, I've
But
done income for like.
I'm just saying, like, don't.
Not super close with them, but I've chatted
Yeah,
with him quite a lot.
don't assume that he that it's personal anyway. To him, it's just whatever.
That's the problem. The problem is for him.
It is
it's
whatever. I
deeply
know.
Impersonal. He sees me.
Yeah.
I think he even said he wouldn't save us if we were drowning. I think he fucking said that he wouldn't give us the time of day.
I think that was the meme.
Hold on. How much of this was he actually serious about?
That was memes. He even said I was trolling a little bit there. So I think
afterwards he said that he was leading into it.
I think it's more similar to what Keelan was saying. Is that he just has a different standard.
Wait.
I didn't take it as offensive.
Like, that's crazy.
Confluence, you never. So when you asked him if he would save us if we were drowning, I don't think he heard you like say it was in a puddle or anything. And if he's not a strong swimmer, him trying to save us while we're drowning could mean that he dies.
Yeah,
If he died.
Not in a puddle.
We have to we have to carry so much water, I guess, which I've already done for him so much. To say, yeah, I guess, yeah.
You don't owe him any
and if he
charitability.
means that, yeah, would I jump in to like torrential waters and risk my own life to save you? But that would be something
you do not owe him any charitability. None. You don't need to.
That's what I mean. Like someone who goes out of their way to be like, I don't like you. It's like, well, then, yeah.
Okay, wait. But Alex just kind of hit the nail on the head, though. You like, I agree. Like, you kind of did something, but yeah, you are placing those expectations. Like you just, I mean, I understand it. I will agree that it could come off maybe a little bit hurtful or mean, but like, yeah, I feel like you did place a lot more expectations than that. Like that's kind of on your side of things, right?
It is.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's such a reasonable statement.
I'll explain. The expectations would be like, I've defended him for hours, and if I saw him not defend me, that would be placing expectations. Placing expectations is not him going out of his way to be like, by the way, I don't like any of you and I just tolerate you. That's not expectations. That's normal human interaction.
Well, then why do you keep citing like
come on, man?
Well, let me get it out. Why do you keep citing? You're like, I went out of my way and defended him for hours. Like, why are you citing that as like a point to anything?
Because
why is that relevant?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because it's not irrelevant because he has
it's because it's the most recent example of something he did for him.
He has no reason.
Yeah, how are you not
he has no reason.
You're expecting.
He has no reason to not like me, and if anything, he has many reasons to like me.
Yeah,
so it's crazy for him to
Bro,
go
you
out
sound
of his way.
Confluence. You sound very full of yourself right now, dude.
No, but that is an expectation.
Like I'm not trying to be rude, but
Avery, that's water off a duck's back because it's so retarded it doesn't even play into the conversation. So I wish it would offend me. I wish I could give you the respect of saying it offended me. It doesn't. What were you saying, Testy?
I feel like what you've just
that's how I know I hit a nerve.
What you've described is literally an expectation. You're like you're expecting him to reciprocate in some regard.
If we're defining expectation as like, yeah, you get along well with someone for a long time. I guess like Alex has now. I don't know if I ever asked Alex if he likes me. Is that an expectation? If Alex all of a sudden said, by the way, Confluence, I don't like you, I just tolerate you. Like, I guess you could filbro that into being an expectation I'm placing on him, but not in a normal sense. It's like, I think if you get along with someone...
What if you like
If I may, hold on.
Expectation.
Hold on. If I may, I think the problem with me, if I were to say that to you suddenly, right? I've spent a lot of time with you. I've talked with you. We've talked about a lot of random shit. And we've always been really cordial and nice to each other. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I just tolerate this guy. I don't really like him. Like every signal I've sent to you has said that I feel some type of way about you. And then I'm just like, oh no, I fucking don't know this guy at all. Whatever.
Right. It would like cut deeper because I know you way more. But with Ancom, there's never been a negative interaction. I've never said a negative thing about him. So it's like you on like a super light level, right? It's like so yeah. It's like if there's been like let's say a recent panelist that joins and we have positive interactions. We get along, you know, but yeah, I don't know them super well. Yeah, if they just like were like, by the way, I just feel the need to say this because I'm fucking autistic or something. I don't know.
Confluence.
I don't actually like
Can we highlight Joan's comment? Can we highlight Joan's comment? Because I think she understands you.
You blame this history and religion and government, not me. Okay, I don't like you because
No, the
you
one
are
before
my
that.
brother, or humanity. The one before that was
The one before that. I think she understands you. If I'm deciphering this codex.
That's why I call brother the scales. Balance means don't force each other. You exist. Also, I need to exist this history, but I help you as brothers, right? I like you, Joan. I like you, Joan. I think you get me, and I like you, Joan. I do. And if
Joan, you're my brother.
I'd be taken aback by that. I would not be super happy about that.
Joan, I would adopt you as my brother.
Finally, a woman that actually understands what Confluence is about.
See, Grumple. Grumple is a good example. Grumple's been on the panel a few times. I've talked to Grumple. I don't know Grumple super well. We've always had positive encounters. I would be taken aback if Grumple was like, you know what? I don't like Confluence. I just tolerate him. I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? Like we get along. Like we've never had a negative interaction. You've been on the panel. We've like talked at least for like a couple hours over the course of all the panels. Like that's crazy. I would feel the same way. So like, I don't see that as me placing an expectation on Grumple besides a normal societal expectation.
Yeah. I hung out with Grumple.
There is no, but okay. Like if I'm just like, there are people I have just been like nice to, and then they turn out to be like rude, or I find out that they don't care for me or whatever. Like I'm like, I don't know. Like that just I don't know. I don't understand why it bothers you so much, and I really don't.
Well, because he sees people as actually people rather than just things to play around with online.
See, Confluence. Yes. I think there's a little bit of everybody being a little right here. You are kind of being a pussy about it, but at the same time, at the same time, like if I met Grumple in person. We were hanging out for a couple of hours, like just a few weeks ago. And, you know, when he wasn't paying attention, I took a long, deep whiff of his hair. I think we're pretty close.
What the fuck? Tyler,
that's normal.
Even you couldn't finish that one.
Fuck me.
Tyler, you just put out gay.
That was too good.
All right, Confluence, I'll tell you what. I will reach out to Ancom and we will get to the bottom of this. And
No, fuck that guy. Fuck him for real.
I will make him like you.
No, that's the thing.
I think it's
like,
more of a question of
I understand.
It's a question of why the fuck he would say that. That's more the problem.
Because he's autistic. Isn't it not obvious?
Literally the autism.
It's like, it's fine. It's like, yeah, some people aren't going to like you, but it's just like, yeah, I get I'm being a pussy. I'm sensitive. I'm not, it's not like I hate that fact. Yeah, I'm sensitive. I've never said otherwise.
I can add some context to this because I guess, as I said, like, we've never been like super close, but I have known him for an extremely long time. I will say that he does sort of have that demeanor with everyone. Like he is sort of that guy where I'm sure he probably feels an affinity or he's like maybe close with certain people, but I've known him in communities for like years and he's always just been that like even keel. Like I'm sure there are people that maybe he would call friends over others, but like he's just not a very like emotionally available person in that way, I guess.
I guess
there's being not emotionally available and there's like actively saying shit to piss people off.
No, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. That is the autism. He absolutely did not mean it to be hurtful. He was literally probably just.
Yeah, but that's
I don't see how that's possible.
It's such a current year excuse. Like, I'm sorry you have ASD. Okay, half the fucking world does at this point. That's not. I'm sick of that. I'm so sick of these autistic, neurodivergent people being like, "Oh, look, guys, I'm just autistic, so I can like do all these social faux pas and say a bunch of nonsense, and it's fine because I have ASD."
Yeah, and thinking men can be women and all kinds of stuff like that.
That shit. Fuck that
yeah,
shit.
Fuck it.
It's what we used to call immoral, what we used to call impolite, we can just excuse by saying you're neurodivergent. Yeah, taste the fucking rainbow. I don't give a fuck anymore, right? Like that's stupid. That's stupid. You're doing something.
You're
doing something socially wrong. Like you've
already tasted it before.
clearly rude, clearly
Confluence.
impolite. It's just like at that point, just like fuck off. You know what I mean? Am I wrong on this?
No, you're not.
Yes.
I think so.
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't think he is. I think that you can't excuse the autism. I mean, with me, I have anxiety, I have OCD, I have depression.
Anxiety.
But there are things that I do that I cannot make excuses. You know, I can't make the excuse that my mental illness made me do it. I can't because I know what I did. Okay. Same thing with autism. They know people with autism. They know what it's on a certain level. They know what they've done. So,
right.
Yeah, like I think you're onto something here. Everyone has difficulties. Like if somebody has trouble remembering a name, they got to work a little harder for it. If you got some tism, you know, maybe you got to put a little extra effort into something.
I'm absolutely pushing back on this. Like autism is like not mental illness. All right, it is specifically interpersonal and communication skills. Like it is literally the thing you're complaining about. It is different.
Definitionally, a mental disorder.
It might be a disorder. Yeah, it's not a mental illness. There is a difference.
I thought it was genetic as well.
It is genetic.
How it's in the DSM testy. What the fuck are you saying?
Neurodevelopmental disorder.
It's in the water too.
Mental illness.
Which DSM?
It's turning the
Which
frogs gay.
DSM? Because Testy tells me that you're not up to date.
Yeah, that's also true. You're fucking outdated on the DSM.
Testy is retarded when he said that because either Bro hasn't. Maybe you know what, Testy. You know what? Maybe you have an auditory processing issue. Maybe that's your little cute new diagnosis that you're going to try to say.
No, Confluence. You just have auditorial dyslexia, buddy.
I said specifically. I said, yeah. I preempted this, and Testy still tries to cuck me. I say, don't use the terms psychopathy and sociopathy anymore. And though, but they're still relevant terms. It's just you know what, Testy, you shut the fuck up for a second, you little squirrel ass bitch. Have you? Because you know what I said, and you were.
Have you read the new DSM? Wait,
not cover to cover. No one fucking has. Shut the fuck up.
Oh come on, that means you don't know it.
I think Conflict has more autism.
Testicle Johnson has read it cover to cover.
If you haven't, hold on, no. If you haven't completely read something, how can you know it?
Shut up.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Kirk.
In the DSM-5, right, they famously flattened ASD to remove Asperger's, right? But that's stupid. We all know. But we all know there's a difference between Canners and between Asperger's, right? Like, we all know that Ancom Psi has Asperger's. We know Ivor has Asperger's. We know that. It's not the same as some autistic person that's like non-verbal. And to put those in the same category is stupid. Point to the DSM-4 and say,
this guy still thinks that Pluto's a planet.
The only thing it's just a semantic.
It's not the same thing. I know you're baiting me with that. It's not. You know, it's not the same thing.
How are they different? How are they different?
Because we discover true things about the universe. With psychology, we reify mental illnesses. We reify mental states that are symptoms, which is a collection of syndromes, which are a collection of symptoms.
What used to be called Asperger's is now called autism level 1. So just because I say he's autistic, I'm not saying he's fucking drooling out of his mouth and he can't dress himself. There are still levels and descriptors for this shit.
But you also didn't call him any specific level of autistic either.
They have flatlined into all ASD. That is true in DSM-5.
Wait,
there are levels to ASD.
Testicle Johnson seems like the expert here. Testicle, why did they get rid of Asperger's?
So there were overlapping syndromes, so they just brought it under the umbrella term of autism because Asperger's.
Oh, and that wasn't the case in the DSM-4 testy or the DSM-4 TR. That wasn't the case then.
You're talking about because what the issue was is you brought up sociopathy or whatever, and I said, oh, that's not in the DSM-5, and you preempted it. You're correct. It's like if I said, hey, did you know that people with Down syndrome are mongoloid idiots? Well, if they don't call them that anymore.
True.
Wait, so you're okay? Wait.
That's an old term. So
wait, I'm sorry.
Relevant.
Wait, so your problem? You're actually. I'm being unironic. Your problem is tone policing.
It's not tone
Is that
policing.
your actual problem?
Yeah, that's pretty clear, actually.
That's not tone policing.
That's all.
Hey, I'm kind of cool with trolling and mongoloids again. Can we go back to that?
I'm being good faith. I don't know what, because there are people that like sociopathy and psychopathy are distinct categories that all fall under ASPD.
No, there is no such thing as a psychopath or sociopathy anymore. Like it is under the sociopathic disorder.
So, Testy,
that's not why we stopped using Asperger's.
You are not this stupid, Testy. So if you were,
don't underestimate him.
If you were talking to me 10 years ago, then you'd be fighting that, yes, Dahmer was a psychopath, and you'd be like so sure about that because a book told you that. But now that we have an updated edition, now you would say no.
Information changes, knowledge gets better, and that's why they refine these.
What's the better knowledge, Testy? What did we discover to change the DSM-4 TR to DSM-5?
They're not even sure that a true psychopath even exists. That's one of the reasons they removed it. They're not, because that means from birth. And what they're learning is that most likely is that they're all sociopathic in some regard. So that these are like learned behaviors, or it's like trauma, early age, or all these things. So the concept of a psychopath exists as like Hannibal Lecter. Like they're in movies and shit. And so they wanted to get away from that. Because this is actually the reasoning as to why they got rid of it. You asked. All right, fine. You asked me a question. You not interested in the answer, so I don't know what you want.
No, I'm interested in the answer. I'm guffawing at the lack of understanding the answer is coming with, but that's fine. That's fine.
What are you asking for clarification for? Like why they no longer use the term sociopath, or why are you telling me that there's utility in using the word sociopath?
There's utility because in what is currently called antisocial personality disorder, there is two types. There are people that will manipulate and can blend in. Don't correct me like that. I make that mistake constantly. I can't fix it. There is two types of people, and it makes sense to categorize them. And for you to punt to the DSM, first of all, it's not like the whole world even uses that. Europe uses the ICD, and so we get into conflicts all the time. So you're like making some weird religious argument about hinging on the current version of the Bible of the DSM-5, which first of all is omnicuct, insane. But there is a distinction. The distinction is if you have ASPD, there are people that will blend into society and manipulate people and have a lack of empathy, but they can blend in. And there's other people that have ASPD and they end up on the outskirts of society. They're not good at blending in. They can't form lasting relationships. They can't hold down jobs. These are definable distinctions. And I don't care if a book is going to smush them together, just like with autism, just like taking Canners and taking Asperger's and putting them in the same umbrella. A book can do that. It doesn't change reality. It doesn't change how we should think about this. If you want to outsource your own thinking to a group called the APA, which has made so many faux pas that you couldn't even imagine, that's a you thing. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at what actual data says, how actual people behave, and they fall into clusters. They just do. There are people with ASPD that are inside society. There are people that fall outside. That's why they called them psychopaths. They called the other ones sociopaths. That's a meaningful distinction. I appreciate that you let me finish because I was a little stumbling there. I appreciate you let me finish. But what's your response, Testy?
That's my response is the ICD also doesn't use the term sociopath.
So you missed my point.
No, I understand the point that you're making. This particular level of nuance, I actually don't know the subclassification for ASPD, so I don't know. To my knowledge, I don't think they do separate between like high and low functioning.
Let me check.
Wait, ASD or ASPD?
ASPD.
They wouldn't. That's the antisocial personality disorder.
I thought that's the point that you were making, is that they don't Well, if we're using,
No, I'm saying an ASD, autism spectrum disorder. They've stopped separating the canners versus
that was the
Aspies.
last point you made. I'm addressing the first thing where you said that I asked you.
It's not low. It's not low and high functioning. I guess it's
I'm using this. I'm not using this in the autism thing. I understand we're mixing the two now, but I'm trying to differentiate because I asked you what's the utility of the term sociopath, and so you led with that. And so you're saying that some people can blend in society, and some people they're antisocial and they can't really do anything.
Yes.
So that when I'm saying yes, I understand high versus low functioning is normally attributed to autism. I'm using it I would say a sociopath in this context, you could be considered maybe high functioning, and it doesn't affect your life.
low functioning.
For a sociopath, they would be the ones who can blend in, can't they?
No, you got it backwards.
Okay, sociopath. Okay. Yeah, all right. You know what? I'll admit the limits of my ignorance. I'll probably have to look into the finer details of that specifically. Because again, I've only looked at these things more recently under the umbrella that they exist now. So
you gotta study up on your retard
Just so you know, the umbrella that exists now is one that's full of people who are trying to make everything seem less bad than it is.
Yeah,
that's a nothing statement. That doesn't
confluence.
No, it isn't actually. It's the objective right now to diminish
Testy, even you were kind of saying this. This is the actual reason. I think you even started to say this. I'm pretty sure that's one of the main impeti. I don't know what the plural of that is. To get rid of psychopaths because people think of
they want to get rid of the
People
stigma
think-
of the psychopath.
Yes, they want to get rid of the stigma. They don't want to call someone a psychopath because people think psychopath means you're about to kill somebody. That is a main reason why they got rid of that term. It wasn't that it's not useful. It's that they want to reduce stigma. That's one of the main things.
Which you should not destigmatize
DSO
psychopaths. Just to be saying, I'm just saying you should not destigmatize psychopathy.
The way that they
just kind of like PDFs and the stigma on that. They want to be called maps.
No, there's a good
Because
reason.
it hurts their feelings.
No, there's a good reason to break these stigmas. It's like everybody with autism,
I'm just taking
a fucking virtuoso piano player or painter or something. Most people with autism, it's like a dysfunction. They can't operate properly.
What does that have to do with psychopaths? This leftist wants fucking drag queens to read your kids.
By the same token, psychopaths are not just fucking random killers. Most psychopaths that exist in society aren't fucking murderers and killers. So there is a good reason to break
He wants drag queens to read your kids.
One second, okay? Yeah, so you're hiring a nanny, okay? And your kids are 5 and 7, and you find out that the person you're looking at is a psychopath. You're going to be like, we shouldn't stigmatize these people. They're probably this one might not be bad.
That's exactly what we'll go through.
How would you know? How would you know that nanny's a psychopath? How would you know?
They admit it straight up.
They just admit it.
Yeah, then don't hire them.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, do you think they're going to be like Hannibal Lecter? You think they're going to fucking cut your kid's head
Yeah,
open?
I think that if my kid fell down and died, they would be like, "Oh, okay, let's kill the other one so we don't have any witnesses."
Would you hire the nanny who says that they were a sociopath instead of a psychopath? No, you wouldn't. So therefore, it
Can we go with neither?
So so when we're talking about
Which one's Mexican?
Is that enough?
This is such a stupid.
Let's hire Mexican. Dude.
No.
Mexican.
But hold on. That's kind of the thing, right? Typically, what you would consider
Emmett,
a
it's
psychopath is somebody who's
Emmett.
killed or actively killing. A sociopath is just somebody who has no empathy.
Oh, yes, you're doing the thing. You're seeing the stereotype that you see in movies, and you think that these are how these people fucking operate clinically.
I'm saying that a sociopath can become a psychopath by going on a murder spree, right?
No, they can't.
That's
not what the differentiation is.
I actually agree with Testy on that. I hate
What's
to
the
do that,
differentiation? Go ahead.
One is you're born that way. The other one is you're conditioned that way.
No, that's retarded.
No, that's not true at all.
Yeah.
The main distinction is the one I said. That's the main accepted distinction when these terms were in vogue.
You're correct.
Your ability to blend into society.
Sure,
that's the main distinction.
We're both correct. All right, those are both points. Yes, what you said.
That means I'm right too.
What I literally just said. There's nothing wrong with.
We're all right.
Psychopaths are considered to be they have been born, and so it's an existing thing that they've always had. And sociopath, as the name would imply, were made, quote unquote. So yes, but the distinction that Confluence is making is also a valid one.
No,
I have a question for Confluence.
I said before, one of the reasons they got rid of it was because they
You're
don't
reading that from AI, Tessie? I'm just curious. Where are you reading that from?
So trans people are all like Buffalo Bills.
I'm getting really fucking frustrated right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I have a question for Confluence.
Okay, hold on. If Tessie's saying this, that means he's gonna bail soon. So
I'm actually just done with this conversation. You guys are fucking idiots.
I have a question for Confluence.
I'm not. I'll backpedal. I'm not trying to make you mad, Tessie. If you're actually mad, I'm not trying to make you mad.
As someone who's into psychology, do you think it's important to destigmatize the terms we use to reference people medically?
No.
I actually think it is. I think it is. I don't like the euphemistic treadmill.
Stigmatized.
Oh, hey,
I have to be fat anymore.
This was a question to me. I actually do think it is. I don't like the euphemistic treadmill that happens, but I do think, there is a line where it's like, if people associate psychopaths as killers, then it becomes a bit untoward. Because then if you get that diagnosis, then you're going to like internalize that. It's not healthy. But what I don't like is when they flatten these things and they take away the distinction. And there is a distinction. So you can they could rename it. I'm fine with the renaming it. I don't like everything being flattened into one. I don't like that being an Asperger and having Kanner syndrome gets lumped into the same ASD category. Those things are not the same. They shouldn't be lumped that way. They shouldn't receive the same government
like
funding
men and women.
Because that's one of the responses. That's what happens. If they're in the same category, they get the same funding. If you have Canners, if you have low functioning autism, you don't get the good night, Tyler. You shouldn't get the same funding as someone who has high functioning autism. I understand both need help. They don't need the same amount of help. So there's a lot of like boots on the ground reasons of why the DSM does what it does. A lot of them are like very bad for the people that suffer with these conditions. So that's a long way of answering your question, Keelan. But I don't think it's bad to destigmatize things, but that should not come at the cost of lumping things together that shouldn't be together and breaking distinguishing factors where there are distinguishing factors.
Okay. So everyone was jumping on Testicle Johnson, but like I feel like it was because they thought Confluence was taking a different position than he was. I feel like Testicle Johnson and Confluence agree more than they disagree at this point.
Yeah, I'm good. All right, I've come back from the edge of the cliff, and I think we
don't jump, Testy.
No, I think we
don't hold your breath. You can always go back.
I like you, Testy. I like you.
Testy was correcting what he said.
I like you. I don't just tolerate you, Testy. I like you.
I like you too, man.
That's
thanks.
Also,
Confluence, there are times when I like you, and then there are times where I tolerate you.
I'll accept that. Avery. I'll accept that.
Same thing for you, Emmett.
No, don't lie to me. Okay, fuck off.
Yeah, no, there are times when I like you, and there are times that I tolerate you. Okay. And there's times that I fucking hate you.
Don't fucking lie to me. You've been triggered about my presence forever.
I like everyone.
No, not forever.
I like
you. Every time I come here, you're still trying to figure out if
you.
I'm going to put you in a tree or not, and you don't even like able to understand the fucking argument. It's fine. I don't care.
The only person...
But that has nothing to do with the actual stigma, right? You were talking about categories.
Well,
terminology, I think.
Yeah, the Keelan was asking if there is. I think if he was asking, is there some good reasons for why we would change the names of things because certain terms become stigmatized to where they're going to just cause harm?
The answer is no.
Well, the answer I would say, I guess.
Are you gonna change the term fat to mean, I don't know, pretty? Because fat bitches get stigmatized out of being fat.
No, but the difference is because of modern culture and like movies and stuff. When people think of psychopaths, they think you're going to kill somebody, and most psychopaths obviously don't kill people. So that is maybe a thing. But most people, when they think of psychopaths, they think of killers, right? I think that's just true. And so it makes sense that we might want a different term because if you get diagnosed with psychopathy or you know someone and they're like, hey, I've been diagnosed with psychopathy, you don't want either that person or someone else to be like, are you about to kill me? That's crazy, man. I don't want to be killed because that's an inaccurate thing that's happened with that word throughout culture. We understand psychopath. We think of like the movies we've seen. we think of Ted Bundy, we think of all that stuff. And so I think it's fair in those cases to change the language. That's different than like the fat thing where you're just trying to like appease, you're just trying to pick a different word to like mean the same thing, but like in like a softer way. In the psychopathy thing, I think we're trying to disambiguate the people who are killing people, which is not what we normally mean, versus the actual term, right?
Well, let me make a point here. People don't think when they hear psychopath, they don't always think of a killer. Let me make a point here. When we were dealing with the Hunter Biden thing, and the whole laptop thing, and people were thinking, that Hunter Biden, he's a psychopath, but because of what he did to his kids, because of what they said, what he did to his kids, but they weren't thinking like he was killing those kids. They were just thinking, his behavior was kind of psychopathic.
I've never heard someone call Hunter Biden a psychopath, so I'm not.
I get what you're saying, because I think pop psychology has kind of like infected everything. So it's like calling somebody a narcissist or something. It's like, I agree that some of these terms have lost like their meaning or taking on new meaning. And when people say certain things, they're not talking in a clinical sense. Like, more than likely, you're assuming that they don't mean in a clinical sense.
It's like with Mel. Mel's trans, but there are some people that would call Mel a psychopath because what male with common sense would want his dick and his balls chopped off?
Avery, can you read this not super chat? Can you read this chat for us, Avery?
Why, you fucking asshole? I was just reading this too. I was just reading this too. This is not about fat body, okay? This is about big fat penis. I carefully too much. That's earthquake, brother.
Damn. Oh shit.
Tone is going off, dude. Holy shit.
Con, you are such a bastard for making him read that. Come on.
I just picked a random person, and I picked a random comment.
It's funny because I was reading that as you were telling me to read it. Exactly. That's kind of fucking funny.
One of those weird
it was meant to be.
Of events,
That's a psychopath right there, Con. Come on.
You're gonna kill somebody, I guess.
Oh wait, we should read the follow-up one too. Men need to make me involved to him, and don't have
earthquake.
Oh. In love to him and don't have earthquake means don't force me.
Okay, we got.
If I'm in love to men who my future husband and I give to him, I can't fuck, dude. How is this? God, this is the most broken English I've ever read in my life. This is worse than a Chinese person trying to fucking speak English for the first time. Holy shit!
Joan's native language is Tagalog. Okay, she's doing her best.
What the fuck is that? Her native language is what?
Tagalog.
What the fuck is that?
In the Philippines.
The Filipino language.
Oh, she's Filipino. Is she hot?
I haven't seen her. I don't know. You could try to riz her if you want, Avery.
Joe, send Confluence a DM of a picture of yourself, non-inappropriate, and then maybe you could get a green card. Who knows?
It could be an either picture. Like it doesn't.
Oh God.
All right, Alex, you read this one. Alex, you read the next one.
You need to read the rest.
Oh, that's true. History, comedy, but dangerous. Okay,
that is true. History, comedy, but dangerous. That is actually true.
That is true.
And also, it kind of is like Spanish Asian. That actually is right. Like caballo is horse in Spanish and also in Tagalog.
Caballo.
Filipinos is like a cross between Mexicans and Asians.
I don't know why you're dropping
their women are hot.
Caballo. That's how you say it.
Not in the Philippines. They say caballo.
Then there's not the same as Spanish.
They have the Spanish loan words, okay? It's like the bunts are the same.
Caballo.
They don't say that in the Philippines, okay?
I don't care how they say it in the Philippines. You were talking about Spanish. Spanish is
how
caballo.
the Latinx people say it. I don't know that, Emmett.
I don't know who
that.
Latinx people is, you white fucker, okay?
I'm sure there's a lot of people. I'm sure
they
there's a lot
don't
of people
exist.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Philippines that call Khan a puta.
Very likely.
Yep.
Probably.
Or
But Joan would never. Because she doesn't just tolerate me, she likes me. Inshallah. Okay.
It's a girl?
Joan? Yeah.
I don't think it's a girl.
We've seen Joan. I'm not gonna say, but we've seen Joan before.
There's a lot of what do they call them, Emmett, in Thailand? What do they call those guys? Those
Ladyboy.
Ladyboys. Yeah, there's a lot of ladyboys in the Philippines. So, yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
There's a lot of ladyboys in the Philippines. So.
Damn.
AK boys.
Does this mean where is the library?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so based. Yeah. I'm kind of a polyglot, if you will. Okay, that's why I was able to fucking know that. Holy shit.
You wrote Yama with a Y. What the fuck?
Yeah. So in which cases do you think it's necessary to change language to destigmatize?
I think it's necessary when the colloquial usage of a word has run so far amok of the technical definition that they become divergent. So not just because of people's feelings, but when the colloquial definition has veered so far off of the technical definition that it is going to create confusion when people use those terms.
You mean like the
That's
word
what I
gay?
think.
You mean like the word gay?
Sure, like if you're talking like gay isn't happy, gay isn't homo. They've verged so much.
So you will be perfectly okay with calling with changing the definition of, for example, fetus to baby, because the way that we refer to it is just baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Medical.
He's asking if distinction matters.
Yeah, but that's I'm trying to compare that to what I just said, because the distinction does matter, right? So a fetus.
What is the matter? What is the difference?
So when you call it a fetus, you give it a stigma that makes it okay for lefties to kill them.
Yeah, so we're gonna get rid of the stigma instead of allowing them to go amok with
I specifically said we're not just going off of like feelings. I said like there is the useful distinction.
What do you mean feelings?
I said we're not going off of that.
What feeling is there in baby?
The meaningful distinction of a fetus is in the womb and outside the womb. That's a meaningful distinction, right?
No. I don't think there's a meaningful distinction between a baby in the womb and a baby outside of the womb.
I'm not talking from a value-based judgment, but there is obviously
I'm talking about a medical-based
distinction
judgment
there. You don't think there's a medical difference between a baby that's breathing amniotic fluid and a fucking baby outside the womb that's breathing air? That's not a fucking holy retarded. What are you even saying?
Distinction?
There's no feeling. There's no
I
feeling.
think it's a meaningful distinction.
Here's the problem,
if
though.
you're
When someone says,
surviving
"Oh, how
from
old is your
umbilical cord
baby?"
and breathing in amniotic fluid.
Hold on, Confluence. If somebody says, "How old is your baby?" and you're like, "Well, it's still in the womb," and we're in trouble, right?
It's almost like there's utility to two.
That is exactly what people say.
There is utility.
Yeah. Now, if you want to start the age at the moment of conception,
this as an
then
example.
that's totally fine too. But
when I asked Mr. Panga Weeble, like 4 days ago, how is your baby? She wasn't retarded enough to be like, oh, it's not a baby. She understood perfectly that we're talking about her baby.
Yeah, it's good. Hey, Emmett, why did you call it a baby? It's a fetus.
Right, but if I equally asked Panga, how's the fetus doing, she would have answered the same way, right?
Did you see how they're stigmatizing the baby inside of the womb? Okay, they're literally stigmatizing him right now.
You didn't address what Confluence said. why there's utility between inside and
There's no
outside.
utility. I think it's perfectly understandable that we just call it baby.
One breathes amniotic fluid. One is connected by the umbilical cord. One is connected to the blood-brain barrier of the mother. The other one isn't. There are so many medical reasons why you would want to disambiguate something inside the womb from outside the womb. Not talking ontology, not talking value at all. Just talking from a boots on the ground medical standpoint. There's a bunch of reasons for that. And it is my cousin. It's my cousin, who, by the way, denied being my cousin. Are you embarrassed of me? Are you embarrassed of me, Diane?
Okay, Confluence. I just want you to answer one question. Is baby a medical term at the moment?
No.
I don't probably not.
Okay, so there's no distinction right now, right? If you just call it a baby when it's in the womb.
There's a distinction between a fetus and an infant.
And a neonate, for example, that's what you call it in a medical term when they're born. And that will be it. Maybe perfectly understandable. So
and
you want to destroy.
So we agree. One breathes amniotic fluid, one doesn't. Yeah. One connects the brain. Blood-brain barrier.
I'm perfectly understandable
doesn't.
that we just call it baby when it's in the womb, and we call it a neonate when it's outside of the womb, and then we call it an infant when it's higher development stage. The point that I'm saying is that we're going to get rid. We are going to get rid of the horrible amounts of.
Yeah, you can use the emotionally charged language. Just call it all a baby.
I can do whatever I want. What do you mean? Is there something different between fetus and baby?
Yeah, we just described it to you in detail.
What is the difference exactly?
I just gave you many. Again, ontologically,
I told you it's not a medical term. We just call it baby when it's in the womb, and when it's born, so it's breathing air. We call it neonate.
Yeah, for the first 28 days, and then it's called an infant after that, apparently.
Yeah, and then we call it an infant perfectly. So we don't have any kind of problem. There's no difference.
What about when it's
call it a baby when it's in the womb, right?
There's embryo first.
Why are you embryo and then baby.
Embryo, then baby, and then it no longer becomes a baby.
And then neonate.
And then an infant, and then
infant. Yeah.
And then
I don't know why you are insisting on confusing utility with ontology. I don't understand why you feel the need to do that.
I'm just getting rid of the horrible, the whole thing that's causing them to be completely deleted.
I mean, yeah, I guess I do. I do understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another example. So
wow, etymological fallacy. I mean, yeah, that is. It means like little person in Latin or whatever. Yeah.
Before, but I think it's one of the funniest.
Rage page.
Yeah, we're just gonna call it baby.
I think Mongolian idiocy is probably my favorite outdated medical term. That's what they used to call people with Down syndrome. And yes, it was racist at the time. Or the guy who
Can we go back to that?
Just look like
Can we go back to calling him that?
Yeah, that's not racist.
I'm fine with that.
It's just
Why not?
a funny term, dude.
Hey,
fuck. It's like if some person has like the eyes are like drawn back, they look kind of Chinese. They have like they see themselves yellow. You're like, oh my god, that's racist. No, we just call it Chinese because they look like that.
I don't know if they're talking like that.
Chinese.
Okay, the Wuhan flu. Oh my god, it came from Wuhan. Oh no, that has to do. It's just racist now. It's just for me. It's just the place that it comes from. What the fuck?
I'm only okay with that because it supports my theory that white people are also a mental illness. So we need to define a white people syndrome.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can call it white people syndrome. It doesn't matter. I mean, you probably has it.
Yeah. Oh no, I've got it real bad.
Yeah, there you go. It's fine. Okay. They usually try to change their gender and pretend that they are the other gender and shit.
I was told I couldn't be racist against other races, so I had to start.
You can be racist against anybody. It's fine. Doesn't mean anything. Racist is just an idea of power.
No, it's part
like,
of
I'm gonna use it to tell you that you're mean.
Deny my whiteness.
So woke.
It's part of your white
Oh my god, let me tell you about how mean you are. You're racist.
And my heritage.
It's part of your white privilege.
Yeah, it's part of your white privilege. You can be racist against anybody, okay? Enjoy it.
Be white.
Or are you mumbling?
You can or you ought to be.
You ought to be at this point.
You ought to be racist. Okay.
I didn't expect that, but fine.
Yeah. It's part of your heritage. It's something that is within you that you ought embrace as part of your cultural heritage. in order to you know.
There's
you
a
know
lot
how
of
it is
bad
that you know that there is
I
this
don't know, Evan, if
commandment
you want to
of
stand
honoring
that.
your
There's a
mother
lot
and your
of like,
father.
bad stuff in our biology
so
that we
you
ought
have
not
to
do.
honor your mother and your father, and the way to do it is to be as race as possible, especially if you are white, because that is the cultural heritage that was given to you in accordance to the left, because they're fucking
Really just
retarded.
means you don't really have much of a
Keep
culture.
going. This is gold. This is comedy gold, Emmett. Keep going.
I'm not being this is not comedy. This is just what it is. It's a descriptor of reality.
Confluence. We have Emma's. We have Emma's permission to be as racist as we want because we're white. So
we're gonna call it Mongolian. What do you call it? Mongolian retardation.
Shit, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, no kidding.
True.
I want to loop my cousin, who denied being my cousin once it became inconvenient to her, into this.
For example, I will start calling every single person that
Why would you?
No, wouldn't that be Peter?
She had like a big audience, and she's like, "No, we're actually not related," and like I'm gonna like be disloyal and stuff. That's fine.
No evidence that we are.
So I'm just gonna start calling everybody that believes in polygyny the U10 retardation.
Just
thank you, Emmett.
They're just from Utah.
Utah
retards.
Thank you, Emmett.
And being like, why won't you admit you're my cousin?
No, it's not. Page. Did you know
AVG, why won't you admit that you were my cousin?
I actually do not have wide set apart eyes. I put my face through a filter analysis, and I do not have a space in between my eyes, which is greater than the width of one eye. Ergo, I do not have crab eyes.
AVG, I have done that too.
Sloth
Everyone
eyes
told me I had crab eyes, and I've
those.
gone through. I've used those things, all the incel kind of apps, and they tell me that I have like a bad,
Wait a sec.
there's apps, and it'll say, oh, you got like a bad cantle tilt and whatever, and they say my eyes are normal space, but deep down, I know I have crab eyes, and deep down, AVG, you too have crab eyes. And we are crab-eyed cousins, and that's fine. And there's nothing wrong with
reconstructive surgery.
Negative risk.
Reconstructive surgery now.
My cousin as well. Then
I'm not trying to riz my cousin.
The worst riz.
Okay?
We both have crab eyes. We belong together.
We do, but in a familial sense, not in like a sexual sense. We belong together as family.
Soulmates because of the crab eyes.
I'm not trying to fuck my cousins.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is like
Where's Keelan when you need him?
Suited pickup lines ever.
Where's Brandon when you need him?
I mean, they're probably applicable somewhere, but it's not here.
I apologize for his behavior, EBG.
Thank you.
You're responsible.
Confluence. You don't even like crab eyes. You like sloth eyes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think we determined that. Don't you like?
They're the same. That's what people mean. I think. Yeah, the far part eyes. Yeah.
The ones that
the anagrammatic eyes,
are on
where
those
they're like where you got
holes.
good periffs.
That's
You got good
different.
periffs. You can see everything, but you can't necessarily see in front of you. But you can see everything to the side. That's what I like. That's what I want to see in a woman.
Just don't have testes
Periffs.
eyes. Anything but testes eyes, and you're good to go.
Shit.
Well,
and AVG's got good periffs. Okay, she's my cousin, so like that's off limits, But
you come in at
she's
9
got good periffs. I'm just saying.
So would you agree with me now that we understand that confluence that we can just get rid of the word fetus in medicine to get rid of the whole?
No, because you haven't contended with anything that I said at all. In any sense of the word, you contended with none of it.
We want to get rid of how
180 maxing.
desensitized people is when people talk about babies in the womb. So
you got more like hunter eyes, Rage Page, which makes me feel a bit afraid, also a bit aroused, but also a bit afraid. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh God.
Well, I guess
Confluence. Crabs have eye stalks. Sloths don't. It can't be the same thing.
Yeah. We're getting rid of the stigma that allows people to just delete babies in the womb, and we're gonna call them what they are, babies.
On fucking ramming through.
Right.
Conversation.
Unalivers.
We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back just for you.
Filthy unalivers. Evil people. That's what we should call them.
Yeah.
If we get rid of the word fetus, then aren't we getting rid of a stage of pregnancy? Because doesn't
we just call it baby. It's like.
And then when they're out of the womb, then
we're just replacing the name to remove the stigma.
Then
Yeah,
you'll say,
when they-
actually, it's not a baby, it's an infant now. So
Yeah,
really,
no, you
people
say,
just-
yeah, exactly. That's what you'll do. You'll be like, oh, that's a neonate, and then when they're a little bit older, you call it
Neonate
an
was
infant.
the
That's
first
fine.
28 days. That's the first month of the
Yeah,
baby's.
it's pretty. In fact, it's pretty cool. People will be like, "Oh my god!"
So
it's a
anytime
neonate?
someone says, "I just had a
Fuck,
baby," you'd be
yeah.
like, "No, actually, you just had an infant."
Yeah,
First it was
yeah.
a neonate.
You had a neonate.
Neonate, yeah. You just had
Exactly.
a
That's what
neonate.
we'll do.
We'll just
have
change
a
everyone's
neonate.
language just to
Yeah, there you
accommodate.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you,
and that
like the
removes the
lefties
stigma.
do, but we're making it cool.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
he's
we're
gearing up.
gonna be doing.
He's
we're
gearing
gonna
up
be doing
for
like
his
the-
little spiel. Go ahead, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
We're gonna be doing it's gonna be babies and then neonates and then infants. It's like really fucking cool. Instead of trying to desensitize people to the idea of.
Hey, you haven't seen the video
deleting them.
description, Confluence.
Great point, Emmett. Yeah.
I haven't seen what?
The
Emmett,
video
change the
description.
Emmett, changing the classification isn't going to change the fact that you still behave like a baby.
Oh, come on.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
Are you gonna
Is this
take
the
that
person that
compound?
if you call him Melvin, it starts crashing out?
Oh yeah, every
No,
time.
I have to check AVGs
Yeah.
to see if I'm gonna say I'm just indifferent to her if I like her.
Emmett, you want to try that a bit? You want to try that again? Or is that the best? you
You're
can do?
okay too, Confluence. There
The best I can do? No,
Is it?
Melvin.
Like, it's fine. I'm not going to judge.
I don't have a
whoever.
problem having a dick. Okay.
Wait, if Emmett's a baby, doesn't that make you want to twerk in front of him because you're trans?
Oh, damn.
Do you feel like reading him a book?
That's the thing. That's the thing that was just said.
You all hear those mumbles?
They're gonna be like, "Whoa, this is different." Okay, this kind of twerking is very informative. We do it
Yeah,
for the
read them in a
babies
book.
because we
Hurry
want
up.
to show them a different way of life.
Oh my god.
Informative. This
I
is
mean, if we're
informative
taking bigs,
twerking.
might as
doesn't even
well,
make
right?
any sense. It's just completely out of
I'm
left
happy
field.
with being the person who shows up at a
I
library.
have to. Okay, this is a good description. AVG on Confluence is once again. Will she have a legitimate debate? Will she be accused of being a blood relative of Confluence? I guess that did happen. Will a discussion about Confluence and relationship preferences occur in a manner warranting a label of cringe level 9,000? Possibly. Tune in to find out. Okay, no, that's a goated description. That's accurate.
Thank
and the
you.
title is Confluence Restream, which is also. I'm going to give that a like. I'm going to give it a like. I'm going to give
You were
a
so
little
offended
shout
before.
out because that's true. And we are blood relatives, and that's fine that you want to deny that. Again, only one of us has stolen the other person's hair and has sent it to 23andMe. So if you haven't done that, that's
Oh,
fine. I call that a
is that where
skill
that
issue.
went?
I'm just saying only one of us has done it. Only one of us knows the truth. So I understand if you
Oh
don't know
my
the truth,
God.
that's fine. But
ABG,
subscribe
isn't
to
that called
ABG is my
self-incrimination?
biological blood
Yeah, I
relative.
believe that is the evidence that I was looking for.
Yeah.
I would change my locks.
Isn't that called
Just letting you know.
Locks as in locks of hair because it's too late for that, Emmett. It's too late
Locks
for
as
that.
in the
He's already
ones in the
sent
door
the
so that you
name.
can't get in, you damn pervert.
Oh, yeah, well, I already got one of the locks of hair, and that's all I needed. Funny thing is, you only need one. A single strand will do.
Bro,
No.
Hey, as a self-taught scientist, I can reveal the results impartially, like Maury Povich.
Self-thought science.
Yeah, it'll be sentimental.
You are the cousin, AVG. You are the cousin.
Confluence. Would you?
Hey,
Oh my gosh.
would
What
you-
is the Canadian version of like Maury?
It's just me and Confluence.
Oh, the Canadian.
What would it be? We don't really have it.
Confluence doing a show, and then Emmett comes on to cry about his problems, and we're like, "Will you forgive or forget?" Wait, that's a different show.
Cry about my problems.
It used
What
to be
problems
23andMe, but now it's 23 and you, AVG. It's 23 and you.
Casper does cry.
Where's the soundboard effect for that? Like the
I know, I needed something there. I needed something.
What did I cry about? That's my problem.
so much
I can't
more.
get pregnant. I don't know if you know this, okay? But even if I wanted to commit to be part of the G-siding that's
Hey,
happening
Jazz.
to babies, I can't because I can't
Even
get
though you're
pregnant.
not my chat, that's fine.
Why are you so
Still
obsessed
love
with
you.
babies?
Definition of genocide, by the way.
What am I? Oh, I don't know. You guys pretend that you care about people getting, unalived. You come here and you're like, oh my god, the church did all these things. But when it comes to babies, you celebrate it. Can you please answer me? What the hell is what is your favorite abortion? Anybody can answer that question?
I agree with your definition of genocide because that proves that trans people are being genocided too. Thank you.
Really, how many of them have been deleted in the past 60 years?
Oh, by conversion therapy, hundreds.
How many?
I just said hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay. How many
Wow,
babies have been deleted by abortion?
That's a genocide light.
How many?
Yeah, I don't even
how
think
many
that would
babies
qualify
have
as
been
a
deleted by
genocide,
abortion?
actually.
Melvin?
Years, hundreds.
Rookie
genocide.
numbers.
Genocide.
How many?
Rookie numbers.
I guess I have to ask this again. The last 60 years, how many babies have been deleted by abortion?
I mean, I'm not the one obsessed with babies here. You know,
Yeah,
this
nobody-
info.
nobody
You have to
Oh,
tell me
you
how
don't know how many babies have been deleted
I
by
don't
the
know either.
abortion?
You're not answering
No.
the question.
Oh, you don't. You
Let us call them
you
babies.
don't know.
Let us call them babies. Then we'll just call them babies. Yes.
They are babies. I don't know what you think they are, but they are babies.
I call them accidents.
Diarrheaing all
Call
over.
them
Accidents.
Well, you are an accident. That's true. That's probably just projection.
Well, at least I wasn't.
Anyhow,
at least I wasn't
there's
called an
still
unhappy
babies.
accident like your mom called you.
So I was an accident too, and you know what? I was a baby as well.
60 to 65
They're
million.
not. They're
since
not.
Roe v.
The
Wade
categories are
was
not.
first legalized.
They're not separate. It's like, oh my god, you're an accident. That means you have no value. That's so stupid.
And that's just America.
I'm not retarded. At least I understand that you can share categories.
The WHO says 73 million
Or same
worldwide.
thing too. Same thing.
Yeah. I was just saying American numbers.
Yeah, just when it comes to America.
65.
Canadian numbers are better, by the way.
Well,
In-
this
in
is
every
actually
way.
interesting.
We don't care.
It's
Yes.
interesting that you go and cry about hundreds and then you hear about millions and you don't give a fuck. This is,
Double
it's
digit
very
millions.
interesting when it comes to your standards.
No, I just
Almost
at least
100 million.
That's both genocide.
It would almost correct the birth
thought you were
rate.
gonna hard
actually,
up,
if the
Brandon.
baby hadn't been aborted.
Yeah,
I
Brandon.
don't get why you brought up the babies as whataboutism because we're just agreeing that they're both genocide.
It's not a whataboutism.
We're not agreeing.
Good to see you, Kieran.
Are
You're-
you
you're
willing
sir.
to go on ahead and be like, yeah, I just want to
I
remove
like
every single kind of abortion at this point?
Yours are rookie numbers.
Wait, was anyone else here an accident?
Look at how many were killed.
Everybody's an
Technically-
accident.
Technically.
Oh,
You guys hear that mumbling?
Because
That
then,
was an accident.
50% of Americans are. Yeah.
Confidence, were you an accident?
I was
Yeah.
an accident. I'm still an
Are you
accident.
sure?
To be
Are you
honest
sure?
with you.
Did you ask your parents? Were they like?
I did. Yeah.
Why would they
Unfortunately.
really admit that?
Make
You're a
them.
mis-
Confidence, did
And
you ever
Jackson
call your mom
Crusader.
back?
That my mom told me that.
I'm
How would I
Brandon
tell
and
her I
Jared.
was an
Good to
accident?
see you guys.
Why would she tell you that? Were you like pissing her off and she's like, "Fuck you,
Wait,
Connie"?
is anybody
No,
here?
I had heard a thing, and I was like, "Oh, this is a horrible thing that a friend told me that his like parents didn't even mean to have him, and it made him feel really sad." And my parents were like, "Well, you're a fucking accident," and I was like,
What?
"Oh,
Dude, that's fucked up. I don't
I just
think.
want to say we're all accidents.
What's wrong with being an accident?
It's not
Well,
that
there's-
weird.
What's wrong with being an accident? Hold on. What's wrong?
Yeah.
What's wrong with
We're
that?
all
Nothing
accidents.
wrong with being
We're
an
all
accident.
accidents. Look how fucked up
There's
we are.
nothing wrong.
Telling your
There's
kid
nothing
they're
wrong with being an accident.
no, there's nothing wrong with it
But
inherently.
yet here we are in the
Telling your
in the
kid
pool
they're-
of fucked up
They should
people.
have lied to you, is what I'm saying.
Pool
They
of
should
internet.
No, don't lie to your kids.
There's
Tell them the
literally
truth.
nothing wrong.
They should have.
I'm just saying, maybe planned pregnancies are better.
No,
Well, wait, how many?
Probably.
What percentage of
I
pregnancies
really don't think
are
so.
planned
I
in
just said
maternity?
50%.
I really actually don't think
Is that
so.
why they're less common
Melvin.
because they're better?
50%.
Melvin.
15% of pregnancies are.
You don't wind up with children. who
Yeah,
are-
I just want to know
Nobody's
if you're
ever ready to have a
ontologically
kid.
better if
Well,
you are
50%.
planned.
Like completely ready. It's very
Well, yeah,
rare.
completely. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I
No,
just want
no,
to
no,
know
no.
if you
Hold
get
on, hold on,
if
hold
you're
on.
ontologically
There
better
is
if
no
you're
being
planned.
ready for your first child. Sorry,
Yeah.
but no.
Yeah, that's probably true. There's no.
I want to know if you plan
No,
a baby, is he
that's
ontologically
different than
better?
being an accident.
to afford a
Being
child.
ready is not the same as an accident.
Oh yeah, no, we're talking about different things. Yeah.
Well,
Alex,
an accident is basically like we had sex.
Accident
and the
just
condom
means
broke,
outside
right?
of marriage. That's
Yeah.
what it means.
No,
not
that's
necessarily.
That's not what it means.
Yeah, it is what
That's
it
not
means.
Yeah,
It's
that's
exactly
not
what
what
it
it
That's
means.
what
That's not what any.
that's what
not
being a
any-
bastard
That's
means.
not what
It
any
is what
person
everybody
means.
means. Yes, it was outside
No,
of
it's
marriage.
not at all,
It wasn't
dude.
planned.
That's not what anyone
Yeah.
means by the
It
word.
just means that you weren't actively trying at the time, right?
Yes.
Or maybe you
No,
you
I
actively
don't-
didn't want to.
No, I don't know. I don't know how you mystically have a baby without trying. Okay.
Well, I mean, you can have sex without. You can have sex without.
I accidentally
Actually,
put my dick in that vagina and came. So
Yeah, but
Well,
you know,
you-
like
you might
condoms
be
can
pulling
break.
out.
You know, like
I don't think that's what
there's,
they
like,
mean.
A bunch of
No,
stuff
that is what they
can
mean.
happen.
No,
Yeah, but
humans never have
Uh-huh.
sex for pleasure only. So
Like
that makes
Mel's mom forgot which hole to use, you know?
Yeah, Yeah, they're so dumb.
No. Wait, what? Confusion.
Who? Where? What?
The crowd goes wild.
Exactly.
So dumb. Yeah, it just means outside of marriage. That's what it means.
No, that's not what it means.
That's not what anyone means by that term. That's not what literally anyone means by that term.
Yeah, it is what exactly what it means.
That's definitely
No
It's
one
like a baby
on planet Earth
inside of
means
marriage.
that.
How can it be a?
I forgot you
can
have
be an
weird
accident.
hangups. That's why you have some weird baggage attached to this, don't you? Forget I brought it up. Let's just move on.
All I know is that I
Listen, it was very simple for me to know. My parents are not together. They were never together. So it was very simple
I
to
worry
know.
about all the
Yeah,
things
it's tough
your
growing up
babies that are
knowing.
being aborted and genocided.
It was hard, yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying we can move
We
on.
shouldn't abort babies because they might be transgender.
I'm not trying to make fun of you about that. That's
Oh my gosh.
I agree with
I don't
you.
believe in eugenics.
Oddly enough, I wouldn't want them to be deleted because they say that we find out there's a gene that makes you a transformer. I still would be like, no, we shouldn't delete
Wait,
those
there's a gene
babies.
that
Those
make you
babies still
transform?
have an ontological value and they should be protected.
Yeah, I agree.
Can you tell me about this gene?
Hell yeah, bro. Trans rights.
How much does it
I
Mel's
said-
about to fucking digivolve right now in front of us, and I'm
No,
excited personally. to see
I
it.
literally said
Are those the genes that lick your butt? Is that what you mean?
No, if we find out that there were some kind of gene, I don't know if it exists or not. I don't think it exists. But if they were to exist, I would still say that these people have ontological value. and
Hell
they
yeah,
shouldn't be
trans
deleted.
rights.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, Emmett.
Yeah, fine.
We won.
Thanks for being an
Transgender.
ally.
The transgenders finally won. Thanks.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's not about rights, by the way. It's just about duty. We
Take
have
a small
duty to
victory
defend the
lap if you
babies.
could even run that
Rights are
far.
only based on force. If you think about it, you
Yeah,
guys,
fuck you, Confluence.
it's all force. It's all force.
Yeah, they are
doctrine, right?
force.
That's valid.
Yeah, for example, right now we're accepting the deletion of babies, right? It's no force being
Yeah, we
used
should
against
rename
those
them.
people.
Actually. We should stop calling them fetuses. We should call them babies.
We really, yeah,
Right?
we gotta stop that.
So
Right, Confluence?
And
How do we
Fuck
abort-
disambiguation. Fuck
Is that correct,
Disambiguation
Confluence?
is a leftist psyop. Actually, if you think about it,
Is that correct, Confluence?
Confluence. How do you use force to enforce a negative right?
Wait, no, that's a yeah,
Wait,
no.
no.
Well, yeah, my negative right is I have a right to not be killed, and you can use force. So if people are like coming to my house to kill me because I have such based omnigoted takes, and let's say the leftoids disagree and they're forming a militia, yeah, I think you should have the government use force to enforce my negative rights
So that's
of living.
Or
Of not being
you could
killed.
use force.
Yeah, self-defense is fine.
But
Yeah,
like,
self-defense. You could just shoot them. I mean,
free-
pew pew.
True.
just not use force against free speech. We just don't use force, right? So force is not a component of that right.
It is a component of that, right?
That's not.
If
That's not what
somebody
you
wants-
asked me.
Well, is free speech a negative right then?
No.
No.
Yeah, so like.
Oh my god.
You asked-
Positive right.
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
I answered your question very directly. To be clear.
Negative
Try again, Mel.
enforcement.
True.
Oh, enforcement. Okay, I misheard.
Wait, negative and wait. Say your question again, Mel.
Punished. You will not be punished for using your free speech.
Yeah, free speech is a negative right, is it not?
No, free speech is a positive right.
No, freedom of speech is a negative right.
You can be punished for using your free speech.
Yeah, like
Yes.
what?
Wait, how?
No, but that's the
how is it?
enforcement
How is free
mechanism.
speech? How is that? Wait, ABG. How is it a negative right?
Because like it's okay. So negative rights is like stop interfering with that right? Positive rights is like, okay, you need to do something to grant the right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like freedom of speech is just like leave me the fuck alone if I want to shit post using like slurs on X. I don't do that, but I'm just giving that as an example.
But I feel you're changing because isn't you? I think you could then categorize every right in that way.
No, but then people
Like,
go
what's
on.
a-
For
what's a
example,
positive- what's a positive right?
A positive
very-
right
very
is something
mean-
like you must call this person by
Or
this.
no, like a
pronoun.
right to
The
healthcare,
to, like,
a right
a
to healthcare,
legal defender,
or
like,
right to
you have the right
education.
counsel.
Yeah, right to
Yeah,
counsel.
but couldn't you? But you could twist that in the same way ABG just did. You could say, well, that what I mean by that is I have a right for someone to not stop me from having this right.
Well, that's just a semantical. Like,
What do you mean?
No, because hold on, no, wait, hold on. The difference is not that nobody can stop you. The difference is an attorney must be provided for you.
Well, then it would
Somebody
would
else is
word it
forced
like
to do
a
something
right to not
provide
be
that service for you.
unrepresented, right?
Well, so, yeah, like
okay. I think I maybe agree with that.
Like, yeah, somebody's providing you something. It's like a right to water or something. It's like that's like a thing that is being given to you versus something that's like, I guess, inherent or that it would be like not.
What about the right? What about the right to life? Because that's like both negative and positive.
I think we're getting confused here based on the classification versus the carrying out of the right? Like, obviously, there could be an enforcement mechanism necessary at some point if the right is abused or if the right is not granted. But just because that enforcement mechanism comes into play doesn't change the original classification.
Right. If a state suddenly decided to punish people for saying certain things and the government had to step in and stop them, that wouldn't just
Like
become
California?
positive right.
Right. It would become
It would still be a negative
with
right.
an enforcement like necessary in order to stop people from abusing the negative right.
It's a question of is the right forcing is the right about giving something or taking something away?
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
Kind of what it comes down to.
But then that's what I'm asking.
No.
Is the right to life is that a positive right or a negative right? Because I think we could twist it in both directions.
Well, that one specifically is both, I believe, because you have
What
a right.
about respecting pronouns? Would that be a positive right?
I don't think anyone says that's a right.
If it was, it would be a positive one.
Yeah.
So you see my point, though, Confluence, that you don't necessarily need force for a negative right.
That's not.
Well,
you
you
asked
still
me
do if
for
someone tries to violate it.
That's not what you asked me. You asked me to give an example. I gave you an example.
The enforcement, as AVG said, is different than like the
Yeah.
right
The
itself.
classification.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you don't need force for a positive right either.
Well,
Who says you need to use force in order to have that right?
Well, this is why the right to life.
That's my point, anyways. So
You need to have laws in place. You need to have somebody do something in order to grant you the positive right. Like for healthcare, for instance, right in Canada, we need to have legislation in effect and institutions in play in order to actually exercise our rights.
Yes.
that's kind of a bad example because 1A is codified in law. It's more so that it goes to the point that even positive rights don't necessarily need to be enforced, which again contradicts Confluence saying that all rights require force.
I don't think he's correct in that. I think that's an overly broad.
I never said that. I never said that. I literally never said that.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
He's saying he didn't.
Okay,
I actually never said
to deal
that.
with the idiocracy. So have a good night, all. Thank you for having me, Confluence.
Doodles.
Have a good one. I actually
Take care.
We'll get the lefties out of here. You guys can have your conservative circle jerk.
Ah.
I love you guys. Have a good night.
Take care, Tessie.
No.
Yeah, but I literally never said that about. Yeah, I literally never said what Mel said.
All right, so negative right is freedom from, and positive rights are like right to. Life would be both, but free speech would be a negative right primarily. But
I guess
I
yeah,
just
that
get the point
confuses
that Fox was trying to make.
I don't know. Wait, AVG, do you? I think Testy said it's both. Do you agree the right to life is both a negative and a positive?
I could see
Is it
that.
something
but
that
I
you have to be protected to be taken away from you, but it's also something you just have?
Well, there has to be a
Is it
certain
kind of
like.
both?
Hold on. So there is a certain amount of things you need to be provided for that right to life, right? Like an education, or maybe healthcare, or free fair
But
trial.
you can live. You don't need any of those things to live.
Well, you kind of
need
do to live in a
education to
society,
live.
right?
I didn't mean to put that. Sorry, didn't copy it right. There was an article that like perfectly describes it. I'll send it to you. No, that's the same freaking link. Oh my gosh. I think it would be primarily
AVG just sending her own
Oh, I'm
stream
sorry.
in the back chat, trying to fucking
I'm trying to-
cannibalize my viewership. Wow.
I'm sorry. The life thing is about like
at the time.
there's a duty to
Crazy.
protect people, right?
Here, I'm gonna just type in the article name.
The right to life includes a duty to protect people. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
It
But, like,
does.
The government has to like pass certain laws or provide certain protections, like police officers or whatever, to make sure that people aren't just like killed, right?
Yeah, like the one child policy, and for instance, in China, which does anybody know? Did it require that you get an abortion if you messed
Yes,
up in that
and
way?
they were forced
No,
into it.
no.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong.
Hold on. Go
That's
ahead.
not. You guys are both wrong.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
It didn't. You had to
It
pay
didn't.
extra. You had to pay extra money, and it incentivized people to get abortions. It didn't force abortions. It didn't compel them at all. It just, if you had more than one kid, you have to pay extra money. And so then
And if you don't have the money, what then?
If you don't have the money, what happened?
Wouldn't
Not
that
an
be a
abortion.
negative
Not an abortion. Never
incentive
an
which
abortion.
would coerce them?
What would that?
Are you
What would
gonna
happen
tell
then?
me
if
that
they
there
had
were
money?
coercion.
that abortions were not
Hold on.
imposed
What would happen
in
if you
China?
didn't have money?
Are you fucking serious?
I'm saying
What would happen if you didn't have money?
right now?
If you didn't pay for it, what would happen?
They're not. I don't know. They're not going to do a 5th trimester abortion on your already born child. I don't know what you're asking me.
You think that you don't think that the Chinese government might kill a kid, or their
The
parents?
Chinese don't mind getting rid of
I think they
adults
would
because
arrest
they care
you.
about
They're
their
probably-
own.
Chinese will not take them, put them in
They're
jail,
not going
and take
to.
the
They're
kid
not
and
going
put
to
it
go.
into an orphanage.
They're not space wizards of time, and they're not going to go back in time and abort the kid previously. We don't have
Do
to.
you think they
China
will
gets
not
enough
take
shit
the-
without us lying about them?
Fact check this.
That's not how the first child. That's not
do
how the
you-
one child policy worked. It just incentivized people that if they had a girl and it was a girl, they would abort that girl because they wanted a boy, because otherwise they have to pay more taxes and shit. So yes, if they found out it was a girl, they would abort the girl. So it led to a bunch of
Oh,
abortions. The Chinese
financial
government was like, you
coercion.
have to have an
Here's
abortion.
the fact check.
Financial coercion.
NPR. It did. It led to 30 million.
Yes, it let. I feel like did you not listen to what I just said, Diane?
Rookie numbers.
It leads
they
to a
wouldn't-
bunch of abortions. They don't mandate the abortions. I feel like you didn't
Do
listen
you
to
think
anything I
that they
just said.
don't-
I'm pretty sure it
With all due
does.
If
respect.
they don't, Confluence, if you don't pay your taxes, where do you go?
You don't go back in time and get aborted, Emmett.
Yeah, it says
You,
forced.
you would go to jail, right? So they would take the parents, put them in jail, take the kids and put them in orphanages? And
So
that would
not
incentivize people
abortions?
to get abortions so they don't have to pay. So then
So
because
you
they
didn't
can't.
listen either.
Oh,
Holy
so
shit!
that's exactly what would happen? No?
Holy shit!
I'm asking you. You know better than I do, okay? I need to know what you're
gave a
thinking.
very clear. I can repeat myself.
Are you
If you guys
thinking?
didn't hear me, I can give a very clear answer. So, with the one-child policy, you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to get an abortion. You just have to pay a lot of money if you have more than one kid. That incentivized abortion. That's what I said originally. By the way,
So
you can go,
there
this
is
live. You can just go
enforcement
back and see what I said.
confluence.
They don't.
There is
It's not.
enforcement confluence.
But it's not.
Let me
it's not
explain
if you
to you the enforcement again, because apparently
Oh
you're
my
not getting
god!
it. Okay.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
This article, which was taken from the Global Institute for Women's Leadership, and it's on Human Rights Watch News, says that from 1980 to 2015, that there was forced abortions, forced contraception, forced sterilization.
Okay, what's the?
I've
You
got
sent it
the
to me?
screen presented. I also posted in the back.
The H.
Oh, I'm
Human
sorry
Rights
that
Watch?
I'm sorry that
Yeah.
your communist country is not it's not so great.
Yeah, because that's
And-
my
and
usual
it's
stance.
still
Emmett. That's
financial
so good- that's so
coercion.
good faith of you,
Apparently,
Emmett.
confluence.
That's so good
Every time you want to just disagree with me. In some cases, it's just like, oh yes, the Chinese were great. They weren't absolutely mandating abortions and knuckleizing people unforcefully.
If you don't want to listen
so
to the
good.
words
They're
I'm
still
saying,
doing
Emmett,
it.
that's fine. You don't
They're
have to
still doing
listen
it.
to the words I'm saying.
Fucking commies.
They're still doing it with the Uyghur, says Worsener in my chat.
No,
That
they're still
tracks.
doing it with the yogurts.
What's the part? What's the part where the policy was to do forced abortions on this AVG?
If you read the article that I sent, it says that they confirmed that they were forcing women into sterilization, contraception, and abortion. Do you want because China doesn't report things, so are you looking for a government statistic on something? Is that what you're asking for?
Hey, you want to know a percentage, or
No, I'm just trying
China
to
would
even.
never tell you the truth about that.
I mean,
It was-
they're as likely to report that as they are to report that they released,
So
Yeah.
it was done.
It was a wet
done
market,
under the
guys.
one-child policy, and it was enforced by local officials by different methods, including late-term abortions.
I have a PubMed article. I'm just checking to see if it confirms this. Or if it supports what Confluence said. But this is from NIH.
Again, just for everyone, because I feel like I'm getting a little cucked here. Again, I just want to say the one-child policy heavily incentivized abortion. Maybe there is rare instances where the abortions were forced. I mean, I don't like that, even though Emmett seems to disagree, I don't like the Chinese fucking government. So there could be rare instances, but in general, no.
You like them.
Issue,
You're like, they were very nice when it comes to these.
I don't think we have to lie to make China seem worse than it is. The one-child policy is you have to pay more money if you have more than one kid.
Them. They literally force people into it.
It could be the case that there might be some cases.
Are you going to start with the? Are
we
you going
don't
to
know
be
how
telling
many.
me that the people?
It could have been the
are you gonna be
majority.
telling
We don't
me?
know.
I'm saying that's
you know
not what the one-child
I agree with
policy
you,
was.
Confluence. The National Socialist Party in the 1940s in Germany, they were very nice.
You don't want to have a good discussion about this.
When they were putting people in the trains and taking them to some camps, okay, they did it. They were doing it voluntarily. They were telling them, "Do you want to go there?" And they all said yes, voluntarily.
I mean, if you don't want to have a good discussion about this, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm sorry that the good discussion is like they literally force people into abortions, and you're like, oh well,
just saying
that's not gonna
what the
make. We
one-child
don't have to
policy
make the big
was.
later.
How the conversation started was someone asked, I don't remember who, right? If you're obligated to get an abortion, if you have more than one kid, I said no. That is correct. You're not obligated. You have to pay more money.
You're saying that that's not the stated goal.
No, the conversation arose because we were talking about the right to life being both a positive and negative right. And then I said, yeah, like in the context of the one-child policy, where I believe there was forced abortions, there would actually be it is
exactly what happened, Confluence.
Oh, it's live. So ABG,
no, it's not
because I'm
alive.
about to go to bed, so you can go back and you can watch and see if that's how it played out, you know, and you can spin it how you want to, but not what happened.
Yeah, that's true, Confluence. AVG is like just trying to get one up on you for some reason.
I'm just having a combo, and I like debating, so I brought some stats.
Yeah, this is the NIH thing you said is exactly what I said.
Induced. It doesn't say forced. What induced means, one can only speculate.
We know what induced. Wait, the PubMed thing is exactly what I said, AVG. What you posted proves my fucking point.
What?
And if you don't understand that, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that.
Help me understand it. How does it prove your point?
Because it's sex-selective abortions over the past 4 decades in China. Because, as I said before, okay, so China has a one-child policy, had a one-child policy, and so you'd have to pay a lot more money if you had more than one kid. And so, because China, if you, it's a not a super developed at the time, still not in some places, country. You would want to have a boy more than a girl. So you do sex-selective abortion. So if you knew you had a girl, you would be heavily incentivized by the state, by the one-child policy, to abort the girl to then try again. And if you get another girl, abort that one. And again, you get a boy, you keep that one. So it heavily incentivized induced abortions. So that's why I'm saying what AVG is posting is exactly what I'm saying. They didn't force abortions. It's not like if you had one kid and you got pregnant again, they would make you kill the kid in your womb. That's not what the one-child policy is. We don't need to make the CCP worse than it already is. It's already atrocious. We don't have to lie and make it seem worse than it was. You could have 2 kids in China. You could have 3 kids. You just have to pay more money. And so that caused a bunch of sex-selected abortions.
Wait, on how the one-child policy was enforced. If a woman lived in a small village, for example, she would probably be scrutinized by a group. She would probably be grouped together with a set of households and come under what they call a cluster leader, somebody who sort of monitors the progress and fertility rates of certain set of households. So if this woman fell pregnant, then most likely this cluster leader will know about it very quickly, and then she will report to higher up. Probably at first a village leader who would show up at their doorstep and say, you know very well you should not have this. You could have all sorts of problems with this. You may have to pay a fine. I've met enforcers who have gone to these houses and say, we used to take away something valuable to show that we mean business. Like a television set, for example, or a pig, or sometimes if the household was very poor, household, they would take away homespun, cloth, or grain, or something that would make it hurt. Basically, that was in a village setting, of course. In a city setting, they could maybe, if you were for a civil service job, they might threaten to fire you. This is for having a child. If you went to a termination, all this will go away. But of course, then there were people who really want a child, and they would try and evade the whole process of being taken away for a forced abortion, because there were a thing between your conception, your delivery date, all bets are off. They can make you.
Emmett, I hate that you don't understand that everything you
You're
read
literally retarded. Literally retarded if you didn't listen to the last part it said.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry,
listened to the
Confluence.
last
You are
sentence.
literally retarded.
You listen to the last. I don't know how you're reading something. These are people that don't have the money to pay the fine. It's a fine first. And yeah, if you can't pay the fine, I'm sure, like I already said, I don't trust China. So yeah, if you can't, I don't know what the ultimate outcome is.
So
Maybe
they
they're-
actually force people into abortions?
Under duress, at the very least.
Yes, but that's not what the one-child policy is.
Okay, thank you.
Can we-
It's
can we-
on how
I'm
the
not trying to
one-child
win a- I'm not
policy
trying to
was
win a debate.
enforced.
I'm not trying to win a debate. What I'm saying, do we at least all agree with this? You
On
could
how the
Shut the
one-child
fuck up.
policy
Let me
wasn't
ask you a question.
enforced.
Let me ask you a fucking question, both of you, AVG and Emmett. Do you guys both agree? Because I think maybe I'm getting too heated. Maybe we're talking past each other. Do we all agree you could, under the one-child policy, you could have 3 kids, you could have 4 kids. No one is coming to force an abortion on you because you have more than 1 kid. You have to pay a lot of money. Now, I'm
Only
saying at
if
the
you
same
have
time,
But of
if you
course,
can't
there were
pay
people
the
who
money,
really wanted the
if you
child, and
can't
then they
pay
would
the
try and
money-
evade the whole process of being taken away for a forced abortion. Because
so-
here's
okay,
the
so
thing,
we
between
all
your
agree with what
conception
I'm
and your
saying.
delivery
So we
date,
all
all
agree.
bets are off. They can
So you all
make
agree-
you.
Okay, so you all agree you could have, under the one-child policy, you could still have 3 kids. That's fine. You just have to pay
You
money.
could, yes,
We all
yes,
agree with
yeah, no,
this.
you could. If you were rich and you could afford the, and you could
Yes.
afford the stigma and
Emmett,
everything else, you could
AVG,
certainly
do
have
we
it.
agree on that?
No, because there
Sanity
was forced
check.
sterilization after they had a kid. It's the only scenario where what you're saying is
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, look
Holy
at the
shit,
article.
that's not true.
There's a documentary on this.
That's not AVG. With all
Hold
due
on. Do you
respect,
think
you're
that the really
completely
wealthy
wrong on
people
this.
were forced into that?
Yeah, you're completely wrong,
what?
AVG, on this.
The really wealthy ones were forced into that? Is that what you're saying?
You have to
In terms
remember
of
what
income
kind of.
class? Not sure.
Look,
You
if
have
you
to
I'm saying
remember-
like
if
the
you
super,
had the
the super
money-
high class
No,
CEO
you don't-
bitches, right? They weren't going to be sterilized after they had their first
Yes.
child.
Yeah,
Dude,
mostly
there's-
we are
farmland
literally-
documentaries on like farmer people.
Yeah,
so
of
then
course.
so then you agree with
So then this is
AVG.
like a
when I
si-
ask you a
No.
question,
village
Yeah,
thing.
we're
then
talking
listen to
about
the
the
question I'm
alternate-
asking. Holy shit!
You're
if I'm asking
literally
a
talking
question,
about a
please
communist
listen.
country. You're not
generally
understanding what
rich
you're talking
in China?
about.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about the bourgeoisie. I thought we were
AVG,
talking generally.
AVG,
Yeah.
I'm asking you, in China, if you have, is it possible to have, under the one-child policy, is it still possible to have 3 kids and they're not forcing you to get sterilized and not
If you had
forcing
triplets.
abortions?
It
You would
be
say
normal.
yes,
wasn't.
right?
If you were pregnant with triplets, sure.
No.
Yes.
You could have 1 kid, you could have a second
Quadruplets.
kid, you could have a 3rd kid, you could have a 4th
Quintuplets.
kid. If you had the money to pay for it,
Only
you
if
could
you're
do
rich.
that in
You
China.
don't have the
under
money to
one-child
pay for
policy.
it, Confluence. You don't have
That's
the money
not
to
what
pay
I
for
asked.
that. What kind
Okay,
of system
I'm
do they
fucking
have
done.
economically?
I'm fucking done. I'm
What kind
done.
of system
I
do
am
they have
done.
economically? What is the system
Hold on.
that they
Can I-
have
can- let me-
economically?
hold
How
on,
many
hold on,
times
guys,
I've
guys,
asked
guys,
What
the
is the
same
economic
question?
system,
Hold on.
Confluence?
Can I please help? Please.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Confluence's point is the law itself did not force people to have pregnancies or be sterilized. The way
It
some
did.
hold on. If you were really rich, you could afford to have as many fucking kids as you want. Because you
Who
can
was
just
very
pay the
rich in
fine
the
and you're
80s
good
in
to go.
China.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying most people are rich. I'm not even saying it's not an exception to the rule. It's just the rule itself. Now, the fact that most people in China could not possibly afford those, the outcome was essentially what you're saying, but it's
a
not the rule
communist-
itself, right?
It's
Yes.
literally a communist country.
He's just
That
trying to
wasn't-
delineate between what the law said.
The law allowed them, as we just read a moment ago, to quite literally force people into abortions.
Well, I think they could have done that anytime they wanted to.
Oh my god!
Oh, perfect, Alexander. I agree with you. Great job.
There we go.
They could anytime they wanted to. Okay, they literally had to run
Before
away
the law,
or
after the
evade
law,
them.
yeah, that's all.
The main thing that you should all agree with, and please agree with this, please. Otherwise, just fucking read something. God, there were people in China under the one-child policy that could have 1 baby, 2 babies, 3 babies, not triplets. They could have them. If they had the money, they could do that. Do we all agree with that? Please say yes. Please. God, please say yes.
Exceptional people exist. Yes,
Yes, I think by the laws, the way the law was written, the way the law was set up, absolutely. Yes.
And it's
No,
not. It's
I
not.
disagree because they didn't have the
It's not
money.
the point one. By the way, it's
They
not like
didn't have
it's
the
not
money
the way
to do
AVG
that.
is saying. It's not. It's not like the 1 in a million people that this happened to. There are tons of people in China under the one-child policy that had 2 kids, 3 kids. They had to pay a lot, but it's not. It's not the. It's not. You guys are acting like it's like the billionaire class that this allowed to. It's
Was it
not.
a demographic majority?
No,
this clearly
no.
hit the. We had poor
Yeah.
poor villagers harder than anyone else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we agree then that there were people in, for example, in Germany in the 1940s who could just pay to say that they were not actually Jewish?
Yeah.
Not legally, no. In China,
Yes.
legally,
No, in Germany
show
in the
the law.
1940s. Could
Yeah,
they
show the law where you
could they pay the
pay.
officials
Yeah,
to say
show
that
the-
they were that they only
show
had
the
1
law.
eighth
Show the law because I can show the one-child policy
in the
law.
in the
and you
law
can't show your law.
Yes, yeah. Oh, okay. It's I think it's part of the Nuremberg
Then
laws
show
when
it.
they say that you had
Then
to
show
be
it.
the most amount of
laws?
Jewish blood that you could
What
have
laws?
is 1/8. I believe it's
What
part
laws?
of the Nuremberg
What did you
laws.
say?
The Nuremberg.
The Nuremberg laws.
1/8
The Nuremberg laws.
Jewish laws.
Okay. Thanks, Emmett. The Nuremberg laws. Holy fuck.
Hey, look, good thing
Nuremberg.
happened in evil countries.
Yeah, in that
so
scenario, a person
therefore-
with 1 Jewish grandparent and with 1/8 Jewish ancestry was classified under the Nuremberg laws as a 2nd-degree mixed blood, Mischlings, droids, and grades. Unlike those with more Jewish heritage, they were generally considered German subjects. Shit.
Good thing happened in corrupt country, ergo corrupt country, not bad.
Okay, I have to come back for this.
Okay.
So where does it say
There
that
you
you
go.
can pay money, Emmett?
Okay.
Because you said you could pay money, and that's legally codified under
Yeah, I
the
believe that you
Nuremberg
could- you
laws.
could.
Then
Yeah,
show me the fucking law.
If you perfectly,
Show me
I
the
do
law.
this.
Thank you.
I put it on the back.
Show me the law. Show me the law.
I put it on the
Post
back
in the chat.
Yeah, you could just pay
That
a
says
corrupt
you could
official.
pay money.
You could pay a
That's in-
corrupt
that's in
official,
the-
and they
that's-
would say that you were an eighth. You right? You could do it in Germany.
That's
are you telling me that
codified
Are you telling me that corrupt officials didn't
Codified in
exist?
German law.
Are you telling me that corrupt officials did not exist in Germany?
Not
Is
what
that
I'm
what you're trying to say?
You said it's in the law.
But I'm saying that could happen, right? So you could just be a German citizen if you had enough money and you could just pay for it,
Holy
right?
Christ.
Confluence.
So it's not.
No,
so it's not in the law.
It's not
law.
correct. It's not correct. Confluence. It is a law. It's part of the laws.
Yeah, they were classified as the Mischlings-Weitengrades. Yeah.
The Mischlings-Weitengrades.
The Weitengrades. Yeah. Hey, I'm quarter German, okay?
Oh, yeah, it's kind of funny that they made fun of me about the Nuremberg laws, and I was right about that one.
Zing. I think Emmett has a song for this. Yes, 9. Crystal Crusader. 9.
Emmett, you're right about this. If you can show that you could pay money under the Nuremberg laws,
I already told you that you could. Could you pay a corrupt official
Show
in order
me.
for you to be
Show
able to
me
be
under
said
the
that you were
law.
only 1/8 Jewish? Answer
Do you
the
have
question.
the
Could
law?
you pay
I'm
a
waiting
corrupt?
for the law. I'm waiting for the
Could
law.
you
I'm not going
pay-
to say shit.
Could you
I'm about to go
pay
to
a
bed.
corrupt
Do you have
could
the
you
law?
pay-
You said it was
You're
under
not
the
gonna
law.
answer that.
Is there a law?
You're right. You're not going to answer that because you don't want
I'm sure.
to. But
No, I will
could
answer.
you-
it. I'm sure you can pay outside
Oh,
of the law to do
perfect.
anything
Okay,
in any
so-
country. That's
Yeah,
not your claim.
Could you pay?
wanna
Could you pay enough
backpedal?
money
If
to
you
have
wanna
more than
backpedal,
one
that's
kid?
fine.
Yeah, could you pay?
No.
Could you pay enough? Could you pay
That's
enough
not-
money
that- that's
in
the
China? Could you
That's the
pay enough
symmetry
money in China to
breaker.
have more than
One
3
ch-
kids?
No,
Could you?
the one China policy
yes or
was
no?
not. You can only legally have. You don't know what the one child policy is.
I already told you how
are
it's
allowed
enforced.
to have more than
I
one
already told
kid
you how
in the
it's
one
enforced.
policy. I can't even. This is actually brain dead. This is actually brain dead.
Confluence doesn't
I
have
think
enough
you are
evidence for
brain
this.
dead.
That's fine. That's fine. I love
You're
all
like,
of you. But I'm done. I'm done. I
you're
love
like-
all of you.
you're
I know
like
this is like
literally
any of you.
pretending
I
that
love
we're talking
all of
about
you.
something
They are.
This
He
isn't going
is
anywhere.
gaslighting the shit out of you.
Guys, I love you, AVG. I love you too, Emmett. I love you, Section. I love all of you. This is
for having
this is
Like
too
and
much.
subscribe.
This is too
Bye,
much. Like and subscribe.
Confluence.
07s.
Bye, Crash
Bye,
Fluence.
guys.